Chapter 18. Sullenness. Darkness surrounds me, penetrating my body and consuming what is left of my soul as I stare at the small sliver of light poking through a tiny hole within the shade covering the window of my room as the sun tries to shed some light on my dismal world. But I prefer the darkness as the weight of Sheila's death tears away the last vestige of my humanity. I deserve the darkness. I wanted her to be free, to be able to live her own life, and to be safe from the constant fear of death, or worse, and now she is, but not in the way I intended. Tears escape my eyes and ooze their way down my cheeks and over the curve of my chin before snaking a trail down my throat. I cannot stop them. The more I imagine her screams, and the fear that must have plagued her as the dogs tore her apart, the more the tears come before morphing into unquenchable rage. I snatch a bedpan off a nearby table and throw it across the room, and it strikes a mirror, breaking it into 5 pieces that clatter to the floor, but it does little to ease my anger. "You shouldn't do that," says Natalie. I never heard her enter the room, as she picks up the pieces and throws them in the trash. Mirrors are not easy to replace. Her movement allows a draft to weave its way through the room, causing something on the bedstand to shift, and the slight movement forces me to look at it. It's a tulip, but the petals, purple with a soft white stripe going through its center, mirroring a brushstroke, are dried and shriveled, meaning that it has been sitting on the bedstand for a day or two. I pick it up and twirl it between my index and middle finger, wondering who left it here and who would care enough to do so, knowing that Chase would not have been allowed to, so someone else left it there. "Where's Chase?" I say, wondering if he has met the same fate as Sheila. "Who?" "I've been locked in this room for a month, so don't bullshit me. Where is Chase and his sister?" Natalie knows whom I speak of. She's met him before, but she shushes me, as though she is afraid to acknowledge him or the fact that I have been a prisoner for the last 4 weeks. Quarantine is what they call it, telling me that I may have brought in a contamination after having been in the wilds for so long, but something else is happening, something they don't want me to know. The bigger question is, why am I not dead? "This dark room will not do," Natalie says, changing the subject, and walks over to the shade, ripping it open and allowing the bright sunshine to fill the area, illuminating the pearl-colored walls and the pristine tables that reflect even the minutest details of the room, looking so immaculate that I wonder if they are ever used at all, or are mere decoration to give the appearance of perfection. "So there she is," comes a snide voice as a woman enters the room, who reminds me of one of the members of the arbiter tribunal during one of the many times I was questioned by them. I place the dried tulip back on the bedstand while this intruder paces the room with an air of importance, as though all are supposed to bow before her, but her very presence angers me. "What are you doing here?" demands Natalie. "No visitors are allowed." The woman ignores her. "You're not—" "Test me again," says the woman, "and I'll throw you in the darkest hole I can find." Natalie runs out of the room, leaving me alone with this woman, whom I have an instant dislike for. "So you're the young arbiter all of Arel speaks of," says the woman. "What do you want?" I demand, my patience thin as I look for anything or anyone to plant my fist in. "You should show me the respect I deserve." "Which is none," I snap. "You are a bold one." The woman's eyes darken, but I do not care. I am tired of pretending and of fearing for my well-being. "I see why Tapiwa took an interest in you. Pity her interest wore out." "Cut the bullshit, bitch, and tell me why you are here," I hiss, preparing to pounce on her so as to ease the fury boiling within me. The woman closes the distance between us, not liking my tone, but aware that I am ready for a fight with little concern for the consequences to myself. "You are not the first arbiter to initiate the challenge of the fates," says the woman, "but you are the first to do it in order to save 2 plebeians. I find that to be of interest, as it is Muller's victory." "Stolen victory," I say, my voice harsh and full of rage. "If it wasn't for his arbiters appearing when they did, he would have died by my hands." "Are you accusing him of cheating?" "We both know he did." I remember the first day you stood before us. You were defiant even then. What is it you want? I demand, my voice low, almost a growl. To know how you slipped through the cracks. We have measures in place to rid ourselves of problems, such as yourself, and yet, here you are. Arel desires obedience from her people. Nothing less will do. But somehow, your defiant nature survived. I maneuver to the trash can where Natalie had dumped the broken pieces of the mirror, not liking the way this councilwoman speaks to me. Something within her eyes tells me to be wary of her, and as I move away from her, she stalks over to the bedstand. Though it seems that your defiance is driven by some sort of emotional attachment. I have none, I reply, scooping one of the pieces of glass out of the trash, hiding it behind my back as I grip it, prepared to do what is necessary to survive, so that I can learn what happened to Chase and Gwen. This! The woman picks up the tulip by its yellowed stem and holds it up for me to see with a sneer on her face. Says otherwise. The edge of the broken glass pricks my skin as I tighten my grip on it, but before either of us can make a move, Commander Vi storms into the room. What is the meaning of this? She demands, her attention fixed on the councilwoman, who stops cold, irritated by the interruption. How dare you? Begins the councilwoman, but Commander Vi stops her. How dare you? You come in here and harass one of my arbiters. If you wish to speak with her, you will go through me. Always her protector. She is under my command. Your place is in the command division, not here. You dare tell me where I belong? I do. What business do you have here? The councilwoman looks at me before answering Commander Vi. Seeking answers, and I think I found them. She places the tulip back on the bedstand before leaving, while Commander Vi stares after her with a murderous look I have only seen a few times since I've known her, and I drop the piece of broken mirror back into the trash as I await orders. But before anyone can say anything, we all stop and stare at a man standing in the doorway, not expecting anyone else to be here, and he shoves something in his pocket. It's Luther. Who are you? Commander Vi demands of him. My apologies, Commander, says Luther. I was told to talk to you about an escort to the rail station. Commander Vi studies his face, recognizing him, and I hold my breath, knowing from where and when she has seen him before. Do I know you? She asks, unable to place where the prior instance was. I've been here overseeing the reconstruction of the medical facility, Luther replies. A doubtful expression crosses Commander Vi's face, but she lets it go, as worry also clouds her features, making me wonder what has happened in Arel since my absence. I will take him, ma'am, I volunteer. She gives me a questioning look. Am I not still an arbiter? I ask. Commander Vi looks at Natalie. Dr. Sahir says she can be discharged, Natalie says. Please, Commander, I plead. I'm sick of this place. Very well, Commander Vi relents. Afterward, go back to the manor. Yes, ma'am. I salute her and leave the room, waving Luther onward, wondering what he is doing here. Neither of us say a word as we walk through the pristine hallways, and the white lights that reflect off the floor as our steps send soft echoes around us. But as we walk, I notice something different about the plebeians cleaning the windows as we pass. Instead of averting their eyes like they have always done, they look right at us, unafraid of being punished. Stranger still is when an orderly knocks a mop over by accident. Instead of yelling at the plebeian it belongs to, he picks it up and hands it to him with an apology. I stop, watching the proceeding, unsure of how to view it, and wondering if I am in an alternate universe. But Luther urges me onward, and I allow him to lead me to the elevators. The reflective doors open before us, and Luther ushers me inside, waiting to speak until they close. I'm sorry about the girl, he says. The moment the words leave his mouth, I break down, and tears burst from eyes, covering my face and making it look splotchy and red within seconds, but I cannot stop them from coming. I cannot pretend to be unemotional any longer, and Luther does something I never thought he would do. He places his arms around me, allowing me to cry on his bony shoulder, not caring that my tears soak through his sleeve as I turn into an emotional wreck, instead of being the hardened arbiter I am supposed to be. She was innocent. Because of me, she is, I wail, unable to finish my sentence. There, Luther says in a gentle voice, comforting me as best he can as he hits the red button, stopping the elevator. One as young as you should not have to carry such burdens. I don't even know what has happened to Chase or... He's alive. He and his sister are both alive, but I do not know where they are. How? I have my sources, Luther says. Now dry those tears. He wipes a rough finger across my cheek, sweeping away the tears dotting it. Why did you come to my room? I ask. A sheepish grin takes over Luther's face as he pulls out a purple tulip with a white strip that mimics a brushstroke and hands it to me. I had come to give you this and wish you well. Mora always liked these flowers, and I thought that... His voice trails off. I take the tulip, remarking at how it looks like the one on the bedstand in my room. You've been leaving these? I might have snuck into your room and checked in on you from time to time. Luther, are you in danger of caring about an arbiter? Don't let it go to your head. He starts the elevator and it jerks as it continues its descent, stopping when we reach the lobby, and as the doors open, letting in the natural light that fills the entranceway, I gasp when I see Reynolds' face and hide the tulip in my pants. Lieutenant, I say, Commander Vi has ordered me to escort this man to the railcar station before returning to the manor. I will join you then, he replies, and a part of me wonders if he has orders to escort me back to the manor, or is he afraid something will happen to me? As though answering my question, two arbiters approach us, but stop the moment they see Reynolds, turning around and leaving, hoping to remain unnoticed by him. And again, I wonder what has happened in my absence as the thought that Renal is not here by accident touches my mind. This way, I tell Luther, acting every bit the professional and unemotional arbiter Arel expects me to be, hoping Renal does not suspect that Luther and I know each other outside of a chance meeting within the medical facility. Luther follows my lead and we all leave the medical facility, stepping out onto the street, and I remark at how quiet it is. There are no people huddled together chatting. The trolley does not give the occasional toot of its horn as a greeting, and the people who are out remain silent and distant, as though they are afraid to be seen together, with the exception of a group of 7 children all in different uniforms. 2 wear red, 2 wear yellow, 1 wears white, 1 wears green, and 1 is a plebeian, kicking a ball to one another, playing a game in which only they know the rules. I pause, watching them, wondering how it is they are allowed to play together, considering that Arel forbids its citizens from associating outside the caste system in place, but no one admonishes the children for disobedience. The ball runs away from one, and she chases it, only to be stopped when an arbiter scoops up the gray sphere. At first, she recoils, afraid of what the consequence will be for her infraction. But the arbiter hands her the ball and smiles at her, not an evil smile, but warm like the one you would receive from a friend. He pats her wiry hair as she takes the ball and runs back to the other children, where they continue playing their game. I feel eyes on me, and realize I have been standing still in the middle of the street for over a minute, as I watch the exchange between the children, unaware of a small crowd building around us from curious onlookers, but it's the looks on Renal's and Luther's faces that spur me to move. Both remain impassive, unwilling to share their innermost thoughts with the world, and unsure if they can trust the other, but each concerned about my reaction. The arbiter who handed the ball back to the child strolls past us and salutes me. Arbiter Noni, he says in a respectful tone. Confused by his behavior, he outranks me, and no outranking arbiter has ever saluted me before. I return the greeting and continue toward the rail station before my company worries about my odd behavior. As we walk the cracked pavement with the green stems of weeds poking through, trying to establish a foothold, we pass a store with a lopsided awning pulling away from its supports, shading a small table with green apples piled on it, and a woman offering them to any who pass by. But when she spots us, she stops, picks through her apples, selecting her best one before running up to me and places it in my palm. Thank you, she says as some of her brown curls escape the pins holding her hair. She wraps my fingers around the apple and scurries back to her table. Once again, I stand in the street, confused by her behavior, and she is not the only one to act this way toward me. My eyes survey the scenery surrounding me, seeing the strangeness for the first time. Citizens respecting those outside their caste, and plebeians being treated as equals. One man and his plebeian carry bags of potatoes, but when he notices his plebeian struggling, the man takes the bag from him. "Let me carry those," he says in a gentle voice. "You rest." I force my feet to move, and as Renal, Luther, and I walk past him, he looks up at me with an amicable grin and warm greeting. "Arbiter." The plebeian's step falters, and I throw my arms out to catch his scrawny arm, atrophied from age, and a grateful smile spreads across his pale and wrinkled face, making me wonder how he managed to live so long. The man swoops in and wraps the plebeian's arm around his shoulders, while holding the bags of potatoes with his free arm. That is when I notice it. On his arm where the sleeve slipped is a tattoo, crude, as though someone possessing no skills of finesse did it, and it matches the one I possess on the base of my neck, the first letter of my name and my serial number embedded in it. "Lean on me," he tells the plebeian in a gentle voice, before turning toward me. "Thank you." As we continue our trek to the rail station, oddities plague me as people act in a manner Arel deems unbecoming, and neither Luther or Renal say a word as they observe my reaction while keeping a wary eye on the other, and soon our silent walk ends. "What brings you to the medical facility?" Renal asks Luther. "I am an engineer." "And do you often need the assistance of an arbiter?" After the attack on the medical facility, I considered it prudent. I listened to their exchange, sensing a bit of mysteriousness from each, as though both are measuring the other and searching for his true intentions. But before they can continue, I notice an arbiter gluing a sign to the side of a building and walk toward it, curious as to what it says. Once in view of it, my eyebrows scrunch together as I stare at Tapiwa's pompous face as she stands erect and proud, looking to the sky as though seeking guidance, while her eyes appear to follow you, demanding your obedience. Next to her, in bold silver print, is a new slogan for all Arelians to live by. "Together we can build a sustainable future." Another poster goes up, featuring Tapiwa smiling as she eats. I cannot make out what she is supposed to be eating as I study the gooey, sloppy mess on the porcelain plate she holds, and I imagine her spitting it out as soon as the picture is taken. I read the words beneath her image. "A better protein, a more sustainable protein, the answer to the food crisis." Food crisis? What food crisis? My mind races as I try to grasp this new development, wondering what has happened within Arel during my time in the wildlands and forced quarantine, while a long-forgotten memory ebbs at my mind. In my 7th year at the training facility, word spread of a blight that affected the agricultural sector, destroying crops and livestock, thus causing a food shortage. I remember the morning I reported for breakfast to find a dish with some sort of red goo in its center, releasing an odor that made me want to vomit. I refused to eat it. Within moments, a female instructor forced my face into it until I choked on it as I tried to breathe. "Eat it or starve," she snapped at me. In the end, I ate it, only to throw it up later in the bathroom. A few years later, rumors spread that the reason for the shortage was because Arel's president, with the backing of the council, had ordered healthy livestock and crops to be destroyed as part of some experiment. Many within Arel died that year, including recruits, the weak ones we were told, and many more fell ill. And as I stare at the posters before me, I cannot help but wonder if history is repeating itself. "She expects us to eat that crap?" says a voice behind me, pulling me from my memories, and I turn to find a man glaring at the posters with disgust. And again, I wonder what has happened while I was in the wildlands. "How dare you question her?" says another, and I find myself trapped between two men intent on fighting one another, unsure of how the animosity between the two escalated so fast. "Why not?" quips the first one. "I'm not eating that slop." "Don't you want to do your part to save Arel?" The first man laughs at such nonsense. "Arel is in crisis and you're laughing." The two circle one another, each intent on forcing the other to agree, as their words turn more wrathful and their fists clench. "Enough!" I shout at them as Luther and Renal approach. "You are both Arelians, allies, not enemies." The second man looks at me in confusion. "President Tapiwa?" "I do not care what she says," I reply, fantasizing about implanting my fist in her face. I glance at the poster again, unsure of what she is supposed to be eating, or trying to convince others to consume as well, but it looks unappetizing, and I want nothing to do with it, so I say as much. If you want to eat that garbage, go ahead, but you've no right to force another to do the same. "What is your name, arbiter?" demands the second man, no doubt wanting to report me for sedition. Citizens are encouraged to report anyone who appears to not adhere to Arel's dictates, and some will report arbiters if they believe it will garner them a massive reward. In most cases, they are sent to the crematoriums, along with the one they turned in. I step closer, squaring my shoulders, readying myself for a fight. "Noni," I tell him, placing my face an inch away from his. "Go ahead and report me." A small crowd gathers around us as the man steps back, unsure of what to do, while the other salutes me, even though he is not an arbiter. "You shouldn't be here," the second man whispers. "You lost the challenge." "No, she didn't," says someone within the crowd, and I notice a crude tattoo, similar to the one I've seen moments before, underneath the collar of his blue uniform. "We all saw it. It was stolen from her." Murmurs flow through the crowd, growing with each second as people take sides, threatening to spill forth into a riot, and I step back, unsure of what to do, but Renal steps in. "Back to your posts," he shouts, "or I'll have you all arrested for an unauthorized gathering." One man takes a swing at him, but he puts him down with ease. "Anyone else wish to challenge me?" Renal's imposing stature forces them all to disperse and fade away as they mingle with others walking along the street. "Lieutenant," I say to him, "what happened while I was gone?" Renal extends his arm in the direction of the rail station, refusing to answer me, and I obey his unspoken command while Luther observes everything, but remains silent, choosing prudence over foolishness. We reach the platform and worm our way into the crowd gathered there, waiting for the rail car. Plebeians stand next to their masters instead of behind them, and again, I feel Renal's and Luther's eyes upon me, and a question forces its way to my mouth, but I bite my tongue, suppressing it, unsure if it is safe to ask it. The sharp whine of the rail car rises in the distance, intensifying with each second as it nears and rushes past us, creating a whirlwind that sends small bits of litter and dried leaves spiraling into the air, circling around us until it stops. The doors open with a hiss, and people rush inside, desperate to get aboard before the rail car speeds away. Once aboard, I hear the familiar cry of a woman, a plebeian, running to make it to the rail car in time. And for a moment, I find myself transported to my first day as a commissioned arbiter and how a plebeian woman pleaded, like this one does now, as she tried in vain to make it on board, but failed and was run over by the rail car because no one helped her, not even me. As this plebeian woman begs for the rail car to wait, squeezing the packages in her arms so that they will not fall, I push my way forward, unwilling to allow the past to repeat itself. But before I reach the doors, they start to close, and the fear that I have failed wafts over me. A man sticks his arm out, stopping the doors, and his muscles strain from the effort to hold them open for her. I push my way to the doors, joined by others, and together, we hold them open as the rail car starts to move and the woman dashes across the platform and leaps for the opening, and our outstretched hands, grabbing hold of us as we pull her inside before allowing the doors to seal shut. "Thank you," she says in a breathless voice before seeing me and recognizing me, even though we have never met, and says to me, "Most of us know you were robbed of your victory." Others around her see me for the time, nodding their heads in agreement and salute me, even though they are not arbiters. Unsure of what to do, I stand amid plebeians and citizens from different castes as they stare at me, not with fear, but with respect. The man who had first stuck his arm out to stop the doors from closing speaks so all can hear. The child never should have suffered such a fate. The others murmur their agreement as tears well in my eyes over the thought of Sheila's unfortunate demise and the terror she faced because I was not there to save her, to comfort her when she needed it most. Thank you, I whisper, as my voice cracks from my efforts to not break down in front of them and show weakness. A gentle hand rests on my shoulder, and I turn to find Luther's calm and intelligent eyes looking into mine as he guides me back, away from those gathered around me, and a quick glance reveals that Renal observes it all, but says nothing. The railcar speeds along its track, forcing me to grab hold of one of the bars running along the ceiling as it arcs upward, allowing us all to see ourselves in the topmost windows of the pristine buildings as the sunlight spills through the glass surrounding us, breaking into its colors of red, blue, green, and purple, while orange light drapes across my face, highlighting my brown eyes. I watch as plebeians and citizens alike talk with one another, something that has never been done before, chatting as though they are old friends, as though they never once despised one another. But that is not what intrigues me. Before today, I never observed citizens conversing among themselves in such an amicable manner, because in Arel, everyone distrusts one another and Arel encourages it, but something has changed. The railcar soars above the city, allowing me to see it in all its glory. But as I stare at the tops of the glass buildings, I find myself yearning for the ones made of stone that Perse had shown me. But it is not the structures I long for, but a place where I do not to have hide anymore, where I do not have to always be on my guard. My body leans forward as the railcar descends into the shadows obscuring the sun from view, delving deep into the belly of the beast as we enter the center of the eastern sector, passing underneath another set of tracks as a shuttle passes overhead. Shattered windows pass by us as we continue our short journey through a sea of decayed buildings, with awnings dangling from doorways at odd angles, as though making a desperate attempt to escape the black mold climbing up the exterior walls. The shuttle car banks to the left as it turns toward the platform, preparing to stop, and I tighten my grip on the bar as the brakes squeal. The efficiency of the rail cars must always be maintained, and my body jerks when we come to a sudden stop. The doors slide open, but people do not scramble over one another to get off like they had done in the past, choosing to depart one by one, each nodding in my direction as they do, muttering, "Arbiter." As they pass, I notice a man sitting in a far corner, watching, making no effort to get off the shuttle. But before I can dwell on it, Renal steers me to the open doors, and we run into the man who first helped the plebeian woman get on the rail car. "Arbiter," he says, not with fear, but with respect. "Noni," I tell him, unsure of what prompted me to tell him my name. "Noni," he muses, "that is a beautiful name." He walks off, leaving me alone on the platform with Renal and Luther. "Do you need us to escort you to your home?" Renal asks Luther. "I shall be fine from here," he replies, before nodding his head in my direction, as a way of saying farewell, for now. "Come," Renal says to me. I obey, knowing it is unwise to do otherwise at this moment, even though I want to ask him about the man in the corner of the rail car, but decide it prudent not to. As we hurry through the streets of the eastern sector, I notice the same behavior of those out and about as the ones near the medical facility, and wonder why they avoid every arbiter they see, except me. With me, they issue a pleasant greeting, not one that is forced, but genuine. It is different with my fellow arbiters. Some look upon me with respect, while others possess disdain. Their mannerisms are not the only thing that seems strange. Many have crude tattoos on them, out in the open for all to see, matching the one at the base of my neck. One woman passes me and points at her tattoo with pride as she smiles. The eeriness of it all forces me to hold my tongue no longer. "Lieutenant," I say, "what happened while I was away? The people here seem different." "You are the youngest arbiter to issue a challenge for the right of conquest. You are the youngest arbiter to receive the Arelian Medal of Honor. And of all the recipients, I am the only one left alive. Though Renal does not say it, his tone implies it. Previous rites of conquest have been used as instruction videos for recruits at the training facility. This you know. But what you are not aware of is the fact that Tapiwa chose to stream your exploits in the rite of conquest live throughout all of Arel. hoping to capture your death and have it serve as a warning, but it did not go according to her plan. He turns his gaze toward me. You were smart to destroy the drones. What? How does Renal know all this? Even as a marshal, he will not be privy to Tapiwa's innermost secrets or acts unless he is a party to it or has his own sources within her innermost circle keeping him informed. As always, more questions abound from Renal's actions than are answered. Kumi had warned me about Tapiwa's ever-changing mood toward her playthings, but it never occurred to me that this would be part of it. Lieutenant, I say, even though I know the answer to what I am about to ask, I want to see if Renal sheds any more light on it. Commander Vi mentioned that I am the only Medal of Honor winner left alive. What happened to the others? Arel is aware that heroes give people hope and pride in their own city, but heroes also have a way of gaining a following, which cannot be allowed. Think of all the Arelian heroes you were taught about at the training facility. How many are mentioned to have achieved any accomplishments after they were awarded their medal? None. They are all dead. During our lectures at the training facility, we learned about some within Arel who were deemed heroes and received a medal recognizing them for their achievement, and they died soon after, months if not weeks after. My assignment to the mines was never about increasing production, I say, as we reach the driveway leading to the manor, as its cracks and missing patches of asphalt, filled in with weeds, form a path for us to follow. Renal's face remains unreadable. Were you ordered to ensure that I never made it back to Arel? He stops and looks at me, and I shrink under his gaze, wishing I had not asked such a question, but I need to know the answer. My orders were to take care of you, he says in a stern tone. Clearly, their failure to clarify their meaning resulted in some miscommunication, a mistake that neither Commander Vi nor I intend to rectify. How? I begin, but he interrupts me. It is best you do not know. The door, the black mildew covering it, makes me miss the murky green color of the original manor, to the quarters assigned to us in the eastern sector as a temporary replacement until a more permanent settlement can be determined, opens as we approach. We step inside the dim interior, and I study the lit wall lamps and the anemic sunlight spilling through fogged glass windows that look as though they haven't been cleaned in weeks. 2 arbiters greet us in the hallway, and one slips a small bundle in my hand as he passes. If Renal notices, he gives no indication of it. I suggest you go to your quarters, he says. They are up those stairs and the second door on your right. Sir! Now! Knowing it best not to argue, I salute him before heading to the stairs, pausing when I reach the bottom step, its corner having broken away. Remembering my first day as an arbiter, and how Sheila had been sweeping paint chips on the floor with a broom near a staircase just like this one, and I kicked her little pile with callous neglect, not caring that it meant more work for her. And now, as I stare at that spot, I want nothing more than to undo that act, wishing I could have protected her from being torn apart by the wild dogs. Renal clears his throat, and I hurry up the stairs into my room, aware that my lingering garnered a few odd glances from some of the arbiters in one of the side rooms. The door to my assigned room slides open, allowing me inside, and I go in, heading straight for the window looking out at the wall surrounding the city, ever-present and unescapable, wishing I was beyond it because, despite the dangers the outside world held, I was free. Tears escape my eyes as Sheila's death weighs on my mind and my heart, and the knowledge that I failed both her and Chase tears away at the last vestiges of my soul. Noni, says a soft voice. I turn, seeing Chase for the first time as he steps from a shadowed corner, and run to him, allowing him to wrap his arms around me as I cry on his shoulder, unable to contain my tumultuous emotions any longer. He says nothing, but allows me to bury my face into him as he comforts me in the only way he can. The sun lowers in the sky and sinks behind the wall, but despite the passage of time, the tears refuse to stop, and Chase never moves. I'm sorry, Noni, he says when the crying slows. For what? I was unable to save her. There was nothing you could do. It is my fault. Don't say that. You made a bargain, and they chose not to honor it. Her death is on them, not you. Yes, it is. People die around me, I say. Chase hushes me, urging me to push such sentiments from my mind. But I can't. All I can think about is the fact that I am the reason for Sheila's death. We're getting out of here, I say. Chase pushes me away and stares into my eyes. Where will we go? I know a place. Noni? We're leaving, you, me, and Gwen. Gwen isn't here. What? When Reno brought me back here, other arbiters took her. He tried to stop them but couldn't. Their orders came from higher up. I can't leave without her. You won't, I say, not sure what to do with this new development, but I will never ask him to abandon his sister. We will find her, and we will all leave this place. A soft knock interrupts us. Straightening my uniform and wiping the last tears from my face, I stroll over to it, knowing that my blotchy eyes will be a giveaway of my emotional outburst, and open the door where a plebeian boy stands with a thin rolled disc. Sorry to bother you, ma'am, he says in a soft voice, but this was delivered for you. Thank you, I say, trying to keep my voice even as I take the disc before shutting the door. What is it? Asks Chase. I unroll the disc and a message appears. Commander Vi and I have been summoned to the home of Githinji. He's one of the most influential people within Arel, says Chase. Why would he invite you to his home? A picture flashes to life at the bottom of the message with a man dressed in the finest silks, showing off his perfect smile. But it is the small, plebeian girl with blonde hair that captures my attention. I think I know why, I say, pointing at Gwen. I roll up the disc and tuck it away, while Chase struggles to keep his anger and worry contained so as not to alarm me. I place my hand on his warm cheek and turn his face toward me, whispering, It's okay. We are all leaving Arel, I promise you. He wraps his arms around me again, pressing his face into my hair as he holds me close, and we stay that way long after the sun disappears below the horizon, as my mind thinks of one possibility after another for how to escape, always settling on the same solution: Luther. Chapter 19. Githinji. A soft, pale glow brightens the edges of the wall surrounding Arel, and I watch the arbiters stationed there walking along it as they wait to be relieved of duty. I woke before dawn, unable to sleep any longer, as my mind dwells on the impossibility of escaping Arel, finding the flaw in every plan I devise. Security is tighter, and the feeling of always being watched shadows my waking hours as I ponder who is keeping an eye on me and why. As I stare at the wall, while the pale glow morphs into a vibrant red with tinges of orange, making it look as though fire overwhelms it, I think of Perse, hoping that he escaped Moeller's little army, angered that I lost the flare gun he had given me. How shall I call for his help now? Chase snorts as he rolls over, causing me to smile as the sun peeks over the wall, brightening the room with its warm glow and warning me that it is time to get dressed. I step to my closet and pull out a uniform, pulling the pants up over my toned rump and snapping the waistband in place, pausing when my hands reach the area of my lower abdomen where the scars are. My fingers roll the fabric of my undershirt up, exposing the scars of my forced hysterectomy, reminding me that I will never be able to bear children, an ability stolen from me by Arel because it decided that I should be an arbiter, emotionless and robotic. Anger fills me for a moment, and I yank my uniform jacket off its hanger, causing it to fall to the floor, but I ignore its clatter as I think about the jacket Perse had purchased for me, another thing Arel stole from me. Everything okay? Chase moans from the bed, waking up. It's fine, I say, putting on my jacket. He crawls out of bed and stands before me, brushing a strand of black hair from my cheek. You do not need to protect me. But I do, I whisper back to him. I rest my head against his chest and listen to his heartbeat. What if we never get out of here? I say. We will, he replies. I have faith in you. His words bring a smile to my face. Your hair, however, does not look like an arbiter's, he says. Chase leads me to a chair and picks up the brush, gliding it through my long hair, never pulling when he encounters a knot, but works it out with gentle strokes so as not to cause discomfort. Mesmerized by how well he treats my hair, I watch his reflection in the mirror as he finishes brushing it before braiding it and twisting it into a bun, pinning it into place, but being careful not to tug it as he does so. "Now you look like an arbiter," he says, admiring his work. "I still need my boots." "Stay right there, my lady." He grabs my boots and brings them to me, but instead of allowing me to slip them on myself, he holds one out, waiting for me to put my foot in it, and laces it up for me. "You don't need to serve me," I say. "I want to," Chase replies. Once my boots are laced up and secured, Chase holds his hand out for me, and I take it, allowing him to help me stand up. A knock sounds at the door, and I open it, finding a young plebeian there. "Commander Vi is waiting for you, mistress," he says, before pointing at Chase, "and she wants you to bring him." "Thank you," I reply, and as the boy hurries away, I stop him, noticing how scrawny he is. "Why don't you go to the kitchen and get something to eat? If anyone gives you trouble, tell them you are obeying my orders." A hopeful gleam fills the boy's eyes, and he runs down the hallway and to the stairs, eager to get to the kitchen. "We should go," I say. Chase puts on his shirt and follows me down to the foyer where Commander Vi awaits us, both of us uncertain about her insistence that he comes along. "For a moment, I thought you were going to sleep all day," she says in her usual curt manner. "My apologies, Commander," I reply, sneaking a quick peek into the kitchen. Someone had left the door open, pleased to see the boy eating. The view screen in the gathering area flashes to life as one of Arel's state-approved reporters' face fills the screen, taking me aback since I am not yet used to the layout of our new quarters after the destruction of the manor. The woman's serious demeanor draws my attention, and I turn toward the view screen as her yellow-tinted lips move and her tone remains somber so as to convey the seriousness of her message, or rather Arel's pre-approved report. More uprisings take place as another processing plant goes up in flames, started by treacherous rebels within the city. In response to the impending food shortages, President Tapiwa has called for a new sustainable food source developed by Aurelian scientists. The camera cuts to a man in a gold-colored uniform with white around his collar and the cuffs of his sleeves as he holds up a Petri dish with a spongy substance in it. "In meeting this crisis," he says, "we have developed a better food product sourced from a combination of mealworms and synthesized proteins. It will meet all your dietary needs and consumes only a fourth of our resources to create. Agriculture will no longer be needed as we build a stronger and healthier Arel." The camera fades from the scientist and Tapiwa appears on the screen, acting as though she is speaking before a crowd. "There is nothing we cannot achieve together. We are a proud people who have overcome insurmountable odds. First, at the hands of the fair-skinned, and now this, brought upon us by our own kind, by traitors amongst us. Under my rule, Arel will always be strong. We will always prevail so long as we always maintain our collective unity." Cheers come through the speakers, but the camera never pans over the crowd, making me wonder if this entire video of hers is staged, and the cynical part of me believes it to be the truth as her lips curve into a small smirk before she catches herself and recomposes herself as someone concerned for her people. "Strength in our kind, strength in numbers, strength over weakness. Weakness is failure, failure is death." While Tapiwa repeats the mantra of Arel, a mantra instilled in us all since birth, the mouths around me repeat it as well, but I do not, and as others take notice of my blasphemy, they stop as well. The camera focuses back on the reporter, who continues her pre-prepared story. Fueled by President Tapiwa's resolve to meet this crisis head-on, Aurelians band together in acceptance of the solution provided by Aurelian wisdom. Images of Aurelian citizens enjoying the spongy slop appear on the screen, but their eyes, and the armed arbiters surrounding them, betray the falsity of their actions. We will keep you updated on this developing story. The view screen goes blank while I glare at it, certain that the Aurelian news will keep us all up to date as and when Tapiwa and the Aurelian Council see fit. I turn toward Commander Vi, but she refuses to indulge my questioning nature. "We're late," she says, and I bow my head, knowing what is expected of me, while the feeling that there is more to this outing than a simple summons washes over me, but I shove it aside and follow her. Commander Vi leads us to the driveway, where a transport awaits us and signals for us to get inside. Once again, I sit in the back, as is my place, while Commander Vi sits in the front, knowing that decorum must be maintained, but when Chase starts to sit in the footwell, I stop it. There is decorum, and there is abuse. No, I say, stopping him, and he shakes his head, warning me not to break the rules here, but he deserves a small amount of respect. Even if it is allowing him the dignity of sitting in the seat instead of the footwell, you'll sit in the seat. An appalled expression crosses the driver's face and he opens his mouth to protest, but Commander Vi stops him. You heard her, she says in a stern voice. Chase settles in the seat with unease, wondering if Commander Vi is toying with him, but she says nothing and closes her door, indicating to the driver that we are to leave. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, I resist the urge to grab hold of Chase's hand and stare out the tinted window instead, as the sun's rays drape across my face, only to disappear when we near the center of the eastern sector, and its buildings tower over us. The wall of one crumbles away bit by bit, exposing metal rods that used to keep it intact, and I turn my head to get a better glimpse of it, knowing that it was not like that before I was forced into the wilds. As I do, I spot a replica of my tattoo, the one Arel gave me upon my birth on the base of my neck, painted on the crumbling exterior wall. More buildings, as damaged as the last, bearing the same replica of my tattoo, pass by us, making me wonder what took place within the city while I was gone. We had an incident while you were away, Commander Vi says, without turning her head to look at me. She knows me and my curiosity too well. As we continue through the city, the dilapidated buildings of the eastern sector disperse before being no more as the well-constructed structures of the southern sector replace them, standing tall and proud, letting any who pass by them know that they are in a better and more affluent part of Arel. I stare at the windows with plant boxes on them and the assortment of flowers growing within them, surprised that such a thing is allowed, knowing that Arel does not like frivolity, but demands conformity. But my amazement vanishes the moment I realize that each box contains 3 marigolds, 2 irises, and 4 tulips, Tapiwa's favorite plants. A hand bursts out a window, where a box with 5 marigolds rests, and plucks 2 of them, leaving only 3, and tosses the 2 unwanted flowers into the street, where they glide past my window before landing on the pavement to be trampled by those allowed outside. Like the eastern sector, uniformed citizens, each wearing a specific color denoting their station, walk the streets, ignoring the transport as we drive past. Transfixed, I watch the ordered lines of colors as uniformed citizens stroll by, but my eyes flicker to a man in a green uniform. On his hand is a replica of my tattoo, picking up a tablet that a woman in a red uniform dropped, disobeying Arel's rule about the classes mixing. But what startles me is how no one takes notice of it and treats the incident as normal, including the arbiter passing by. I steal a quick glance at Commander Vi, who keeps her eyes focused straight ahead, refusing to acknowledge what I witnessed, or that anything has changed, or maybe she is wise not to speak of it, making me wonder once again about what has happened within Arel during my time in the wilds. As though in answer to my question, the transport drives past the blackened, hollowed remains of what was once the office for the Ministry of Justice within the southern sector. A portion of the roof caves in and crashes on the ground, sending plumes of ashen dust into the air, blocking my view of it for a moment until the wind whisks it away, allowing me to see a familiar mark in red paint on the inner wall, one I have come to know well, the symbol of Arel crossed out. The transport turns left onto a winding driveway made of black asphalt that reflects the bright sunlight almost as though it is made of glass. But it's the golden spikes up ahead with the naked bodies of men and women impaled upon them, forming a fenced perimeter around a building the size of a city block, with 3 black spires stretching upward into the sky that command my attention and horrify me. The sunlight appears to form waves as it shines upon the exterior walls, making them sparkle as though they are made of thousands of jewels, while the curved windows remind me of eyes and give me the uneasy feeling of being watched. the gate opens, allowing us through, and my eyes wander to the men impaled on the golden spikes as their blood forms jagged red streaks that ooze their way downward to the asphalt. The hand of one moves, causing me to gasp. How is this man allowed to get away with this? Before I know it, my mouth starts to ask this question. Commander? Silence. Commander Vi's stern voice stills my tongue. I have heard rumors of Githinji, but thought them to be more fiction than truth. Seeing the impaled bodies surrounding the manor turns that fiction into an all-too-real scenario. As we pass by them, Chase and I share a terrified look, but keep our mouths shut, knowing the consequences of speaking up. The dark asphalt makes me feel as though I am being led to the depths of the underworld to have my soul ripped from body before being buried for all eternity, never to see the sun again. Nerves cause my stomach to quake as the transport parks near an entranceway, with a three-pointed arch supported by two gray columns and made of vantablack with little specks of amber sprinkled throughout it, giving it the appearance of stars within a black hole. The moment the transport stops, Commander Vi steps out, and Chase and I do the same, only to be greeted by a man wearing silk as dark as his skin, making it difficult to distinguish the two, and a square-shaped hat covering his shaved head. Welcome, he says to us. I hope you will enjoy your stay. This way, please. Unsure of what to expect, we all follow him through the entranceway and into a world I do not recognize. Vines, fake ones made from a spongy material and painted green to look realistic, brush my shoulders as we pass through the opening and into the manor. I reach up and touch one, remarking at how lifelike it is, but stop the moment I notice the floor. Blood red with darker shades of crimson mixed in, making it look as though I am walking through a recent massacre, and the pale light adds to the ominousness of this place as it forms a deep contrast with the pale green walls. I stop. Moaning reaches my ears, forcing me to study the shadows within the walls and step closer to them. They are people. Nails hold them to the wall, and some have been hung within the last hour, as a bright red stream trickles from their wounds and to the floor below, disappearing in its matching color. Admiring my Dr. Sakor, I see, says a strong voice as a man steps out of another doorway and into the middle of the room. Githinji, I presume, says Commander Vi. At your service, he replies. And you, my dear, he says to me, what do you think of it? It's repulsive, I reply before my mind is able to clamp my mouth shut. Anger flashes across Githinji's eyes, but before he can say a word, Commander Vi's voice echoes off the walls. I'm sure you did not bring us here to admire the Diati core. So I didn't, he says. He motions for us to follow him and leads us through a darkened hallway with black lamps lit, casting deep shadows upon walls made of the deepest shade of green I have ever seen. Unable to help myself, I reach out and touch it, jerking my fingers back the moment something sharp pricks their tips, and as I inspect closer, I realize that the walls are not smooth like they are in other places within Arel, but made of tiny copper needles, but aged so that it created a green hue. My foot trips on a rug. After steadying myself, I glance at the others, making certain they are too occupied to notice me lagging behind, before bending down on one knee and grabbing the edge of the rug, noting its leathery feel, but remarking at how it seems different. This is no normal rug like what I've seen in the presidential palace. I hold it out to one of the lamps on the wall, trying to catch the light for a better glimpse, and jump back the moment I realize what is in my hands. Human skin. I cover my mouth so as not to yell in outrage as I stand back, allowing myself a better glimpse of what I have been standing on, aghast at the humanoid shapes from the lightest to the darkest shade, all sewn together to form a runner rug for the corridor, with braids made from human hair serving as tassels to give it a finished appearance. I drop it in disgust and hurry after the others, wondering why this man is allowed to live in Arel. You're plebeian, begins Githinji. Stays with us, Commander Vi finishes for him. Annoyance flashes across his eyes, but he rids himself of it as he pastes a fake smile upon his lips, pretending to be the gracious host. This way. The corridor ends in a set of wooden doors, encased in steel edging with the faces of people in pure agony carved upon them, open before us, allowing torchlight to spill upon us as we enter a massive room with a curved table in its center, and within the hollow formed by the table rests a cart with covered trays upon them. Awed by the torchlight, no one in Arel uses such an archaic form of light. I stare at the dancing flames as bits of smoke wisp away from their edges. Plebeians appear to walk out of the walls, startling me, until I realize that their clothing is made to make them look like the wall itself, disguising them from guests so as to catch them off guard. They pull out chairs for Githinji, Commander Vi, and me. Wary, but knowing that I have little choice, I sit in the chair while Chase stands behind me like a dutiful servant, keeping my gaze upon the plebeians surrounding us as a bad feeling fills the deepest pit of my stomach, warning me that something is not as it seems. Bits of light dance around us as the plebeians each pick up a covered tray and place it in front of us, removing the lid and exposing our meal. Steamed broccoli with dates, swimming in some sort of sauce that looks more like dried blood than anything edible. "I must say," Githinji says to me, shoving a broccoli floret in his mouth after soaking it in the sauce, "that I am intrigued by your exploits." "How so?" I ask, refusing to touch my food. "It isn't often that a young arbiter issues the challenge to the right of conquest and manages to survive," I say, finishing his statement for him. A sardonic smile crosses his lips. "You're not touching your food. Is it not to your liking?" I glance at the meal, not trusting it. Even Commander Vi refuses to touch hers. Chase walks up to both our plates, takes a piece of broccoli from them, and places them in his mouth, chewing in slow, rhythmic fashion, and nods when satisfied that nothing is wrong with it. As Githinji's eyes study my every move, I cut off a piece of the broccoli not covered in sauce and place it in my mouth, aware that this is another test, and swallow the mushy vegetable, wondering if he had it overcooked on purpose. I place another piece of unsoaked broccoli in my mouth, making certain I do not touch the sauce, but it falls from my fork and lands on the table, forcing me to notice the details of the dining set for the first time. My fingers brush the smooth, black marble of the table's surface as I stare into its darkness, as though being pulled into an abyss from which there is no escape. A torch flickers, making me gasp as ghost-like faces etched deep within the marble itself come to life, each one in agony and crying for help, and stare at me as though I am their only hope for release from the torturous prison trapping them in a never-ending agony. Feeling Githinji's eyes upon me, I pick up the fallen piece of broccoli and place it in my mouth, while keeping my face impassive so as not to give away any hint that the horridness of the table's artwork, or are they real faces, unnerved me in any way. "I must say, Noni," Githinji says in a sweet tone that is about as honest as water telling you it isn't wet, "you have made quite the name for yourself here." "I do not believe so," I reply, keeping my voice steady so as to mask the anxiety that has been coursing through me ever since I stepped foot in this wretched place. "How so?" continues Githinji, while Commander Vi's gaze darts from him to the plebeians around us, wondering what else hides in the shadows, and I notice her grab the knife next to her plate and move it to her lap. "I am an arbiter, that is all," I say. "A bit more than that, I'm afraid," Githinji continues, and my eyes narrow as he speaks. "No arbiter has ever issued the right of conquest for the sake of a plebeian." "If you had done your research," I reply, "you would know that there is more to it than that. My challenge to molars was a long time coming." "Are you ready for the main course?" asks Githinji in an innocent tone. Unease fills me when Githinji motions for the plebeians to bring in another round of dishes, each with a silver cover reflecting the dancing light of the torches. The archaic lighting makes me feel as though I am trapped in a tomb, buried alive, and I cringe when one is placed in front of me and its lid removed. It's moving. Disgust overwhelms me as I stare at the pile of mealworms as they wriggle around on the polished plate. Some drop off the side and onto the table, trying to navigate their way around crickets that look as though they had been charred in a fire before being served as a meal. I swipe my plate off the table, and its clatter bounces off the walls when it hits the floor, scattering the mealworms and crickets. A plebeian swoops in and sweeps them up before disappearing back into the shadows. Not to your liking? Githinji motions for the plates to be removed. It seems the rest of Arel shares your sentiments. Oh, I keep forgetting. You weren't here when Tapiwa made the announcement. My eyes narrow, suspicious of Githinji's words and motives. I'm surprised that your commander hasn't told you about the food shortages. Processing plants have mysteriously gone up in flames, destroying months' worth of food, not to mention the diseases spreading through our livestock, killing them. I must say that I find Tapiwa's solution ingenious. I'll let them eat crickets, she said. I'm sure you arbiters will adapt, but as for the rest of Arel, a few deaths are always acceptable when keeping the population under control. I bite my tongue as I clench my fists underneath the table, imagining what I would do to this man if allowed. You don't agree? How else does one find food during a shortage? I hunt, I say, allowing my venomous tone to reverberate throughout the room, thus making my intentions clear as I stare at my chosen prey. Commander Vi taps her index and middle finger of her right hand on the table, warning me to remain in control of my impulses. Why? What does she know that I do not? Githinji locks his eyes on mine, but his face and fallacious, jovial tone never falters. It seems we must all find a way to fill our stomachs. I remain silent. Perhaps the main course will be more to your liking. Both Commander Vi and I stare at Githinji as he waves his hand, and what appears to be a covered tower on wheels is rolled into the room by two plebeians going through the opening of the curved table, stopping in its center. They rip the cover off, revealing a cage with a naked and terrified woman chained to it. Her whimpering cries infuriate me as I picture what I would do to Githinji himself if I could, but I push such thoughts from my mind, knowing that they are a distraction at a time when I need to remain focused. My fists clench as the desire to rescue her shoves its way to the forefront of my mind, but I will myself to remain still, knowing that there is nothing I can do as the ominous feeling that had overwhelmed me when I first entered this place is proven correct. What was her crime? Demands Commander Vi. Pardon? Says Githinji. This woman is no plebeian, Commander Vi replies. What was her crime? A sadistic smile snakes across Githinji's face. She fell in love with a plebeian. He flicks his hand, and a plebeian man stalks up to the crying woman, pulling out a curved knife and allowing the sharpened blade to glint in the torchlight as he reaches for her exposed breast with his other hand and stretches it out. My hand goes for my knife, but Commander Vi seizes my wrist, stopping me as the man cuts off the woman's breast amongst a torrent of screams and places it on a platter for another plebeian to set before me. I stare at the breast and the blood pooling beneath it as its nipple mocks my anger at such a terrible act, wishing to make Githinji pay as the woman's agonized screams echo around me, while blood pours from the gap on her chest. It is time for him to reap what he has sown. She shrieks even louder as the plebeian man raises his knife to her other breast and severs it from her body, not caring about the blood that sprays his arm, and places it on a tray to be set before Commander Vi. Transfixed by a rage desiring justice and the knowledge that such an act will warrant swift action, I continue to stare at the bloody breast until my mind decides that it does not care about the consequences, and once again, my hand reaches for my knife only to be stopped by Commander Vi's firm grip. Is the food not to your liking? Says Githinji, and I am surprised that I can hear his words among the woman's screams. I shove the platter away. I've lost my appetite. The music has lost its ambience, Githinji sighs, and the man with the knife slices the blade across the woman's throat, silencing her. Perhaps you would prefer something sweeter. My eyes widen as a familiar person is dragged into the room with tears streaming down her bruised face. Some are yellowed from trying to heal, while the others are fresh and swollen. Gwen! I thrust my hand back to stop Chase from reacting, knowing that Githinji wants him to. Besides, if anyone is going to punish this cannibalistic bastard, it will be me. A man forces her to the table and she looks at me with wide, terrified eyes as tears fill them, and I know what Githinji plans. They're so tender when they are young, he says, stroking her blonde curls as her lips quiver from fear. The pit of my stomach grows larger as the realization of what he intends to do swamps my entire being. He grabs her wrist and stretches her arm out on the table and raises his knife in the air, prepared to slice off her hand, but before he can make another move, I reach for my knife, shoving Commander Vi's hand out of the way, prepared for her reaction, seize it, and throw it. Githinji yelps as he drops his knife and stares at his hand with my blade poking through his palm as his blood drips from its edge. "Touch her again and I will take your other," I growl at him. Githinji jerks his head, but before he can do anything else, Commander Vi leaps from her seat, jumping over the table and lands next to him, placing her own blade at his throat. "If anything happens to my arbiter, I'll spill your blood all over this table." "You'll both be put to death for this," Githinji says in a low voice. "Arbiters do not fear death," Commander Vi says, as armed men appear from the shadows. "But you're terrified of it. Go ahead, tell your men to kill us. You'll be dead before they do." I scold myself for not being aware of their presence, but my commander knew of them. "We're leaving," says Commander Vi before looking at Chase. "Grab her." Chase rushes to his sister, who nestles into his arms, relieved to be with someone who cares for her, and he whispers something to her, comforting her. "Let's go," commands Commander Vi as she lifts Githinji from his chair. I get up from my seat and move toward Githinji and rip the knife from his hand, prepared to use it as more men surround us. The armed guards keep their distance as Commander Vi leads us through the room and to the corridor with the runner rug made from human skin, never taking her eyes off them or allowing her blade to leave Githinji's throat. As we reach the doorway, the guards disperse as though directed to do so, and one look at Githinji tells me that he never gave them that order, not even a silent one, and as I wonder who did, I spot a flicker of movement and zero in on the familiar shape as it tries to remain hidden. Tapiwa. Before my mind can ponder about her presence and what she is up to, I force it to focus on the matter at hand, getting out of this chamber of horrors. We duck through the doorway and hurry through the corridor to the foyer, but no one stops us. Once we reach the outside world, Commander Vi throws Githinji aside, and he grunts as he hits one of the statues, but remains silent, too afraid to speak, or knows that he was never in control. Commander Vi hurries to the transport and rips the driver's door open. "Get out!" The driver stares at her, confused. "Did I stutter?" she growls, placing her knife by his throat. He jumps out of the transport and she takes his place, starting it up as I hop into the passenger seat and Chase and Gwen get in the back. She steers the transport down the long lane and to the street below, and I find myself wondering when she learned to drive, but shove the extraneous thought aside. "We should hide," I say. "No," replies Commander Vi. "Commander," I say, "they will never let you get away with this." They want us to do one of two things, go underground or head straight for the gate. Both will get us killed before the day is over. "Commander!" "Noni, you need to trust me." I settle back into my seat, knowing I have little choice but to do as she says, and take a quick glance toward the back where Chase comforts his sister and nods his head as though trying to tell me that they will be all right. Buildings whiz past us in a blur as we work our way back to the eastern sector, and before I know it, we pull into the driveway leading to our temporary quarters. Commander Vi parks the transport and orders us to get out, and we do so, hurrying through the entrance doors and into the manor itself. "Commander!" Renal stalks up to her. "You need to see this." He takes us to the main living area, where a monitor flashes to life as Arel's approved newscasters appear. "We have breaking and disturbing news," one says. Githinji, one of the most well-respected citizens of Arel, was found dead just moments ago inside his home. "They work fast," Commander Vi mumbles, but I remain silent, knowing that she intended for no one to hear her as I ponder whether Tapiwa killed him soon after we left his residence. The entrance door slides open as members of the palace guard hurry inside, causing my fellow arbiters to raise their weapons in defense, creating a standoff. "Commander Vi," says one of the guards, and a patch on his arm tells me that he is a captain. "You are under arrest for the death of Githinji." "Is that so?" Commander Vi challenges him. "Tell me, Is it customary for arbiters to be arrested for enforcing the law? You killed him. I never harmed him, Commander Vi interrupts. Take her, the man orders, but before his subordinates can move, Commander Vi speaks. I would be very careful about your next move. As her words sink in, the arbiters under her commander put their hands on their own weapons, ready to defend their commander even if it means their death. I think your superior will find this to be of interest, says Commander Vi, as she pulls a small round button from her jacket. It's a camera. She knew Githinji's invitation was a setup. In fact, I'm sure that all of Arel will find it of interest as well. The captain makes a move for it, but Commander Vi jerks her hand back. I suggest we come to some sort of agreement, she says. The captain listens to his earpiece a moment before replying, What sort of agreement? Githinji's unusual pastimes will come to light, one way or the other. Such secrets never remain hidden, and you know the outcome if citizens learn that you concealed it for years. So which story are they going to hear? The one where 2 arbiters learned of his activities and punished him according to the law, or the other where Arel's own president knew of his misdeeds and hid it for her own gain? What's to stop me from taking that camera from you? The captain demands. Commander Vi looks around the room at her arbiters. Again, the captain listens to his earpiece before speaking. Your terms are acceptable. He holds out his hand and Commander Vi places the tiny camera in his palm, pleased when he closes his fist around it. And don't make the mistake of believing you have the only copy, she warns. Scowling, the captain turns and orders those under his command to leave, and we watch as they file out of the manor and into their transports, listening to the engines as they fade away. Don't you all have duties to attend to? Commander Vi barks, and everyone puts their weapons away and goes back to their activities. She turns to Chase. Take her to her quarters. You'll be finishing her duties for today. Chase refuses to argue as he leads his sister to the basement door and disappears through it, glad to have Gwen back as I remain behind, wondering why Commander Vi has done all this. Commander, I begin, but she stops me. Whatever you're going to do it soon. She starts for her office, but pauses a moment. It's too bad you don't know someone with intimate knowledge of Arel's secrets. Her door snaps shut behind her as she vanishes inside her office, leaving me alone in the manor's gathering area, plagued by questions for which I will never receive the answer. I turn for the stairs leading to my room and find Renal, who nods his head in a greeting before strolling past, heading for Commander Vi's office. How did their friendship form? What makes them loyal to the other? It's not romantic, it's respect. Determined to get Chase and Gwen out of Arel, I head up the stairs to my room to get some rest because I have a meeting with Luther tonight, even if he is unaware of it. Chapter 20. A request. A wisp of chilled air caresses my exposed cheek as I poke my head through the hole in the fence and stare at Luther's door as a single light glows in his covered window, broken by a crack in the grime-filled glass. Another sign of the eastern sector's decay being allowed to happen despite Tapiwa's promise to remedy such neglect. I pull the covering. I had ripped a part of my blanket off and fashioned it into a hood so as to conceal my identity. A little further down my face and touch the bare spot on my wrist, reminding myself that my wristband is safe underneath my pillow as I debate my next act. I do not wish to get Luther into more trouble or to put his life in danger, but he knows secrets about Arel, secrets that were never on the city schematics recruits were forced to memorize at the training facility. I need that knowledge now. A quick sweep of the space between me and Luther's door tells me that the coast is clear. It is now or never. If I do not risk this, I will never be able to get Chase and Gwen out of Arel. I dart from the shadows and up the stairs to Luther's door, but before I can raise my hand to knock, it flings open and a hand yanks me inside, closing the door behind me. I knew you would come, Luther says as I pull my makeshift hood off. You've been expecting me? I reply. Ever since this appeared. Luther walks over to a monitor in the other room with the Arelian news playing. A most horrific scene was found at the home of Githinji today as arbiters swooped in amid a series of reports of cannibalism taking place there, says the anchor on the screen. What they found has shocked us all. A respected man of Arelian society, Githinji has been keeping plebeians for the sole purpose of consuming them. He says the last bit with a mixture of disgust and confusion before continuing. Led by Commander Vi, arbiters appeared at Githinji's house and discovered his horrific acts, executing him as he tried to escape Arelian law. A true testament to the swift justice Arel offers us all. I'm sure we can all sleep in peace now that this butcher is gone. That was fast. They wasted no time in acting upon Commander Vi's words and spun the story to put Arel in a positive light. But the real tragedy, continues the news anchor, is what influenced Githinji to commit his crimes. A plebeian that has been at Githinji's side since his birth filled his mind with hatred toward his fellow Arelian and influenced him to become the butcher. Plebeians by their nature are untrustworthy and filled with hatred toward all. It's in their DNA and systemic. Their vile nature corrupted Githinji and forced Arel to put down one of their own. Though we are pleased one evil has been eliminated, Arel will not be sleeping tonight so long as the scourge of the fair-skinned remains. I watched the broadcast with incredulity, amazed at how the newscaster went from telling us that we can all sleep in safety to we cannot sleep at all in less than 2 minutes. Luther shuts off the monitor and throws a blanket over it, covering it. Did they just make an excuse for that monster? I say in astonishment. Did you really believe they would admit that a man like that was a product of their own making? Societies like Arel always need a scapegoat, and who better than those that have been forced into slavery and demonized because of their pigmentation? Will people believe this nonsense? You know they will. I let out an exasperated sigh. When you live as long as I have, says Luther, you will learn that some will always believe anything and everything they are told by a person in authority, while others will question what they hear. In Arel, the latter are eliminated, leaving only the former. Now, you did not come here to talk to me about this. I need to leave Arel. It seems you missed that opportunity when you were already outside the wall. You misunderstand me, I say. I need to leave Arel with Chase and his sister. We cannot stay here, but I know that I cannot use the same method I used for the others. Luther rubs his chin as he considers my request, and I watch the gears of his mind turn over, contemplating my request and whether he can meet the demands of it. He stalks over to a cabinet with a single, 6-pointed star carved on it, its uneven lines indicating that it had been done by a child, and opens the left door, pulling out what looks more like a stack of napkins. But as he comes closer, I realize it is a map. Without a word, Luther clears a table and motions for me to approach as he unfolds a map and flattens it out in an attempt to undo the creases that time has etched in it. There is one weak point in the wall, Luther says, placing his finger on the map. Unlike the eastern sector, the southern sector is not as well protected. Only half of the southern sector is covered by the wall. The rest is protected by the terrain that Arel is built into. The eastern sector has always been the only sector exposed to the wildlands, which is why the wall surrounds it in its entirety, and is why it always suffers attacks from barbarians. Think about it, Noni. This one section of the wall never suffers an attack. Never! In the entire history of Arel, it has never seen one barbarian attack. Not only is that an oddity, it is something that should be of interest to you. This one section is not well guarded. There are not even wild dogs here. I stare at Luther with a confused look. No wild dogs? Do you know how the barbarians get the weapons they use to attack us? Arel gives it to them, I say, remembering what I had witnessed while outside the wall. Yes, but they have to be smuggled out in secret. Otherwise, people might witness it and ask questions. This one area is where they do just that. How do you know this? I ask. My position allows me a few privileges. Now getting out that way is the easy part. Easy part? I'm sure there will be a few arbiters guarding it. Yes, but a few of them should be no problem for you. It's getting there that will be the hard part. You may have been able to sneak around the eastern sector after curfew, but our lack of surveillance due to the constant attacks played in your favor. In the southern sector, the cameras work quite well, and you know well that you cannot take a railcar there in the middle of the night, nor will you be able to sneak two plebeians to this one spot during the day without raising questions.
So how do I get there?
Luther points to a section of the map and runs his finger along it, pointing out a path to follow. There is an unfinished tunnel. Another tunnel? I ask.
This one is different. It was supposed to be used as an underground railway to transport arbiters around the city to put down any protests. I'm sure you're familiar with such tunnels.
I nod my head. This one experienced unforeseen problems, and they decided to abandon it. It hasn't been used since. Now, I cannot tell you that you will be able to get through it for certain, but if you are desperate to get out of Arel, it may be your only option.
Where is its entrance?
Luther points at the map. Here, it is disguised as a drain. They didn't seal it completely?
They saw no need. The entrance is in the middle of the public square in the southern sector and is patrolled by arbiters. You'll have to time it right.
Are you saying people have been walking over this method of escape without realizing it?
Luther nods his head.
I frown, not liking this plan, but I know I cannot walk out of Arel and bottle up my questions, choosing to focus on the task before me.
And the exit?
Here, not far from the wall. It's been turned into a cache. There might be 1 or 2 arbiters there, but I'm certain it's nothing you can't handle. They change them every 15 minutes. Are you telling me that they allowed an abandoned tunnel to be a secret entrance to a cache? I ask, incredulous. Hubris knows no bounds, replies Luther. The abandoned tunnel is the cache. Very few know about this tunnel, and fewer still are willing to risk such a venture to escape. Most attempt to slip through the obvious weak points. How do you know all this? I ask. You are not the only one to consider leaving, replies Luther. I stare at the map, considering Luther's plan. It is risky, but so is staying in Arel, so I commit the map to memory as I remember the flare gun Perse had given me to signal him for help and how I had lost it, wishing I had it now.
What's wrong? Luther asks, sensing a change in my demeanor.
I consider not telling him, but there is no point in keeping secrets from him. There was a man outside the wall who helped me. He gave me a special flare gun to use as a way of signaling to him that I needed help. I could use it now.
What happened to it?
I lost it after my encounter with Molars. That's unfortunate. I'm sure you'll find a way to contact him.
It doesn't matter, I say in a weary tone. The tunnel is the easy part. The trick will be getting to the southern sector unnoticed. I cannot take a main road, and as you've said before, railcars are out of the question.
Luther grins. What divides the sectors? Walls and massive hedges.
Did you never ask why hedges were used as markers for the boundaries between the different sectors?
No, I did not. Luther continues. If people believe they are in a prison, they will act on it. But if you disguise that prison with beauty and entertainment, they will willingly stay, hence the greenery and yearly gauntlet. The hedges themselves are made of thorny brush that have grown around barbed wire fences, disguising it from view. If you make it past the thorns, you have the other to deal with, but it is doable. As I listen to him, I wonder if he has too much faith in my abilities, but I also realize that my opportunity for escaping Arel may soon vanish, and this is my only hope. I would try to cross here. Luther points at the map. Where it is thinnest, and it is close to the plaza. There are cameras here, here, and here. I study the map but realize it is getting late, and I need to get back to the manor before anyone realizes I am missing. As though reading my mind, Luther starts to fold the map. You should come with us, I say to him. He stops and looks at me. There was a time I considered leaving, but with Mora and my wife gone, I have no reason to. Let me give you a reason, 2 of them. We need your help and we need more than a map. Noni. Please, I beg him, don't ask me to lose another. A small smile fills Luther's face. So, the trained killer has a soft spot for an old man. Because the old man has a soft spot for an irredeemable killer. Luther turns away and places the map back in its drawer, shutting it with a soft thump that fills the silent space between us. "Come with us," I say again. Luther doesn't answer.
"We leave in 48 hours. If that lamp in your window is lit, I'll know you've decided to stay."
I head for the door, but before I can open it, Luther stops me. "Noni," he says with a note of concern. "Be careful."
"Same to you," I reply as I slip outside and dart off into the night, hoping to make it back to the manor before sunrise. Chapter 21. Snared.
Air escapes my lungs as I lie on my cot and release a long, slow breath in an attempt to calm my nerves as the darkness settles around me, informing me that the time has come for me to get Chase and Gwen out of Arel. There will be no turning back. Another slow release of air forces its way through my parted lips when I turn toward the monitor in my room, remembering my last conversation with Faya. She had called me earlier in the day, an odd act considering her overt hatred for me after Joel's demise. Not that I blame her since I am responsible for it, but she seemed different, a controlled rage, with concern sprinkled within it. In the end, I wished her well and ended the call.
I throw my blanket off and stand up, already clothed, and pull out a small pack containing 2 bottles of water and a day's worth of rations. I was unable to steal any more than that. Before standing to my full height, and my eyes gravitate to the window and the wall beyond, gazing upon it one last time. The wall, a constant reminder of Arel's might and control, a barrier between us and the outside world. I tear myself away from it and replay the plan in my head, while tying my hair to contain it, as I glance at the mirror and my silhouette in the dark glass, remembering how Sheila would bring me food as her way of ensuring that I ate. And a tear escapes my eye as I think about it. I brush it away with the back of my hand. Now is not the time for regrets. Now is the time to make certain it does not happen again. I lift my wrist and stare at the band on it, remembering the first day I received it and my excitement at being commissioned as an arbiter, and how that excitement turned to sadness and anger. Wrapping my index and middle finger around the thin bracelet, it lights up when I touch it. I remove it from my wrist and set it on the corner of the dresser in my room before turning away and walking out the door. A final farewell to my former self. Once in the hallway, I scan it, making certain that no one is up, but the lights are out and welcomed silence ensues, allowing me to creep to the stairwell and go down them, being careful to not make any noise and alarm others to my disobedience. I do not need prying ears to know of my presence. Once at the bottom, I peek around the corner, assuring myself that no one is up, and hurry to the corridor leading to the plebeians' quarters. Like the previous manor, this one has a basement where the plebeians are kept, darting past the door to the kitchen in case someone is helping themselves to a late-night snack, despite it being against regulations. Once I reach the door, I pull it open enough to slip through before shutting it behind me, remaining still for a few seconds to listen for sounds that someone noticed my presence. Nothing. I turn toward the murky darkness obscuring the steps leading into the basement and start down them, keeping one hand on the rough railing to steady myself, but it shifts under my weight, reminding me of its deceptive sturdiness. The damp air chokes me, but I refuse to cough and alert anyone to my presence. A small puddle has formed at the bottom of the steps, reminding me of the other manor, and I step over it, wondering if it is water or sewage as I eye its inky substance, but push such thoughts from my mind. I need to remain focused on my task, or we will all perish. The lack of time weighs on me as I creep past rooms with sleeping plebeians in them, making my way to where Chase and Gwen are, hoping that they are ready to go, and when I reach the splintered door to their room, I pause for a moment as my mind reminds me of the consequences should we get caught, and an ominous feeling pulls me back, but I slough it off and open the door with care to find Chase holding his sister as they wait for me, while their bunkmate snores on the floor. I wave them forward, while keeping a wary eye on the other in the room, hoping he remains asleep and unaware of us. Chase picks his sister up, who mumbles something, but he silences her and hurries into the corridor. Together, we make our way back to the steps and head to the main floor with me in the lead. Pleased that everyone is still in bed, I motion for Chase to follow me to one of the side rooms and to one of the few windows that open. I discovered it by accident my second day here, and lift it up,
wincing as it makes a small sound and hoping that no one hears it. But it is too late to turn back. Cool air rushes in, and I take Gwen from Chase as he squeezes through, before turning around and reaching up for Gwen. When she hesitates, Chase gives her an encouraging nod, and she forces her way through the opening and into his arms. I face the window, take one last sweep of the room, and crawl through to the ally outside, shutting the glass behind me and on the only life I have ever known. Damp air surrounds us as we hurry through the alley, doing our best to not make any noise so as not to wake anyone. Bits of thunder roll in the distance, soft and melodic as though trying to lull us to sleep with its lullaby, but I remain focused on the goal, leaving Arel. We sprint through the alley, dodging trash cans waiting to be picked up and ducking low each time we pass a window with a cracked shutter. Gwen murmurs again, but Chase soothes her with a whisper. I quicken my pace and he does the same with Gwen still in his arms as the still night remains unaware of our presence. I turn another corner, heading toward the alley that leads to the familiar fence with its broken board and smile when I find it, before darting through it and turning back around to help Chase with Gwen. Neither say anything, trusting my judgment, and my stomach drops as the fear of misleading them strikes me for a moment, but I shake it off, unwilling to let it cloud my judgment or force me to turn back. I made a promise and I must keep it. Once through the fence, we hurry to the small clearing with 2 sets of steps and 2 doors, both sealed and covered in darkness, making it difficult to discern their edges, but it is not the doors I concern myself with, but the window with a lone lamp in it, shedding a soft yellow glow on the ledge. Disappointed, but not surprised, I swallow back the emotions threatening to burst free and turn back to Chase as he calms Gwen and looks at me. There is no need for him to ask his question, because my face displays the answer. "We should go," I whisper. "Confound it," comes a harsh whisper. "Are you going to stand here all night?" Startled, I spin around and find Luther standing behind me with a pack strapped to his back, and my mouth opens to ask what he is doing, but his words force it shut. "Lead the way, arbiter," Luther says. As he looks at me with expectation, I realize why Luther placed the light in the window, in case anyone had been listening. I picture the map of the eastern sector in my mind as I remind myself of which path to take, knowing that we can go through the alleys, except for the last stretch to the southern sector, if we wish to bypass the gate leading into it. "This way," I whisper, as I take them back through the hole in the fence and down another alley before turning a corner and leading them down a narrow stretch. Stone walls close in around us, squeezing together and forming a narrow passageway that forces us to walk sideways to get through, but conceals our presence. I turn and sidestep into the passage, letting out some air so that I can fit through as the rough stone catches on my clothes and frees a few threads from what was smooth fabric as every inch of my body is pressed against the stone. Chase puts Gwen down and urges her to follow me. She studies the narrow space and turns sideways too, stepping into the blackened space with tepid movements, but her hair catches on the stone and she releases a tiny squeal before silencing herself as Chase reaches in and frees the strands of her hair, while Luther takes up the rear. Musky air swells around us, strengthened by the 2 stone walls pinning us between them as they hold moisture and radiate heat, creating a cloud of unbreathable air, made worse by the sweat streaming down our faces, while our breaths form clouds of vapor before our faces, only to be inhaled. Time slips past us, evading us as we make our way through the narrow space between the 2 walls, but I urge them onward, trying to go faster, but the walls pinning us mar our progress, feeding my frustration, but I conceal it, not wanting to give them a reason to turn back. Refreshing air brushes my face, drying the beads of sweat upon it when I burst free of the enclosed space. I turn around and help Gwen out of the narrow space before Chase's face appears as he crawls out, followed by Luther, who seems to be as relieved as the rest of us to be rid of that part of our journey. We all lock eyes for a moment, sharing an unspoken hope, but know that this is not the time for conversation. Chase scoops up Gwen, and we all race through another alley, taking care to not step into the holes with water pooled in them from the last rain, having never dried because they are always hidden from the sun. The less noise we make, the better. We reach a sidewalk, and I stop, pointing at the causeway, its belt no longer moving as they are shut down for the night, but it is the only way to the southern sector if we wish to avoid the gate. An arbiter strolls past, hindering our ability to reach the stairs going to the walkway. I study his movements, timing his steps and how many passes he makes, and no matter what scenario I play in my head, there is no way for us to sneak past him without being noticed, leaving me one choice. I whistle. His head pops up, and he stares in my direction as I crouch even further into the shadows, hoping to remain unseen until the time is right as he steps toward my position with caution. "Who's there?" he demands, and I cringe as his voice echoes around us, fearing that it will attract unwanted attention. His boots clack on the pavement as he steps closer. I crouch, mimicking a praying mantis before it strikes its prey as I wait for the right moment. The toes of his boots are a foot away. I lunge for him, catching him around the knees, causing him to fall backward onto the pavement, pleased when he releases a grunt from the impact. But before he can regain his senses, I crawl atop him, lift his head and bash it into the pavement, rendering him unconscious. Chase gives Gwen to Luther and helps me drag the arbiter into the alley, where we cover him the best we can with the trash that has been piled in there. I hope no one notices him until we are far from this place. Once done, we hurry to the stairs leading to the moving walkways above us and take them two at a time as we race for the first causeway, but I stop them, pulling them underneath an awning, when I notice a flicker of red, indicating that one of the cameras is operational. Most of the cameras within the eastern sector do not work due to the constant attacks on the wall and the failure of the Arelian government to ensure that repairs are made, but this lone camera is working, which makes me wonder what others are operational, and if repairs were made unbeknownst to the arbiters so that they could spy on us with better efficiency. I open my pack and pull out an infrared laser and scan the area, looking for more cameras but do not see any, aware that there might be more, but we will have to chance it. With a steady hand, I point the laser at the camera's lens and motion for Chase and Gwen to make their way to the other side, followed by Luther, and they do, running down the walkway and ducking in the shadows. Chase holds his hand out, and I slide the laser down the rubbery surface toward him, and he catches it and points it at the camera, allowing me to pass unnoticed as I hurry toward them. Our feet leave soft thumps as we rush down the walkway, and past a monitor screen and its light that casts out the immediate darkness as it recounts its propaganda, lamenting Kumi's demise, and ends with an image of Tapiwa standing tall and proud, ready to defend Arel from the evil within. I turn away from it in disgust. We reach another causeway, and I stop them, noticing another camera with a small red dot, indicating that it is recording. Before I can do anything, Luther snatches the infrared laser and points the slim red beam at it, motioning us to cross. We do. Once on the other side, I turn back to Luther and catch the laser when he tosses it to me and point it at the camera, allowing him to cross to safety. Once we are gathered on the other side, I guide them to a set of stairs, knowing that we are not far from the barrier to the southern sector. A soft whine fills the silent air, warning me of its approach. A drone. Cursing its existence, I pull all of them further into the shadows, placing my finger over my lips, indicating that they should remain silent. We still are breathing as we wait for the drone to approach, the ever-increasing pitch of its whine causing anxiety to course through me as I play every scenario in my head for how to address the situation, but hope that it will pass by us. The drone hovers before us, scanning the area for any rule breakers, and as it starts to move away, Chase's foot slips, causing a lone pebble to clack down the stairs. The drone stops and turns toward us as we push ourselves further into the darkened shadows, but it knows we are here and is sending data back to its central hub. Before it can come closer, I spring for it, wrap my hands around it, and throw it onto the metal grate where Luther stomps on it until sparks fly from it, indicating that it is no longer active. I urge them to hurry down the stairs, knowing that arbiters will be here within moments to check the status of the drone and will search the area once they discover it. We must be as far away from here as possible and hope that they do not broaden their search. Once we reach the last step, I push them through another narrow alley, and we disappear into its depths as a pair of arbiters arrive and discover the broken drone and blow their whistle. Not daring to look back, I continue to push them onward, knowing we need to get away from here, and am relieved when we reach the end of the alley and a small clearing with a wall of thorny bushes on the other side. Chase starts for it, but Luther's hand stops him and points at a watchtower and a beam of light forming a circle as it searches for anyone breaking curfew. Luther looks at me with worry, and as I think back to the schematics he had shown me earlier, I realize that this light is new, but determination sets in as the knowledge that there is no going back reminds me of the choice we all made. I watch as the white beam of light circles the area, counting the seconds before it hits the expanse we must cross. "No!" I say to Chase, and he grabs Gwen and runs across the grass with her clinging to him, and they reach the bushes as the light touches the area again. "Go!" I tell Luther, who jumps to his feet and races across the muddy expanse, not bothering to look back, and dives into the bushes, missing the light's return. Once darkness falls on us again, I spring from my position and sprint across the open area, kicking up mud as my feet fly over the ground, while keeping a watchful eye on the approaching light as it makes its circle. Fearing that it will reach me before I have cleared the area, I drop to my side and slide across the moist ground and into the brush, where thorns and waiting arms greet me, pulling me in as the light reaches us. Seconds pass while I wait and listen for any signs of having been noticed, but silence ensues, much to my relief. Taking the lead, I crawl through the thorny brush in its deceptive beauty of green and purple, ignoring the barbs that push their way through the fibers of my shirt and prick my skin, causing droplets of blood to appear, willing myself through this sea of tiny needles thirsting for blood. A purple flower with specks of white on its petals caused me to stop for a moment and admire its beauty in this darkened place of spindles waiting to trap us all, and Luther's words about beautiful prisons forcing the inmates to forget where they are return to my mind, and I remember all the times I swelled with pride at the pristineness and elegance Arel pretended to offer, never realizing, never suspecting that I was a prisoner the entire time. But here in the dark, surrounded by tiny spikes doing their best to hinder my escape, I see Arel for what it is, a lie. Gwen squawks as thorns snatch her hair, and it entangles around the branches, causing her to stop. I turn around, receiving a cut on my chin in return, and help Chase free her, while Luther reminds us to be quiet, but the spindles refuse to let go of her hair, forcing me to pull out my knife and cut her free. Chase moves in front of her, breaking a few branches, but not so many as to alert others to our presence, in order to forge an easier path for Gwen to follow. The deeper we go, the more vaporous the air becomes as claustrophobia wraps its tendrils around me, threatening to take its hold and whispers to me, telling me that we will never leave this place and will all die in this trap of barbs while the flowers feast upon our corpses. I push such thoughts away from me, refusing to let them convince me to quit as everyone here depends upon me and trusts me to get them out. I refuse to fail them. I ram my way through the prison of spindles, breaking a few as I go, determined to reach its end. More barbs tear at my clothing and poke my skin with their sharpened ends, but I ignore their pricks, forging ahead, while the others follow the path I create for them, ignoring the increasing feeling of being trapped as the moisture from the soft ground swarms around me, forming its own sauna while sweat streams down my face, neck, and torso, unhindered by my already soaked shirt. A wisp of cool air touches my cheek. Almost there. I push harder, shoving branches out of my path until metal greets me. I stop the others. We each look upon the fence before us with a mixture of relief and exhaustion, knowing that our night's journey is not over, but aware that we have overcome one hurdle. I pull out a pair of wire cutters from my bag and cut the fence, creating a small opening big enough for us to squeeze through. Once done, I push my way through the fence and into the brush beyond before turning back to help the others. Without a word, I continue onward, showing them the way through the brush on the other side, but this time, it does not seem like much of a hindrance as I crawl through it with them behind me until we reach its edge. I stop them. The southern sector. Unlike the eastern sector, the southern sector is more well kept, with sturdy structures that shine and reflect any light that touches them, where all paved areas are surrounded by emerald grass that never grows beyond the height of 2 inches, and where all surveillance cameras work. As I plan a way to the plaza with the drain, I picture the map Luther had shown me, remembering where the cameras are and how there are some areas that even they do not reach. I watch the light from the watchtower, timing it like before, waiting for the right moment. Go! I hiss at Chase. He grabs Gwen and charges for the shadows on the other side, reaching it before the light returns. Now! I tell Luther, who jumps from his position and races across the paved squares, ground smooth, almost satin-like, to the point that they reflect the smallest specks of light, filling the space before us, and jumps the last 2 feet to the shadows beyond before the light detects him. Moments tick by as I inhale, filling my lungs to maximum capacity, preparing for the sprint of my life. The light passes. I bolt from the brush, shaking off the barbs that attempt to hold me prisoner, not caring that a hole forms in my sleeve as I run for the shadows, trying to not slip on the silky surface of the stones underneath my feet. I reach the shadow and hug the wall beyond it as the beam of light turns in my direction, and hold my breath as I wait and listen for any sign of discovery. But when the bored murmurs of the arbiters on the tower reach my ears, I exhale, knowing that, for the moment, we are safe. I motion for them to follow me as I move through the darkness, hugging the side of the building, remarking at the cool smoothness that greets my skin instead of the rough edges of brick I am accustomed to in the eastern sector. The alleys are few and far between in the southern sector as we navigate our way through the streets and the square-shaped structures that surround us, all spaced apart with a quad of greenery, edged with colorful flowers, and each with a shaped juniper bush honoring a fallen hero of Arel in between them, giving the appearance of pleasantry and seeriness, not the decay and misery of the eastern sector. We reach the edge of the building screening us from detection, and with a quick scan of the green square before us, I spot a camera as it turns back and forth, sweeping the area with its mechanical gaze, and wait for the right moment. It turns away. Wasting no time, I motion for us all to cross, and we sprint across the grass, doing our best to keep our footfalls silent as we hurry to the other side and the protection of another building, reaching it before we are spotted. Again, we make our way along the exterior of a structure until we come to another green square, where we wait for the camera to turn away and sprint across to the side of another building, zigzagging our way through the southern sector, and with each hurdle passed, the feeling that it is too quiet fills me, but I shove it aside, focusing on the immediate task before me, getting us all out of Arel. We reach the plaza. I stop everyone and hunker behind the edge of a stone wall, watching as a lone arbiter patrols the plaza, pacing back and forth, keeping his posture rigid as he lurks in the shadows. There is no camera in sight, but that does not mean there isn't one. The more I search for one, the more I realize that there are 2 possibilities. No camera was installed because of the arbiter stationed there, or it is well hidden. Either way, we must risk it. There is no turning back. I study the arbiter's movements, how long it takes him to cover the perimeter of the plaza, when he pauses, including the length of time he took to pick his nose, wiping his finger on his uniform afterward. He strolls past, releasing a long sigh before moving away from us, and I count his steps while formulating a plan. Stay here, I whisper to everyone, before placing my pack on the edge of the waist-high wall and moving into position to wait and listen. The clomping of boots draw nearer, moving at an even pace before stopping, telling me that the arbiter has seen my pack. Slow, steady steps approach as caution and curiosity brawl with one another, but curiosity wins in the end as the arbiter picks up my pack and examines it. I pounce on him from behind and wrap my arm around his throat, but he throws me off before I can cut off his airway. His hand goes for a whistle. I lunge for him, snatch his whistle and ram it into his eye, causing him to stagger backward in pain. But before he can recover himself, I ram my hand into his throat, forcing him to clutch it as he chokes and realize that I had hit him too hard. His widened eyes look into mine as he struggles for air, and for a moment, I believe he recognizes me as confusion clouds his face, and a pang of guilt strikes me for having been too forceful. He is a fellow arbiter. We trained together only for me to deal out his fate in the end because we made opposing choices. I'm sorry, I whisper to him as I wrap my arm around his neck and jerk, until he goes limp. Luther helps me hide the body, choosing to keep silence between us, knowing the remorse gripping my mind. I never wanted to kill anyone. I only wanted to free those I care about.
Let's go, I say to them, spotting the drain before snatching my pack and heading for it. Together, Luther and I lift the grate, allowing Chase to lower Gwen into the depths of the tunnels below, before following her. Luther climbs in next with me trailing behind, pulling the grate back over the opening so that everything looks as it should. Strange silence surrounds us, broken by a single drop of water falling from the grate above us and splashing on the remnants of a metal rail stretching in both directions, disappearing into the darkness, into different unknowns. I pull a small flashlight from my bag and shine its light on the rails, half buried underneath years of mud buildup as the earth attempts to take back what was hers to begin with, while I recall the map Luther had shown me and what direction we must head in, before motioning the others to follow. The quiet eats at me as we tread along the underground path and our feet step upon the rails, causing bits of metal to flake off, formed by years of neglect and decay, and eaten away by rust. The further we go, the more the feeling of being encased in a tomb swarms over me, trapping me with its tendrils of fear and trepidation, filling me with unease as my thoughts lose focus, developing a will of their own and always ending up in the same destination with a singular conclusion. Much of this seems too easy. I shove it aside, not wanting paranoia to dictate my actions or cause me to fumble, knowing that being underground, away from the light and the fresh air, can cause even the sanest individual to lose his grasp on reality. We continue moving through the abandoned tunnel, ignoring the mud that oozes over the tops of our feet in a feeble attempt to stop us. But determination spurs us onward as our desire to be free to live our lives, strengthens our resolve. A single light that was once built into the tunnel wall hangs loose and leans away from its support, as though torn between a desire to remain where it had always been or to break away and become what it was born to be. For a moment, I study it, feeling a bit like that light, and the desire to go back to a life I have always known forces its way into my thoughts, until I glance at Chase as he helps Gwen walk along the eroding track. Luther clears his throat, pulling me back to the present, and I continue, aiming the beam of light ahead of us to guide us.
My foot slips on the rusted rail, causing me to lose my balance, but Chase catches me, refusing to let me fall, and for a minute, I find myself thinking of the moment we were lost in the wilderness, climbing a cliffside, when he slipped and almost fell to his death, but I refuse to let go. I smile at him, thanking him, and squeeze his arm in affection, determined to get us all out of here and to a place where our affection for one another is not forbidden, but respected. We continue onward, not daring to speak or break the silence surrounding us, fearing that such an act may draw unwanted attention. A blockage stops us. Luther warned that such a thing may happen. I scan the debris with my light, noting how bits of the ceiling fell and caved in, closing off the tunnel, except for a tiny opening near the top. How long this has been here is a mystery, but I refuse to stop when we have come this far. I give Chase the flashlight and climb up the rubble, ignoring the bits of rock that fall downward as my feet slide on the loose debris beneath them while I claw my way to the hole. It's just big enough. I take my pack off and throw it through the opening before shoving my way through, ignoring the sharp edges of metal shards that dig into my shoulders and tear at my shirt as I pull the rest of me to the other side. As my torso escapes the small opening, I tumble downward to the ground, glad to be free of the hole. My pack sits a few inches from me. I grab it and stand up, facing the hole. "I'm through!" I say, cringing when my voice echoes. Gwen's head appears next, and I reach up and grab her, helping her through the opening and set her on the ground as she brushes dust from her pale face. Next appears Luther. He struggles to force his way to our side, and I grab his arm, giving it a tug as I help him, until his feet pop free, followed by Chase's head. Once we are all reunited on the other side, I spot a faint light up ahead. "This way," I tell them. We trek over small mounds of compacted mud and broken concrete, formed when parts of the tunnel wall broke away, moving as fast as possible without making any sounds as the light up ahead grows stronger. I turn off my flashlight. More water drips from the ceiling above us from the condensation that has formed, creating a watery film on the interior of the tunnel. But I remain focused on the light up ahead, stopping when I realize that it comes from a vent leading to an enclosed room, where soft voices emanate. I put my finger to my lips, warning the others to remain silent as I peek through the slits within the vent and count 2 arbiters stationed within, both looking bored and tired, as though they would rather be anywhere but where they are. Studying the vent, I notice 2 of the screws are loose and halfway out, giving me an advantage. We're almost there. Freedom is within our grasp. The only thing between us and the outside world are these 2 arbiters. I hand Luther my pack as I calculate my next move. A single kick to the vent covering should force it free, but I will have to be quick in order to prevent them from raising the alarm. I peek through the vent again, memorizing the layout of the room and the location of its contents. The cases holding the weapons are locked, but below the vent is a table with a paperweight on it, securing a stack of forms, and a plan forms in my mind. I take a deep breath, position myself, and ram my feet into the vent covering, forcing it to fly across the room. Before the arbiters inside can register what has happened, I jump out, snatch the paperweight, and throw it at the closest arbiter, catching him in the face. He rears back and holds his head, stunned. I jump for the second arbiter and grab his weapon, wrestling it away from him. The first arbiter regains his senses. I kick him in the face while still clinging to the second arbiter's weapon, before flinging him to the ground and freeing it from his grasp. He tries to grab my foot, but I ram the butt of his weapon into his face until he lies still. The first arbiter charges. Knowing that I cannot fire the weapon without warning everyone to my presence, I swing it around and strike him with it, ramming it into his stomach, and as he doubles over, I drop it, grab the man's head, and ram his face into the sharp point of my knee, allowing him to drop to the ground. "Come on!" I hiss, and Chase lowers Gwen into the room as I turn for the exit, wasting no time to clear the way. The door slides open and I peek outside, my heart pounding the closer we get to our goal, but relieved when silent darkness greets me. I see no one. Knowing that it is now or never, I take the plunge and step through the doorway with Chase and Gwen behind me. Bright lights flare to life, blinding me as my unaccustomed eyes struggle to adjust, and I raise my hand to shield them, while my feet slide on the pavement beneath them from my sudden effort to stop. Someone charges from the side. I twist around, blocking his attack, while driving the heel of my palm into his face, but his helmet blocks the force of my impact, so I grab his head and force him to the ground, snatching the knife in my boot and plunging it into his chest. Another comes for me. I pull my knife free from the first one's chest cavity and swing it, allowing the blade to scrape across the visor of the other's helmet before twisting around and catching him in the leg. He drops to his knee, and I pounce on him, stabbing him in the shoulder. "Run!" I yell to the others. Chase and Gwen try to flee, but are surrounded within seconds. Hands seize my arm. I try to throw them off when more hands grab me, surrounding me, and I turn into a madman, stabbing anything that comes near. A blunt force strikes me between my shoulder blades, forcing me onto my stomach as they wrench the knife free from my grasp, allowing it to clatter on the pavement. I try to look around and spot Chase and Gwen, having been separated from each other, but as my mind grasps the futility of our situation, only one thought enters my mind. Where is Luther? He is nowhere to be found. "You should have seen this coming, recruit," says a familiar voice. Molars. "You never did learn one of my most invaluable lessons. Trust no one and always expect the worst." I struggle against my captors, but their hold on me remains firm. The single clacking of heels on stone pavement stops my efforts to break free as purple shoes with diamonds embedded in them appear before me, followed by the silky yet arrogant voice of Tapiwa. "I had high hopes for you, Noni," she says. "An arbiter so young achieving the Arelian Medal of Honor was promising. You proved capable in so many areas, but you failed in one." She scoops up my knife, weighing it in her hand, admiring its potential to do harm if one wishes it, before stalking over to Chase and stroking his chin as though admiring a piece of property while disappointed in its lost potential. "It appears your toy is much more than that." She turns her attention to Gwen. "Now this one."
She has promise. Tapiwa faces Chase. Such a pity.
She plunges the blade of the knife deep into the space underneath Chase's ribcage, causing him to double over as blood spurts from his mouth, and I scream in a rage.
I'm released.
I scramble to my feet, racing for Chase as he falls to the ground, and catch him before he hits the pavement, while his blood, his life force, pools around him and soaks into my sleeve as I hold him, trying to save him, knowing it is futile. Tears fill my eyes, but I blink them away, trying to remain strong for him, while Gwen's cries remain distant to my ears. Stay with me, I tell him. I love... Gwen. The word floats off his mouth as he struggles to say it, his final thought about her and how he will be unable to protect her. I promise, I whisper to him, knowing that I am the only one who can be her guardian now. Chase coughs and more blood spurts from his mouth as his pleading eyes look deep into mine, reminding me of the first instance I stared into them, telling me that he knows the reality of his situation as thoughts of what could have been rushed through his mind. His bloodied hand reaches for my face as time seems to stop, as though we are alone, despite the arbiters surrounding us, and wipes the tears crawling down my cheeks as I try in vain to save him, knowing that I cannot. Do what? You have to... He struggles to say before his hand drops to his side and his eyes turn vacant. With a shaky hand, I run it over his face, closing his eyes so that he appears to be sleeping, and so he doesn't have to witness what happens next as tears drip from the edge of my chin and dot his pale face. Tapiwa bends low until her face is close to mine, while I cling to Chase's body, wishing that I could undo this night's events, wishing I could bring him back. They say you should guard your actions, for you may create your worst enemy, Tapiwa whispers to me. Tell me, have I created an enemy? My head turns toward her and that sardonic smile upon her face, and I glare at her, my anger boring into her brown, confident eyes, and for a moment, her smile wavers, replaced by fear, and that fear strengthens me. I snatch the knife from her hand and swing it at her face, but Tapiwa proves to be quick on her feet, yet not quick enough as the blade slices her cheek. But before I can go for the kill, 5 arbiters tackle me, pinning me to the ground and rip the knife from me. Get her out of here, screams Tapiwa. You should kill her now, warns Molars. No, Tapiwa says, I have other plans. Her voice fades when someone rams a bag over my head, and everything goes black as hands seize my arms and haul me away, not caring if my feet drag on the ground and scrape against the concrete, while Gwen's terrified screams pierce my ears, growing fainter the further away I am taken. My shoulders twist and turn as my feet flop about in a vain attempt to fight back, but more hands seize me, lifting me into the air as something blunt rams into my stomach, forcing the air out of my lungs and causing me to gag, allowing my captors to subdue me and secure my hands and feet, preventing me from causing more trouble. I crash onto a hard metal surface as they throw me into a transport and slam the door shut, while the engine roars to life and takes me away. I kick the door with my bound feet, screaming in rage, but to no avail as the driver of the transport ignores my cries and carts me away, wondering why they have not put me in a detainment box. The transport stops. I pull back my legs, preparing for what is next as voices filter through the sides of the vehicle before the door opens, and I kick at any fool enough to try and grab me. But my bound feet prove a hindrance. Strong hands yank me from the back of the transport and throw me to the ground. Grunting, I take in a sharp breath when I land on razor-edged stones that cut through my skin, but before I have time to consider where I am, the heel of someone's boot slams into my face, causing my nose to bleed and soak into the canvas bag on my head. More hardened soles of military boots drive themselves into me, leaving my body battered and bruised, despite my attempts to protect myself, and the more I endure, the more I give up, hoping, wishing for death to take me as I dwell on Chase's gray eyes and the lifelessness that overtook them. The beating stops, and I am left, still alive, with my guilt and my shame. Once again, hands seize me and toss me into the transport, slamming the door shut before it bounces down the road, turning a corner as needed, while I lie on the cold metallic surface, resigning myself to my fate while wishing my heart would stop and end its pain. We turn another corner, and my body rocks back and forth in motion with the vehicle as my willpower leaves me. Chase. His very memory blasts through the dam, holding back my emotions as I desire to join him. He is dead because of me. I failed him. My very existence is a curse to those around me. As the transport continues its trek, I curl into a fetal position, wishing I would wake from this nightmare, but deep down, I know it is no dream, but my new reality. A loud pop bursts through my melancholy, and the transport comes to a sudden stop. Before I have time to grasp what has happened, the door opens, allowing a set of hands to grab my legs and drag me out of the back. My legs buckle when my feet touch the ground, refusing to carry my weight, but the arbiters dragging me do not care. "The tire is flat," says one of the arbiters. "Put her over there." My feet scrape the ground as the other arbiter forces me to a spot away from the transport and out of sight before throwing me to the ground, laughing at the fact that my bound hands and feet prevent me from stopping my fall, and I crash onto my side. "Don't move," a voice commands me. As the clinking of tools and cursing voices rise in the distance, gentle hands lift the bag off my head, and Ranel's face comes into focus. "I haven't much time," he says. "I need you to tell me where you got this." He holds out the flare gun that Perse had given me. I thought I had lost it during my confrontation with molars in the wildlands. "Why should I trust you?" I hiss. A somber look crosses his face, expecting my answer and unspoken accusation. "Numerous times I could have turned you in or executed you myself. A man of my position needs no excuse." "So he is a marshal." "But I never did. I've known of your nocturnal activities for some time, Noni." He holds the flare gun before me. "Where did you get this?" I think back to all the times Renal seemed to have covered for me. The wristband, stopping molars snooping, and even the flare gun. During any one of those instances, he could have turned me in, but refused. Why? More cursing ensues when the tire refuses to budge. "What does it matter?" I say, my voice choking with tears as I think about Tapua thrusting the knife into Chase. Another one killed because of me, like Sheila, leaving me to wonder if I am more of a curse to those around me. "And what of the girl?" Renal says. "Gwen. I had forgotten about her, yet had promised to protect her moments before. How could I have abandoned her so soon? How could I have done that to Chase? I cannot abandon her, not now, but how do I help her? Ashamed of having forgotten her plight, and her own torment at having been forced to watch her brother, her only family, be murdered wafts over me, forcing me to go limp, as I look into Renal's strong but merciful eyes as he does the one thing he can think of to help us both. The sounds of tools being put away warn me that there is no time for questions. I either trust Renal now and take a chance, knowing that my fate cannot be any worse than it is at this moment, or I refuse and accept my end. "A man gave it to me," I reply. "I had help outside the wall. His name is Perse. There is one shot, one flare left in that, and only he can see it. He'll be waiting outside the wall on the eastern side of the reservoir." Before the two men finish putting their tools away, Renal places the bag back over my head and sneaks away, whispering, "Survive." He leaves, and doubt creeps into my mind, like it always does, forcing me to wonder if I made the right choice in trusting him. One of the arbiters yanks me off the ground and drags me back to the transport, throwing me in the back before it takes off again. The longer I am trapped there, the more I wonder why they have not taken me to a detainment box. The grooves in the floor of the vehicle dig into my back as the transport hurries down the road, refusing to slow down even for the sharpest of turns, tossing me around as though I am mere garbage. The transport stops for the third time, and the doors fling open as rough hands yank me out and onto the ground, but before I have time to consider where I am, they drag me across the ground, allowing the pavement to tear into my clothing, and my bottom scrapes across the threshold of a doorway before I am dropped on the floor. Something warm and viscous coats my arms as I roll on the floor, trying to regain some sense of control, but a foot presses into my chest, pinning me while someone rips the bag from my head. "Arbiter Noni, welcome back," says the same arbiter that had ordered me to be thrown into a chute with Amal the last time I was here at the detainment facility, making me realize that the arbiter's orders were to deliver me like a gift-wrapped package. He leans in close, sneering. How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty? I spit in his face and he backhands me in response. Take her away, he shouts at the arbiters around him. They lift me by the shoulders and haul me down a tunnel, leaving the bag off my head, allowing me to see the yellowed lights with small halos around them, connected by cables left exposed to the dampness within the air, doing little to expunge the darkness from this foul place. A long pipe coated in rust trails on the ceiling behind us, following the winding corridor with ease, as though mocking my efforts to keep some sense of direction in this place. My heels hit a small rise as they drag me further downward into the depths of my new hell before a door opens, exposing a dark interior, matching the hollowness within my heart. I am thrown inside and roll across the damp floor as the door slams shut and the locks click into place, while the arbiter's footsteps fade. I twist and turn, forcing my bound hands past my rump and my legs, until they pass under my feet and are no longer behind my back, but in front of me, allowing me to focus as I work. The bindings loose and free my hands and feet. I toss them aside, screaming in a rage as the memories of the last few hours plague me, until I lay down, exhausted. Unable to fight it any longer, I curl into a ball and release the tears that had built up within me, weeping alone in the darkness, surrounded by concrete walls and the melodic, hollow drips of water. Chapter 22. Survival. Darkness surrounds me, except for a single pinpoint of light that forces its way through a small crack in the ceiling, telling me that daylight has come in a vain attempt to comfort me in my despondency as I lie on a moldy mattress that sits flat on the floor, wondering what will be in store for me today. I've no idea how many days have passed, how long I have been imprisoned here. For a while, I marked the wall, but stopped when my days turned into a blur of dolor and survival, each battling the other, hoping to come out as the victor, but neither has succeeded in suppressing the other. Chase is dead, and his death is my fault. I never should have tried to escape or believed that we would be able to have a life outside of Arel. No one ever does. Arel always wins. Its will is to be obeyed, and yours crushed. I want to feel Chase's hand again, his warmth, and his strength, but all I'm left with is the cold darkness of this cell as I wait for what my captors have in store me next, hoping that it will be my last. And the reality that he is gone, and that Gwen is trapped as Tapiwa's prisoner. Rage boils within me as the memory of Tapiwa stabbing Chase with a knife fills my mind, making me wish I could exact my vengeance on her, and I grip the filthy, tattered edge of my mattress, pretending that it is her throat as I envision myself squeezing the life out of her, before remembering where I am, and I release my grip as a series of silent sobs overtake me, alone in my solitude and sadness, until they come for me. When my captors grow bored, they take me to an arena where my audience consists of other arbiters, more prominent members of Arelian society, and promising recruits. My opponents are undesirables or recruits who made one mistake too many. Kill or be killed. That is the only rule. There, I am nothing more than entertainment, and a warning, as I am forced to fight another to the death. The winner is rewarded with a meal and lives to fight the next day. In that arena, I release my rage and do as Chase begged me to do with his last words. I do what I have to survive, forcing my days to pass with the repetition of a simple routine. Fight, eat, sleep. Each day is the same. Fight. Eat. Sleep. Fight. Eat. Sleep. Fight. Eat. Sleep. Fight. Eat. Sleep. Each day I am dragged from my cell. Fight. Eat. Sleep. Fight. Eat. Sleep. Fight. Eat. Sleep. Each day I am forced to fight another to the death. Fight. Eat. Sleep. Fight. Eat. Sleep. Each day I imagine myself in the arena with Tapiwa. Fight. Eat. Sleep. But the desire for retribution only carries one so far, and as I lie here with nothing but my somber memories, I wish for it to end, to be freed from my lugubriousness before I lose myself to the animal inside that craves the blood of innocence as it tries to quench its thirst for revenge. The door opens, allowing the cloudy light from the hallway to fill my sordid cell, forcing me to open my eyes and pull myself from my atrabiliousness. Up, says a stern voice as an arbiter with a baton storms in. I refuse to move. He hurries over to me and strikes me in the back, screaming, "Up!" More arbiters enter the chamber, forcing me to my feet and secure shackles around my wrists, restricting my movement before they rush out, while a familiar shadow appears in the doorway, and I recognize the wiry hair, the stance, and the hesitation. 5 minutes, says the arbiter as he leaves. Noni? Fea's trepid voice echoes around me, sounding as hollow as my heart. Noni, please look at me. Why are you here? I demand, my voice sharp and filled with venom. I know we haven't seen eye to eye lately, but... Why are you here? I demand again, and the forcefulness of my tone causes her to pause for a moment as it echoes around us. I never should have been angry at you for Joel, she says in a quivering voice, making me wonder what secret she holds that wants to be revealed, and what she bribed the guards with to be allowed in here. What do you know? I ask, looking up into her guilt-ridden eyes. Noni, please. What did you do? My harsh voice forces her to take a step back. Molars came to me after Mandy had confessed her treachery, and after Joel had died. I was angry and sick with grief. I wanted the pain to go away and for someone to pay the price, and... What did you do? I scream at her. Tears stream down her face as she struggles with telling me the truth. Molars prides himself on being able to read people, but he is not as knowledgeable as he thinks. I told him the best way to manipulate you, how easy it would be because of your sudden soft spot for plebeians, and how you always stepped in to save the same one or two, not because you pitied them, but because you cared about them. I saw it in your eyes the day you stopped Grelin from striking that plebeian. I remember that day. Grelin had raised her hand to hit Chase, but I had stopped her. How could... I began. Molars never forgot the humiliation he suffered the night Mandy confessed. It cost him. You know the lengths he will go to salvage and protect his reputation and to get what he wants. So you gave him what he wanted! I spit at her. I didn't mean for it. I wanted my own pain to end, but I never meant for any of this to happen. I feared for you when you made your challenge, and I never thought you would try to leave Arel. It wasn't supposed to end like this. Like what? With you trapped down here as nothing more than a spectacle? And how did you expect it to end? Not like this. What did he promise you? Faya's lip trembles as she struggles to stay silent. What did he promise you? My rage-filled voice fills the atmosphere around us, and even I am surprised by its fury. A seat on the council where I can do as I wish and be awarded special privileges and not have to worry about having a forbidden love affair. Joel's fate was an unforeseen consequence of an act I have wished I could undo each day, but you knowingly and willingly stole mine. Noni, I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, she says through tears. And you'll never have it, I reply. Guilt obliterates what control she has left on her emotions as tears stream down her face and her body shakes in remorse. But I do not care, as we both stare at one another in the darkness. Faya pleading for forgiveness, while I contemplate a just end for her. She glances around and pulls a small vial out of her pocket, and for a moment, I wonder how she got it and what favors she had to promise to obtain it. Take this. I stare at it. I do not need to ask what it is. She says it is like going to sleep. You'll feel nothing. I remain silent, wondering whom she refers to, though I can wager a guess. Please, Noni, I can't. They make me watch the fights, and I can't bear to watch you suffer anymore. It's always about you, isn't it?
I say in a quiet voice. You're not here because of me. Noni, please. Faya pleads through tears as she holds the vial out to me. We both know this only ends one way.
I consider her request, ending it here and now and no longer suffering from the loss of Chase and of Sheila before him, no longer being reminded of how I failed them both, of how they were murdered despite my efforts to save them is welcome, but I remember Gwen. Who will help her now?
What about Gwen? I say. Who? Asks Faya, confused.
The plebeian's sister, I say. She has been taken by Tapiwa. What about her? Are you going to spare her from her suffering the way you are trying to spare me? Faya says nothing as her hand with the vial remains extended. Keep it, I say. Use it on yourself. Before more words can pass between us, the guard bursts into the cell, forcing Faya to hide the vial of poison. Time's up, he growls at her. As she leaves the chamber, Faya pauses, taking one last glance at me, saying, I'm sorry. So am I whisper, but do not know if she heard me as the door closes behind her and locks into place. Moments pass before the door opens again, allowing arbiters inside carrying a metal pole with a collar attached to it. They snap it around my neck, unshackling my hands as they haul me to my feet and drag me from my cell and down the familiar sordid hallway to the arena for me to prove if I should be allowed to live another day. The noise grows louder, its intensity deafening when the arbiters force me to pause before the copper door, turned green from years of oxidation, and detach the pole from my collar before shoving me through. For a moment, my senses suffer from overload as those gathered in the stands fill the area with a mixture of cheers and jeers, making me wonder what bets have been placed on me today. The former Aurelian hero turned into a spectacle for others' entertainment. I refuse to acknowledge them as I move to the center where a man wearing a similar collar to mine awaits me, flexing his muscles and bouncing from one foot to the next in anticipation, and judging from his cocky demeanor, he must be another arbiter. Why did they pick you? I ask, letting my curiosity govern me. The man flexes his chest muscles and cracks his neck. I volunteered. A slight smile appears on my face before vanishing. Another hopeful wishes to make a name for himself by ridding the world of me. 2 trapdoors open and spears appear before our feet. Spears. Arel loves its entertainment, and the bloodier the better. The man reaches for his weapon, but an electrical jolt shoots through his collar, forcing me to step back. A painful reminder to wait for the buzzer. Welcome! Welcome! Greets the announcer as I scan the crowd, spotting both Tapiwa and Molars sitting side by side in the shadows, watching with neither joy nor amusement as their interest rests with the actions of the crowd, not me. In one corner, we have our champion. The announcer waves his hand in my direction, while a mixture of boos and applause fill the air. While in the other is our challenger. A series of cheers emanate from the stands as my opponent raises his arms and shouts at the crowd while beating his chest with his fists. Rolling my eyes, I spot Faya positioned between 2 arbiters, making me wonder if she is as much a prisoner as I am, to which my subconscious scolds me, telling me that I already know the answer. We are all prisoners here, even if no one realizes it because it is filled with pretty things like Luther warned. Let the games begin, yells the announcer over a loudspeaker and the buzzer sounds. My opponent and I dive for our spears. He grabs his first and thrusts it at me as I reach the floor, forcing me to roll to the side while I swing my spear to block. He stabs at me a second time and I roll to the side again until I am out of range. I jump to my feet. He does the same. Seconds pass as we circle one another, waiting for the other to move. I charge him, swinging my spear at his right foot, but he steps backward, forcing me to stab the concrete floor instead. Before I can react, his fist rears downward, plowing into the side of my face, stunning me long enough for him to jab the blunt end of his spear into my stomach. I stagger backward, gasping for air. He lunges for me, and I plant the end of my spear into the floor, using it as a support while swinging both my feet into the air, kicking him in the face, and the moment my feet touch the floor, I bring my spear up and strike him in the neck. Enraged, he charges me, thrusting his spear at me. I block him, but he still barrels into me, knocking me to the ground with the full force of his impact. Knowing that momentum is on his side, he jabs his spear at me,
and sparks fly as its point strikes the floor near my head, forcing me to roll from one side to the next in an attempt to avoid his blows. Again, he aims his spear for me, and I hold mine in front of me, blocking his attack. But a jolt of electricity bursts through my collar, causing my muscles to seize and allowing him to rip my spear from my hands, and it clatters on the floor several feet away. The electrical shock stops, and I try to catch my breath as I lie on the frigid floor.
Knowing I am defenseless, my opponent sneers, bringing his spear up for a fatal blow. But I sit up in time to avoid it and lunge for his leg, knocking him to the floor only for him to slam his heavy-soled boot into my back, causing me to flop onto the floor once again. Another electrical shock bursts from my collar and courses through my body as my opponent lunges for me, only to have his collar release a burst of electricity, stunning him long enough for me to kick him in the face and force him back onto the floor. He scrambles to his feet and tries to kick me, but I block his attack only to receive another blow to the side of my face from his powerful fist. Rage fills him as he bears down upon me, and sweat glistens off his dark skin. Again, he jabs his spear at me, but I somersault away, diving for my own spear, but my efforts stop as he seizes my left ankle and jerks me backward, tossing me aside as though I am nothing more than a piece of unwanted furniture.
Dazed, I stare at the lights above me and spot molars, and the memory of what he did to Sheila and how he cheated during the challenge of the fates enrages me. But then I spot Tapiwa, and the memory of her knife plunging into Chase infuriates me further, giving me the motivation needed to end this. Fueled by this anger, I rise to my feet while my opponent prances around, beating his chest, playing to the crowd's thirst for blood, but their enthused shouts dwindle as I stand, and my opponent turns around, noticing my newfound will to survive. Unfazed, he faces me, twirling his spear, pleased that the fight is not over. He races for me with his spear extended, but I turn on my feet, forcing him to miss. But before he can react, I snatch his spear and slam my head into his face, breaking his nose and causing him to take a step backward as I wrench the spear from his hands. He wipes the blood trickling from his nose and grunts in anger, while I laugh and motion for him to pick up my abandoned spear.
He takes a step toward it. Without warning, jolts of electricity stem from his collar, causing him to drop to his knees in pain after it stops, allowing me to attack from behind as I drop the spear, seize his collar, and plow my fist into his face over and over again as blood coats my fist with each strike, giving in to my anger and the desire to force others to suffer from the pain I feel. As my fist goes in for a final strike, electricity surges from my collar and throughout my body, forcing me to release him, and I drop to the floor, waiting for the pain to stop. The electrical shocks cease. For a few moments, we both kneel on the floor, recovering our senses, until I crawl to one of the spears on the ground and force myself to my feet, waiting for him to do the same. He does so. I motion for him to attack. Furious, he rushes toward me, but I stand my ground, waiting for the precise moment, not caring if this is my last, so long as I take him with me. When he is almost upon me, I turn away, sweeping the blunt end of my spear across the floor, tripping him, before dropping to one knee and planting my spear on the floor with its pointed end up as he falls into it, and it plunges its way through the bottom of his chin, into his skull, and out the back of his head. His spear falls from his grip and clatters on the floor to stunned silence. I turn my gaze toward Tapiwa and Molars, while my opponent's body hangs in the air, supported by the spear poking out of his skull.
"How about a real challenge?" I scream at them. "Do you not have the courage to fight me yourself? Is your courage dependent upon whether the odds are in your favor?"
I raise my foot and kick the dead man to the ground before picking up the spear that fell from his hand.
"You are weak!" I shout at them. "Weakness leads to failure, and failure leads to—"
I throw the spear in the direction of Molars and Tapiwa, but a protective barrier stops it, put in place for such a moment. "Noni!" Someone within the crowd cheers and others join him.
"Noni, Noni, Noni!" As the crowd shouts my name with praise, more electrical shocks spur from my collar, causing me to drop to the floor in pain, helpless, as arbiters burst into the arena and attach a pole to it before dragging me away. As my feet scrape across the concrete, the cheers turn to boos and hisses that fade when I pass through the door. But before it can shut out their ire, I notice a man watching me, not cheering, not booing, only to vanish when the door closes, making me wonder what will happen to me next.
Chapter 23. Mercy.
Lines mark the wall in front of me, displaying how many days I have been kept in this dark hole. 60. I count 60. It is an approximate number. After one of my last triumphs in the arena, I resumed keeping track of my time here, though the moisture clinging to the wall threatens to wash them away, and may have already caused a few marks to vanish. 60 days of the same routine: fight, eat, sleep. 60 days alone in this hole with only my anger to comfort me as I spend every minute envisioning myself exacting my revenge for the deaths of Chase and Sheila. 60 days of pure hell. A soft, honey-colored glow appears on the bricks behind me as the tiniest bit of light pokes through the small crack in the ceiling, growing bolder and brighter with each passing second, transforming into fire before morphing into a more subdued marigold yellow, and it greets me as the light passes over my face, warning me that another day has come.
I pick up a piece of chipped stone that has nestled itself within the crack that formed between the bottom of the wall and the floor, and mark another line, thus marking another day spent here, 61. It has now been about 61 days since my incarceration. Heavy-soled boots pound the floor of the corridor outside my cell, and judging by the force behind them, they must belong to a heavy-set man. I drop the small piece of stone and scoot away from the wall, knowing that the footsteps come for me. The door opens, and in rushes arbiters with cattle prods. I back away, but there is nowhere for me to go, and they corner me, ramming their cattle prods into me, forcing me to my knees as another collar snaps around my neck before hands force me to my feet and drag me from my prison. Every resistance is met with a shock from one of the cattle prods. One guard rams his prod into my face and receives a fist to his own in response. "You know your orders," shouts his supervisor. Steamed at being reprimanded, he rams his cattle prod into my stomach to relieve his anger, causing me to double over and retch, and he smiles until my bile covers his boots. Distant cheers rumble in the background, growing louder with each step, telling me that, once again, I am to be put in the arena, as has been my life since they imprisoned me here. I dig my heels into the floor, knowing that it is useless to do so, but I have no intention of making life easy for my captors. A jolt from a cattle prod reminds me of who is in charge here, and it is not me. We pause before a set of steel doors, waiting for them to open as a series of gears grind together, warning me that this could be my last day here, a moment I welcome. When the doors open, pain bursts from my ears as the roar of the crowd in the stands pounds them with endless fury, while hands shove me through, and I walk to the center of the arena, knowing what is expected of me, and what will happen if I fail to comply. 3 people wait for me, all of them female recruits, each with a weapon, and none wear a collar. I eye them, focusing my attention on the 2 who look as though they will run their gauntlet soon, noting the bloodlust within their eyes as they glare at me, planning their attack, and I return their scowls with my own, while remembering Chase's words before he breathed his last. I scan the repugnant crowd as they cheer and salivate at the chance to see more carnage and witness my demise. Damn them all. The buzzer sounds. My focus remains on the 2 older recruits. One holds a machete and the other a chain, while the third seems to have disappeared, and we circle each other, waiting for someone to make the first move as we eye one another, each desiring blood. They want mine, and I want revenge. The one with the machete makes a move and I back away, avoiding her blow as she swipes her blade through the air, hoping to strike me with it. As I dodge her attack, a jolt of electricity bursts from the collar around my neck, causing my muscles to seize. I force them to move, to do as I will as she charges me with her teeth bared, but the pain refuses to release me, so I go limp, falling to the ground, forcing her to strike air. The electrical shocks cease. Before I can catch my breath, my opponent turns on me with her machete, while the other takes aim with her chain, whirling it in the air as she plans her attack. I kick the ankle of the one with the machete and roll out of the way as the chain crashes onto the floor, creating sparks as it strikes the concrete. I snatch the chain and yank its owner off her feet, but am forced to let go when the blade of the machete crashes into the links of the chain.
Once again, we circle each other, with them desiring my death, and the glory they will receive should they succeed, while I see nothing but the system that murdered Chase and Sheila, and I will settle for nothing less than retribution. One flings her chain at me, catching me around the ankle and jerks me off my feet, while the other dives for me with her machete, forcing me to roll out of the way as the blade strikes the floor with a clink. My fingers work in vain to get the chain off my ankle, while they both move toward me, ready to strike me down. But before they reach me, my third opponent stabs one of the others in the ankle with a wooden staff, making me wonder why she would choose such a weapon, while the other backhands her, knocking her to the ground. I free my ankle and spot the recruit on the ground with her staff laying next to her and calculate my next move. The other two charge for me, but I somersault across the floor in between them and lunge for the abandoned staff, scooping it up in time to block an attack from the machete and jab its wielder in the chest. As she stumbles backward, the other whips her chain at me and I dive downward, forcing her to miss, as I swing the staff and hit her in the face before swiping her feet out from under her.
I spring to my feet in time to block an attack from the one with the machete. She swings at me in rapid succession, and each time I block her attack while being forced to skip backwards in an effort to avoid her blows. She feigns an attack, and I fall for it, allowing her to slice me below my left shoulder. She moves in for the kill, but I duck and step around her before bringing the staff up and ramming it into her back between her shoulder blades, followed by another blow to the back of her knees. Before I can attack again, electricity shoots from my collar, forcing me to drop the staff and fall to my knees in agony. The one with the chain wraps one end around my torso and yanks me to the ground, forgetting that metal is a conduit, and she drops the chain as an electrical shock reaches her hand. Undeterred, she snatches her chain when the electrical shocks cease and smacks me in the chest with her end before kicking me in the stomach, while the other recovers from the blows I had given her. Another kick heads for me. I roll out of the way and free myself from the chain as she races for me in a rage, but I block her attack and kick her in the abdomen, forcing her to double over before wrapping the cable around her neck and giving it a good twist. I drop her body, pleased when it thuds on the floor. Rage spills from the one with the machete when she sees her fellow recruit lying motionless, and she races for me, her machete ready to strike me down, but I am ready for her. I pick up the chain and wrap both ends around my hands, waiting. She swings her machete at me, but I stretch out the chain and block, remarking at the sparks that hover around us after metal meets metal. She strikes again, and I block her attack with the chain as we move around the arena, with her expending all her energy into trying to hack me with her blade, while I wait for the right moment. She swings at me a third time, and I wrap the chain around the blade of her machete before ramming each of my fists into her face, stunning her. I release her weapon and toss it to her before motioning for her to come at me. She takes another look at her fellow recruit and tightens her grip on her weapon as she lunges for me. She strikes with the machete, but I wrap the chain around her wrist and twist, forcing the blade into her chest, and horrified shock appears on her face before she falls to the floor. Something shifts behind me. With lightning movements, I whirl around and knock the person to the floor, jumping on her and pinning her as I raise my fist, when a frightened squeal reaches my ears and stops me. I stare at the girl beneath me, the third recruit. She cannot be more than 8 years old. I glance at the abandoned staff and realize that it was not her chosen weapon, but one assigned to her because she was set up to fail, making me wonder what she did to be placed here as punishment. Her frightened eyes stare into mine, and all the rage that has consumed me dissipates. She never murdered Sheila. Molars did. She never murdered Chase. Tapiwa did. I lower my fist and stand up, extending my hand to her, and after a moment's hesitation, she takes it as the crowd falls silent and their bloodthirsty cheers vanish.
"Go," I tell the girl, and she hurries away, while I turn toward the door that I had entered the arena through.
Another door slides open, allowing a man with a spiked ball on a 3-foot chain to enter. He plows the spiked ball into the girl's face, shattering her skull, forcing me to watch in horror as her limp body slumps to the floor, surrounded by a pool of her own blood. She had no warning, no time to react, and all I can do is stand statuesque as the pooling blood around her grows larger, reflecting more of the lights above us as it covers her black hair. She never should have been here. They sentenced her to death regardless. Stunned silence hovers over us, refusing to believe the reality of the girl's fate. I face this newcomer as he turns toward me. My eyes turn to slits as I devote my attention to him, while my simmering rage returns to a rolling boil, ravenous for my sword of justice. Since the day I received my commission, people have died around me. People I tried to help. People I took mercy on because they did not deserve life's injustices. The plebeian girl, the infant, Sheila, Chase, and now this recruit. But Arel overruled me and murdered them. But no more. I sprint for him as the crowd remains silent. No cheers, no shouts, just hushed silence. And the man raises his flail, swinging it around his head, lengthening the chain as he frees the wrapped end from around his gloved hands, letting what I thought was a 3-foot chain become a 10-footer, preparing to strike me with it. The spiked ball crashes into the floor, cracking the concrete as I dive to the side, avoiding its blow. He jerks the chain, lifting the spiked ball into the air and swings it at me again, but I jump out of the way and lunge for him, catching him around the legs and forcing him to fall to the floor. Enraged, he plows one of his gloved hands into my face, followed by an elbow to the stomach, stunning me. As I gasp for air and try to regain my feet, my opponent jumps to his and widens the gap between us as he jerks the spiked ball into the air and swings it above his head, preparing to strike me, while I watch, evaluating his movements, trying to guess the precise moment he will release it. He makes his move. The ball whooshes through the air as it heads for me, and I jump out of the way at the last moment. The man howls in a rage and jerks the ball into the air again before flailing it at me, but I dodge to the side, avoiding its blow. But the moment my hands touch the floor, electrical shocks shoot from my collar and course through my body, causing my muscles to seize once again. I try to ignore the pain, but these jolts are more intense than the previous ones, making me wonder just who controls this collar. Or is it on a timer? While I lie on the ground, unable to move, the man rips his spiked ball from the floor and swings it above his head again, grinning in triumph as he prepares for another strike. The electrical shocks cease, and I lie still for several moments, forcing my lungs to take in air as I flex my fingers in an attempt to get my muscles back under my control. I need to get this cursed collar off. My eyes look up in time to see the spiked ball coming for me, and I roll out of the way, cringing when it strikes the floor and sends a series of cracks zigzagging through the concrete. An idea forms in my mind. Jumping to my feet, I charge for the abandoned chain, dropping to the ground and sliding across the floor as the spiked ball careens for me again, avoiding its blow as bits of concrete fly into the air and nick my exposed skin. I ignore it. I reach the chain and snatch it, wrapping one end around the dead recruit's body. The spiked ball crashes into the floor next to me, forcing me to lunge to the side with the chain in hand. Again, he jerks the chain, and the ball rises into the air. He swings it around his head, building momentum as I scan the floor and spot an area that has been damaged. I race for the other end of the arena, stretching the chain out so that it sits between my opponent and the damaged area of the floor, before dumping it and racing to where the cement has cracked as he prepares to attack. He flings the spiked ball at me, and I jump out of the way in time to avoid another blow, hoping that my plan works. It does. The spike ball crashes into the already cracked cement and sticks. Confused, my opponent tries freeing it by jerking on the flail's chain, and I use those precious seconds to ease a spike underneath the collar where its locking mechanism is, ignoring the bits of blood that drop to the floor as it cuts my skin, and tug as hard as I can until the collar falls off. Freed, I run to the chain I had stretched out on the floor, as my opponent realizes something is amiss and charges for me, reaching me at the exact moment I raise the chain and trip him. He crashes to the floor, and I wrap part of the chain around my fist before plunging it into his face. He rears back in pain, juts his foot out, and kicks me in the chest. Ignoring the pain, I unwrap the chain from around my fist and throw it at him, forcing him to bring his hands up in a defensive posture as I wrap another part of the chain around his ankle. He kicks at me again, and I jump back, avoiding it. We eye each other, trying to read the other's thoughts. He lunges at me, but I take my collar and wrap it around the chain I had attached to his ankle and step back as another electrical shock is released from it. His body seizes and convulses on the floor as electricity rushes through him, but I know it will not last long, so I jump to my feet and head for the spiked ball stuck in the floor, kneeling before it when my opponent stops convulsing. Enraged, he rips the chain from around his ankle and stands to his full height, narrowing his eyes as he focuses on me, preparing to go for the kill. He races for me, picking up speed with each step as he draws nearer, while I brace myself, listening to his feet pound on the concrete as everyone within the arena remains silent, unwilling to intrude upon our fight, while they wait with bated breath to see how it ends. When my opponent is a few feet away, I tackle him, catching him around the knees and force him to fall forward into the spiked ball embedded on the floor, pleased when a spear goes through his skull and pokes out the other end with bits of his brain matter decorating its tip. An astonished hush surrounds me as I force myself to my feet and look around at the crowd watching me. Not once did they make a sound during our fight, and even now they remain still as their initial shock morphs into respect, as though they themselves believe they owe some measure of deference for what has happened. I turn away from the man with the flail and step toward the girl. She never deserved what life dealt her, and kneel beside her before turning her over and folding her delicate hands on her chest, doing my best to hold back the tears that desire to break free, when a pair of black boots step beside me. I jump to my feet, ready to fight, but stop when a pair of hands stretch out a folded blanket for me to take, and I look into the respectful eyes of the man handing it to me, and sweat streams down his dark skin as he nods his head in the direction of the girl. My fingers wrap themselves in the coarse and grimy fibers of the rough-hewn blanket and take it from him, unfolding it. He takes one end, and together we place it over the girl, covering her, giving her a small tribute. It isn't much, but it is all we have. Once finished, the guard salutes me, and as I glance around the arena, people, one by one, including Faya, salute me, except for Tapiwa, except for Molars, and except for a man who is very interested in this turn of events, the same man I saw before. A door opens and the guard signals for me to pass through it. I do so, but as I trek through the corridor, none of the guards come for me. They step to the side, allowing me to pass unhindered as I walk back to my cell, knowing that there is no other place for me to go. Each one nods approval in my direction, some salute me, and a few whisper the word arbiter with a note of respect, telling me that, for now, we have reached some level of agreement. The young recruit, the girl, did not deserve what happened to her. I, for all my sins, belong here. The others chose to come here for glory. She did not, and deserved far better. When I reach my cell, a guard opens it for me, but instead of shoving me inside like has happened so many times in the past, he steps aside, his apologetic eyes indicating that he wishes he could do more for me. I give him a wry smile, unsure of what else to do, and step into my cell as the door seals behind me and locks into place. A single voice breaks the quiet surrounding me. I see you have survived another day. Commander Vi, what is she doing here? Her eyes burn through me like they did the first day I met her, as though she can see through me and into the innermost depths of my soul and knows my darkest secrets. But unlike that day, there is empathy and warmth mixed with sorrow and determination. Commander, I say confused, how did you get in here? I've been around for a long time, she replies, long enough to curry favors. But... Shh, I haven't much time. She pulls a small vial out of her pocket, and I recoil from her, remembering how earlier Faya had done the same. What is that? I demand. I haven't time to explain, she says, as heavy boots stomp down the corridor, drawing nearer, indicating that her allotted time nears its end. I stare at the vial in her hand, unsure of what to believe. I need you to trust me, Noni. I don't know who to trust, I say, remembering how Luther had left Gwen, Chase, and me when Molars and Tapiwa sprung their trap. Was he in on it and led us there? Noni, Commander Vi says in a gentle voice, a tone I have never heard her use before, and it seems foreign to her very nature, about as foreign as a fish swimming in sand, that it captures my attention and forces me to silence my doubts and listen to her. I once said that you were a lot like me, but I was wrong. You are far better than I ever was. You kept your soul, whereas I abandoned mine long ago.
Silence passes between us as I digest her words.
That is what Arel does. It beats every essence of humanity from you until you submit to its will, and its will alone, without question. I saw you the day you ran the gauntlet. Saw how you risked your own life to help another. How you could have ended the life of another recruit, but showed mercy instead. How, somehow, despite all their efforts, they remained unable to squelch that last spark of humanity within you. I knew that if they had sent you to their first choice, that spark would be extinguished. Where? I ask, allowing my curiosity to have its triumph. The borderlands! Commander Vi's voice echoes around us, forcing me to remember pieces of my past. Beyond the barren wasteland, beyond the outposts, are the borderlands. None ever speak of them, and we all pretend that they do not exist. The crematoriums may be a standard punishment for arbiters who fail to always obey, but the borderlands are an eternal sentence into hell, where the most resistant to Arel's rule are dumped as a warning to others. Isolated, away from any ounce of civilization and forgotten, no one, except for the rare exception, lasts long out there. It is said that the borderlands harbor the most vicious and beast-like of creatures. They once resembled men, but are now nothing more than ravenous beasts who hunger for human flesh. Even the barbarians refuse to enter that place. How many of these stories are true? I don't know.
Perhaps Arel started them so as to keep people compliant by making them fear the world outside the wall. I once thought they were told to us to keep us afraid, until a former recruit returned from there during my 9th year at the training facility. How he managed it, no one knows. But 6 months after being left in the borderlands for a simple infraction, he appeared at the gate, holding a severed head in his hand. The head itself looked to be that of a monster, probably due to decay and rot. The council allowed him inside, believing that they could use this as a tale about the greatness of their arbiters and their ability to survive insurmountable odds in the protection of Arel and her citizens. They transported him to the training facility and lined us up in the courtyard so that we could bear witness to a great hero. But he snapped. He tackled one of the instructors and ripped her throat out with his teeth, and before anyone could react, he lunged for the recruits with the instructor's flesh hanging from his lips and dripping blood as he killed any in his way. But that is not what I remember most. The crazed look in his eyes and the inhuman features of his face burned themselves into my memory and gave me nightmares for weeks afterward. Thinking about it now makes me shiver in terror. They put him down, riddled him with so many bullets that his body resembled a mangled rag more than a corpse. Reports of the incident spread, and the stories about mad, flesh-eating animals that inhabit the borderlands grew. Could this former recruit have been a tool of Arel, drugged to act insane? It is possible, but no one will ever know the truth of the incident, only the stories that grew out of it, and how for a while there were no incidents of rebellion within the city. As I remember that fateful day, I realize that Commander Vi has never betrayed me in the past, and even when she could have turned me in for disobedience to the will of Arel, she never did. Please, she holds the vial out to me. Trust me once more. Don't let the harshness of the past embitter your heart. I snatch the vial from her hand as the door opens and a different guard's gruff voice fills the cell. Time's up! Commander Vi stalks past the guard with her head held high, exhibiting that commanding stature that I have always admired and hoped to one day possess, leaving me alone in the dark and the damp as the door slams behind her, sealing me inside once more. I study the vial in my hand and the clear liquid within it. If she had wanted me dead, she could have done it the moment I stepped into my cell. She is planning something. I do not know what, nor do I know how, but this unusual behavior of hers tells me that she has made a choice, much like I did when I tried to get those I cared for out of Arel. I pull the cap off the vial and bring it to my cracked lips, whispering, "Bottoms up," and drink the contents, grimacing as the bitter liquid touches my tongue before plunging down my throat and to my stomach, hoping that her plan works and is worth it. Chapter 24. Sacrifice. A foot in my stomach jerks me from a deep slumber as a guard jostles me until I roll into the slimy wall. Instinct forces me to grab his foot and prepare to yank it out from under him,
but he expects my actions and whips me with his baton, forcing me to bring my arms up to block his attack. "Go!" he yells at me as he hauls me to my feet and shoves me out into the corridor without bothering to place a bag over my head. Looking around, I do not see my usual guard and wonder what is going on. Something is different. The point of a baton presses into the space between my shoulder blades as the force behind it pushes me down the hallway and past plastic bulges within the corroded wall, allowing yellow light to peek through tiny holes in the years of accumulated dust and grime, thus adding to the ominous feeling of dread that fills me with each step I take. We turn a corner and another corner before stopping before a massive door with sludge covering it, forming ripples as it stretches downward from the top, reflecting the murky light, forming the illusion of a flowing river, albeit one that resembles sewage more than a serene piece of scenery as it opens, revealing the arena within. Another stab by a baton in my back urges me to walk through the doorway and into the chamber where, once again, I must fight another for the privilege of breathing. Muffled cheers greet me as my sluggish feet carry me into the enclosed arena filled with a crowd gathered to watch me battle another. But there is a change in the atmosphere. Gone are the exuberant cheers from before, replaced by half-hearted shouts as the crowd goes through the motions of appearing enthused, while always keeping their eyes on the armed arbiters surrounding them, while drones dart about, recording everything. My suspicions that there is more going on here than a simple test of wills and strength are confirmed when I spot Commander Vi in nothing more than her uniform pants and undershirt, waiting for me in the arena's center. Fury rises within me as I remember her visit and her pleas to trust her. Trust her? Trust her! What was in that vial she gave me? I stop before her, scowling at her as the feeling of betrayal wafts over me and wraps its tendrils around me, mocking the trust I had in my commander, as the idea that I am nothing more than a pawn in everyone's game mocks my naivety and desperation to have even the smallest amount of faith in someone. She glances in my direction, unsurprised by the venomous look on my face as I circle her, flexing my muscles, ready to eliminate another enemy. "Arbiter Noni, once a hero to Arel, now reduced to a disgraced traitor," comes a voice over a loudspeaker. "Let's see how your skills measure up to your former commander. Place your bets." No one speaks, no one shouts, no one offers any coins. "I said place your bets," shouts the announcer in ire, but no one accommodates him. A flicker of movement in the shadows shows Tapiwa waving her hand, indicating that the fight should begin, regardless, and next to her sits Faya, cloaked in worry and sadness, and for a moment, my anger toward her dissipates and is replaced by pity. Like me, she is a product of Arel's dominance and desire to eliminate any essence of individuality by forcing all to conform to its will. I turn my attention to Commander Vi, focusing all my anger on her, not bothering to wait until the buzzer sounds before pouncing on her and landing a fist into her face, forcing her to step backward. But my arm feels heavy, weighed down. She stares at me, unsurprised by my actions, refusing to rub the welt forming as she takes a step sideways, allowing the light to dance upon her shaved head as she measures me and decides her next move. Fueled by my anger, I charge her, but she blocks my attack and throws me to the floor. I roll onto my back and wrap my legs around her left ankle, twist, and force her off her feet. She crashes onto the floor, and I spring for her, but Commander Vi expects my attack and brings her legs up, ramming her feet into my stomach and sending me flying backward. Once again, we face one another as we stand up, waiting for the other to make their next move. "Noni," she says, "it's not what you think." "You said to trust you," I spit at her. "And you must!" she hisses at me, frustrated but unsurprised by my reaction toward seeing her here. Rage overpowers my judgment, and I lunge for her. Together, we struggle to get the better of the other, locked in a battle of wills as I try to ram my fists into her, while she blocks my every move and my limbs begin to feel numb. "You still leave your left side open," she says as she plows her fist into it, forcing me to cringe in pain before I whirl around and elbow her in the chest. As our fight continues, the crowd remains silent, and the only noise I hear is the whine of the drones as they hover around us, capturing every moment of our battle. I snatch one from the air and fling it at her, aiming for her face, but Commander Vi brings her arms up, crosses them, and blocks. Enraged, I charge her, twist, and drop to one knee when I reach her before grabbing her by the shoulders and flipping her over me, allowing her to crash onto the floor. She rolls out of the way before my fist touches her face, and it strikes the concrete instead. "What was in that vial?" I demand as I breathe heavy, wondering why my body feels as though it has weight strapped to it. "Necessity," she answers. I lunge for her again, catching her around the middle, and we both fall to the floor, rolling around, fists flying, until we break apart and stare at one another with me full of rage, while Commander Vi possesses understanding. Another drone hovers past, and I snatch it from the air, smashing it into the floor, reveling in the sound of it breaking as sparks fly from it, before flinging it at her, but my arm refuses to work and she blocks it with ease. "This is the only way to save Gwen." Blood drains from my face as her words hit me, cutting me to the core, and memories of Chase and Gwen that last night I saw them thrust themselves to the forefront of my mind, consuming my thoughts and blocking out my current situation. All I see is Chase's empty eyes as he stares back at me, devoid of life, devoid of hope after telling me to do what I had to survive, while echoes of Gwen's anguished screams fill my ears. My sudden lack of awareness is all Commander Vi needs to get the upper hand. She jumps on me, pinning my arms behind me as she presses me into the concrete floor, while wrapping her other arm around my neck and places her lips against my ear. "I'm sorry," she whispers as a small prick tickles my neck and my mind turns hazy, while the world before me blurs before everything goes black. My eyelids close and seal themselves shut, while my breathing shallows and my muscles seize and refuse to obey my commands as she allows me to drop to the floor, and though a slight bit of pain jabs itself into my side, I am unable to utter a single word as my jaw clenches itself. I cannot move. No matter what I do, I cannot move. Panic grips my mind as the feeling of being trapped in my body washes over me, and the fear of spending the remainder of my existence in a body that won't allow me to communicate or even open my eyes takes hold, leaving the torture of being able to hear what happens around me, mocked by the whine of a drone hovering close, taking in every moment of my torment. Before anything else happens, screams fill the arena as gunfire echoes around me, while people trample one another in a desperate attempt to get out. Was this Tapiwa's plan all along? To force people to watch my demise before slaughtering them? Or did they not act according to her wishes and saluted me like they did before? I will never know. I only know their fate in the end. The thought of Faya being forced to watch all this in horror enters my mind, assuming she even survived Tapiwa's latest burst of anger. "Fools!" screams Tapiwa in disgust. "Get them out of here!" "Wait!" Commander Vi's voice breaks through the panicked barrier within my mind. "We had an agreement!" "I've changed the terms of our agreement," replies Tapiwa's cold and calculating voice. Hands lift me from the floor in unceremonious fashion and cart me away. I try to move, but my body refuses to obey, forcing me to endure this agonizing uncertainty of what will become of me. The hollow sounds of heavy boots stomping along the grime-encrusted grate that covers the floor of the corridor fill my ears as my mind ponders every possible outcome, each ending with me stuck in this nightmarish scenario. How much time passes I do not know, as this prison seems to last an eternity before a thump sounds behind me. I crash onto the grated floor as those carrying me release their hold to deal with this new and uninvited threat. A man grunts as items are knocked to the floor and scatter in several directions before being drowned out by the sounds of fists finding their way into the soft underbelly of another's stomach before... Silence. Once again, I will myself to move, a finger, a toe, anything. But nothing happens. I am trapped, appearing dead before the world when I am very much alive. Gentle hands lift me before another prick tickles my neck. "Come on, Noni," comes Commander Vi's voice, filled with a worried tone that I have never heard from her before, but I still cannot move and my breathing remains shallow. A fist slams into my sternum, prompting my lungs to open up, causing me to breathe in all of a sudden, before coughing up wads of spit as my heavy eyelids open, allowing me to see the dingy confines of the hallway and the still bodies lying among broken glass and scattered utensils. I try to lift my arm, but it feels heavy and sluggish, as though it hasn't been used in ages, and protests my insistence that it work. Someone bursts into our little area, and Commander Vi snatches a shard of glass off the floor and throws it at the man, striking him in the throat where he clutches it, surprised by the deadliness of her aim, before collapsing in a pool of his own blood. "Come on," says Commander Vi as she helps me to my feet, but they flop about, causing me to wobble as I try to stand. The effects will wear off in a few minutes. "What did you do to me?" I ask, my voice sounding harsh, like it hasn't been used in years.
"What I had to," Commander Vi replies as she leads me through the hallway, supporting me as I try to regain my balance, but I still feel groggy from whatever drug she had given me.
We hobble through the corridor, past the streams of brown water snaking their way down the walls, channeled through the moss that dares to grow as I try to make my torpid feet work, but they still feel heavy, as though they are encased in giant blocks of concrete. Noise echoes from ahead, and she leans me against the wall for support and creeps onward, peering around the doorway and into the small room where muffled, anguished screams escape. Someone spots her. Commander Vi leaps into the room and tackles one of the arbiters, and as the sounds of scuffling fill the area, I inch my way closer for a better look, forcing my legs and arms to obey me, despite their protests, and demand they ignore the effects of the drug, and I enter the room as an arbiter pins her against the wall. I try to help her, but my leg falters and I stumble, causing the arbiter to glance in my direction, allowing Commander Vi to use his distracted mind to throw him off her, before snatching a rod from a table and slamming it into his face. Another arbiter approaches her from behind. "Commander!" I scream. She whirls around and throws the rod at him, causing him to block, before lunging for him and knocking him to the ground, where she rams her fist into his throat until he stops moving. As she searches the body and grabs his sidearm, I notice a man strapped to a chair with a muzzle over his face, riddled with open wounds on his bare chest. He's the guard that had shown kindness to me yesterday. Such an act is never tolerated. I walk up to him. My unsteady legs force me to lean on a nearby table, feeling pity for him, and undo the straps to his muzzle before untying him, while Commander Vi watches, unsure of my actions. He lifts his hands and removes the muzzle, while I take a step back, hoping my judgment is correct, and Commander Vi tightens her grip on the sidearm she had taken from one of the arbiters. An alarm sounds. Our escape has been noticed. "Noni!" Commander Vi motions for me to follow her when the arbiter I freed stops her. "Wait, not that way." "We need to get to the tunnels," Commander Vi says. "That route will be watched," says the man. "A previous prisoner tried escaping that way." "The tunnels are the only way out of here," protests Commander Vi. "There's a better option," the man says to me. "Take us to them," I say, trusting him. The man crawls out of the chair, grimacing as his open wounds tear, causing more blood to ooze from them, contrasting against his dark and sweat-soaked skin, before heading in the opposite direction of the approaching guards, with Commander Vi bringing up the rear, while I remain between them, unsure of my willingness to trust this man, but knowing I have no choice. He leads us down another dark corridor, stopping us whenever an arbiter or two runs by before continuing. We reach a doorway leading to another hallway. After waiting several seconds, he motions us through, and we chance upon a guard. But before the guard can speak, the man grabs him by the face and shoves him into the wall before dropping his lifeless body. A shot rings out and grazes the man's arm. Undeterred, he picks up the dead guard and throws the body at the approaching arbiters before grabbing me and pushing me down another hallway, while Commander Vi fires the pistol at them. Bullets riddle the wall, protecting us as we charge down the hallway, with me still wobbling as I struggle with the effects of the drug Commander Vi had used on me. The man I freed grabs my shirt and yanks me back before I pass the threshold to what seems to be an abandoned room, and jumps in front of me when two arbiters appear. He seizes the arm of one and bends it backward, snapping the bone at the elbow before shoving the arbiter into the other one. The second arbiter goes for her gun, but the man snatches it from her and fires 2 rounds into her chest, before rounding on the other and emptying the magazine. Feeling useless, I watch as he strips them of their weapons and hands one to Commander Vi, before helping me hurry down the corridor, where we round a corner and come face to face with a hatch. "What is this?" demands Commander Vi. The man opens the hatch, releasing a foul, decayed stench that makes my stomach churn until I retch, spewing bile onto my boots and the floor. This is where we keep the bodies, until they are taken to the crematorium. Follow the chute and drop into the water when you reach it. Dive until the current catches you. It will take you to the tunnels. Placated, and knowing she has no other options, Commander Vi shoves her way into the tunnel. Shouts draw closer as arbiters close in on us. "Go," he says to me, and when I hesitate, he adds, "I'm right behind you." I force my way into the chute, ignoring the urge to vomit a second time as the stench of rotted flesh and putrefied blood overwhelms my senses, before turning around to help the man when the hatch seals shut behind me, followed by a spray of gunfire, telling me what his fate is. The only thing I know about him is that he showed me kindness, and I'll never know why he sacrificed himself for me. Aware there is nothing I can do for him now, I turn and follow Commander Vi, crawling over mangled and rotting corpses, knowing that, at any moment, I may become one of them. My hand slips into the open stomach of one, and I cringe as the slime of their intestines wraps around my arm before I am able to pull myself free. Seconds crawl by as I worm my way over the bodies, clenching my throat in an effort to not throw up, hoping that my nose will accustom itself to the stench, but the further we go, the worse it becomes. At one point, I taste death and know that I have gone where even the devil would not dare tread. A hollow sound pricks my ears as we reach an open chamber with stagnant water, black from decayed blood, telling us that we have reached our end in this nightmarish tomb. I stare at the still water, noting how its spoiled essence reflects nothing but absorbs every speck of light that dares enter this place, thus giving it a ghoulish life, and the thought of diving into it sickens me. I steal a quick glance at Commander Vi and the regal stance she maintains, refusing to show disgust at what she must endure next, making me wish that I shared her iron will. "Remember your underwater training?" she asks. I do, and I wish I didn't. I despise that part of my training, and I despise what I must do now. She dives into the water, and I do the same, recoiling as the viscous liquid, made so by the bodies within it, envelops me, impeding my efforts to move through it to get beneath its prison. I refuse to open my eyes in this filth and point myself downward, kicking as hard as I can, while holding on to the precious air within my lungs, even if it had been fouled by the miasma of death. Swim until you feel the current, and allow it to carry you. That is what the man said, and that is what I will do. My lungs burn from the desire to release the air within them and replace it with something fresher. But I command them to remain shut as I push my way through the black water and past the bloated limbs of the bodies that have fallen in, hoping that the current finds me soon. A wisp of bubbles flips a strand of my hair. I must be close. I kick harder and pull myself with my arms in an effort to propel myself further through the water when bubbles escape from my lips as a force slams into me and carts me away, tossing me around as though I am nothing more than a rag doll, meant to be abused rather than treated with any sort of care. My body flops around in the current as it carries me away, causing me to lose my bearings and not know which way is up or down. And the more it tosses me around, the more my stomach churns, and the more air bursts from my lips. I force myself to swallow in an attempt to not gasp, as bubbles rush past my ears, tickling them while my body spins as it moves with increasing speed, making me fear that I will splatter into the side of a metal wall, never to be seen or heard from again. Another force crashes into me, whipping me into another direction, and despite my efforts to stabilize myself, my arms and legs flail around in chaotic fashion as the current reminds me who is in charge. Fire engulfs my lungs as an intense pulse pounds in my head and neck from my efforts to hold on to my breath, and I know that I cannot hold it for much longer. Another flip from the current and my lungs win out, allowing the air contained within them to explode from my mouth, and before I can stop it, the natural reaction to inhale takes hold, causing me to cough and sputter while the current whips me around until Weightlessness takes hold for a moment before I plummet downward and crash into a pool of water, plunging deep beneath its surface until I am able to move my arms and legs and push myself upward. A hand grabs my arm and yanks me free, pulling me onto a solid surface as I gasp and cough, spitting water from my mouth in a desperate attempt to clear my lungs, thankful to be able to breathe once again, even if it is stale air. "We've made it to the tunnels," Commander Vi says, not bothering to ask if I'm all right, though the fact I am still breathing answers that question for her. "Come on, they'll learn where we are soon." "Where do these tunnels lead?" I ask, still coughing. "To the reservoir." The reservoir. That's where this all began in a way, when I ran the gauntlet and had to swim across the reservoir in order to complete it, and afterward, I received my commission and was assigned to the eastern sector to be under the command of Commander Vi, never knowing the two of us would end up here. Such is the way life is. Still coughing, I force myself to my feet, while Commander Vi checks the weapons she took from the arbiters who tried to stop us, frowning at what the decayed water did to them. Greenish water flows past us, wrapping itself around my legs, forming ripples as it continues its journey through the tunnel, not caring about us or why we are here, only that it does not wish to be slowed in its desire to keep going. We follow the current, jogging through the knee-high water as best we can, doing our best to not fall when shouts reverberate off the concrete walls, drowning the soft roar of the water, warning us that we are no longer alone down here. For a split second, we glance at each other, each thinking the same thought. They found us. The sharp barking of dogs pierces our ears, adding to the terror we face, and we both bolt down the tunnels, splashing through the water, not caring about its filth as we try to escape, knowing what will happen if the dogs catch us. Metal bars stop us from going further, but as I study them, I realize that they have corroded from all the moisture, allowing the bottom to tilt upward and break away, thus forming a small opening. Before I can point it out to Commander Vi, a low growl rumbles behind us, and the hairs rise on the back of my neck as a wave of cooled heat washes over me, and my stomach drops because I know what I will find when I turn around. Keeping my movements slow, I face the dog behind me, only to find that, instead of one, there are three. One charges Commander Vi, while another runs for me, teeth bared and snarling as it jumps for me. I throw my arm up to block it, while clenching my jaw to keep from shouting in pain when its teeth sink into my flesh, while it growls around the saliva dripping over my arm. I punch it in the eye, and it jumps back, yelping, but before I can react, another jumps for me, forcing me to duck in order to miss its attack, only to have the first one lunge for me a second time. Again, I throw my arm up, and its teeth pierce my skin as it snarls around the warm blood coloring its yellowed fangs, and I face the gate blocking the tunnel and ram it into one of exposed spikes, relieved when its grip loosens the moment its side is pierced. I drop it in the water. The other dog leaps for me, forcing me to fall backward into the water, and as I struggle to get it off so that I can breathe again, a shot fills the tunnel, and the dog goes limp. Flinging it off me, I sit up, coughing, while Commander Vi remains poised with steam escaping off the barrel of the pistol in her hand. More shouts enter the tunnel and draw closer, telling us that they've heard us and we haven't much time. Sucking in a lungful of air, I dive into the water and swim underneath the rusted bars, cringing as warmth mixed with a sharp pain scrapes my back from having been caught by one before coming out the other side. My head bursts through the surface as I gasp for air, before checking the blood oozing from my new gash. It isn't deep, more painful than mortal. Commander Vi bursts from the water next to me, breathing deep, but neither of us waste time continuing on as we both push ourselves through the water, following the current to where it leads, hoping that it will take us to our salvation. The irate voices of arbiters behind us grow closer, their echoes surrounding us and mocking our efforts to escape their clutches. A tremendous explosion rips through the tunnels, deafening us with its shockwave, telling us that they wasted no time in destroying the corroded gate. We pick up our pace, lifting our knees high so as to move faster through the water, welcoming the roar of a waterfall as light fills the tunnel, and water spills from its open mouth into the reservoir below, creating clouds of vapor that swirl into the sky, producing tiny rainbows, unconcerned about our predicament. Arbiters close in on us as their shapes appear at the end, morphing from shadows into clear images of armed guards intent on killing us. I peer over the edge. It's too far down!
Remember your training! Commander Vi screams over the noise, checking the number of rounds she has left.
My heart beats faster, not because arbiters are closing in on us, but because the thought of jumping from this height frightens me. It always has, but I know I have only two choices: risk it or face the arbiters.
I once told you that you were a lot like me, Commander Vi says for a second time as she cocks her pistol. But I was wrong. You're better.
I glance at her, unsure of what to think about this newfound parental affection she has toward me, and a sinking feeling grips my stomach. Save the girl. Trust only Renal.
As her words hit my ears, I realize that she is saying goodbye, that she has made her final choice in this life. Before I can finish, her heavy-soled boot rams into the center of my chest and shoves me over the side and into the falling water, where its mixture of gaseous and liquid forms overtake me as I plummet downward, unable to stop, rendered helpless as flashes of gunfire escape the tunnel before falling silent, ended by drops of fresh blood mingling with the waterfall. Commander Vi is no more. Water slaps my back as I plunge into it, forcing the air out of my lungs and disorienting me as the current twists me around, trying to keep me under. I kick and thrust my arms out, trying to make my way to the surface, but with each effort, water pulls me back under, determined to drown me. A hand grabs my arm, yanks me free of the water's hold, and pulls me onto the bank of the reservoir, where others wait for us with clothes to conceal my mangled uniform.
Breathe, Noni, says a gentle voice. Renal? He carries me away from the bank and to two people I do not recognize, while gunfire rains down upon us from the tunnel, only to be met by single shots whose origins are hidden above us. I know of only one person able to do such a feat: Perse. The world fades around me as my body shuts down, and before it goes black, Renal and I are thrown into the back of an unmarked transport before it speeds away, taking us with it. Chapter 25. Forgiveness. Metal confines my wrist, refusing to let it move as my mind re-enters the realm of conscious thought, trying to grasp my new reality. Commander Vi is dead. I never gave much consideration to the possibility of being in a world where she no longer existed, nor did I realize how much I relied on her strength. She pushed me, forced me to become tougher than I thought possible, and at times, her methods seemed harsh, but there was always something else there as well, a sort of kindness, and above all, she was fair. When others tried to harm me, she was the first to stop them, even if it meant her death, and in the end, she paid that price. Trust only Renal. That is what she told me. As I think about her last words, I realize that I know nothing about her past, or what happened to make her believe that Renal is the only one she could trust, but I do know that they had a mutual respect for each other and always looked out for the other. A strong bond, not intimate, platonic, or at the very least, they never allowed it to move past that stage. Gwen! Her name bursts into my muddled mind as I consider lying on the bed and surrendering to the demands of my battered body, but the memories of her horrified face as Chase died in my arms forces me awake. I am her only hope now, and I will not abandon her to a fate worse than death. I failed Sheila. I failed Chase. I will not fail her. Metal springs poke my back from the mattress I lie on, squeaking from the slightest of movements. Part of me wishes to remain numb and unaware of the world around me, but the other half insists on waking up, and its insistence grows louder by the second, until my heavy eyes pry themselves open, allowing me to see the drab and gloomy room I am in, my new prison. I stare at the mismatched wallpaper as it forms an abstract puzzle. Bits of it peel away, exposing the metallic wall behind it, as though someone placed scraps of it wherever they could to try and bring some humanity to this place but gave up, an act for which I do not blame them. I tug at the handcuff holding me to the bedpost. If one can call a mattress with springs poking from it set between four metal posts a bed, wishing to be free from the confines of this room. Pressing my other hand against the bedpost, I push it, taking note of its weakness. Twisting, I stretch out my handcuffed arm as I turn so that I can place my feet on the post, ignoring the protest of my muscles as the smallest of movements causes me to ache and kick it. It screeches, not liking my actions, and I hope no one hears it as I kick it again and again until it pops free of its base, allowing me to slide the handcuff from it. Freed, I jump up and go to the door. Locked. I expected no different, but the hinges. They are on the inside of the room. Perfect. I rummage through the room, searching the floor with its mangled carpet. It feels heavy as though it holds decades of grime, having never been cleaned, frowning as bits of it flick away from the slightest of movements. Nothing. I scan the dim chamber, but there isn't much in it, except the bed and a small dresser. I hurry for the dresser, yanking open drawers, coughing as each one releases a musty smell. But their emptiness mocks my failure to escape this room and mingles with the anger already germinating within my heart, causing it to grow stronger until nothing will stop it. As each drawer proves useless, my anger festers and rumbles until it explodes, and I rip out one of the drawers and throw it across the room at the bed, breaking it, stopped only by the clatter of the pieces crashing on the floor and the distinct sound of something small and metallic breaking free. Calmed by my curiosity, I approach the broken pieces of the drawer and rifle through them until I find a small screw. Picking it up, I study its pointed tip and turn back to the door. It might do. Fueled by a renewed sense of purpose and feeling a sort of energy I have not felt in a long time, I rush for the door and pry at the hinges with the screw, pleased when they loosen even more, proving the faultiness of their construction and the complete lack of maintenance in this place. My sweaty palms cause me to drop the screw a few times, followed by a series of curses as my handcuff clinks against the wall, but determination sets in, convincing me to continue as thoughts of Gwen, trapped in a personal hell, fill my mind. Concentrating on the task at hand, I pry away at the hinges, working them loose, doing my best not to allow my elation at my small success to cause me to falter now, but instead remain focused as I pick at the bottom hinge, until it pops free, allowing the door to lean at an odd angle, thus giving me enough space to squeeze through. I enter a corridor with a strip of light stretching from one end to the next, creating a lone aisle of illumination, while the edges remain in mysterious shadow, harboring any number of threats, and like a thief that wishes to go unnoticed, I steer clear of the light, choosing the darkness and its concealing cloak and the anonymity it provides. With a ginger step, I press down on my left foot, testing the floor in case it creaks, but what lies underneath the sticky and grime-infested carpet, green at one point but now brown, sounds more metallic than wood, so I hurry down the hallway, pleased that the carpet muffles my footsteps, allowing me to move in silence before being forced to stop and cling to the wall for support, as my breathing becomes rapid and pain grips my side, reminding me that I am not well. The least bit of physical exertion is excruciating, and forces me to stop as I try to catch my breath and ignore the stabbing pain that causes my body to beg me to go back to my cell and the bed within it. But I refuse its pleas. I push myself away from the wall, forcing myself to hobble down the corridor and to light spilling from a doorway, hoping that it will lead me from this place. Voices emanate from the opening, and I start to turn, looking for another way out so as to avoid detection, when the familiarity of one stops me cold. Luther. Memories of the night when Chase was taken from me, when I was cursed to hold him as he breathed his last, and of how Luther had abandoned us, flood my mind, bringing with it all the rage that such betrayal builds. My skin turns hot as righteous anger rises within me, building by the second and funneling itself to my desire to exact vengeance, until its eruption dwarfs any awakening volcano. Blinded by my longing for revenge, I abandon reason and burst into the room, finding two men, one I do not recognize, and Luther. Surprise stuns them for a few seconds, but the other man regains himself and goes for a weapon. I lunge for him, knocking him to the floor, but my body rebels as a severe pain in my side grips me, forcing me to falter and to fall back onto the part of my training that taught me to ignore it. The man sees my weakness and uses it against me, punching me in my injured side, forcing me to stop. Gritting my teeth, I push through it and grip his weapon, wrestling it away from him, and before he can retaliate, I strike him in the head with it, rendering him unconscious. I turn toward Luther and lunge for him, astonished that he makes no move to escape or stop me as I pin him against the wall with my forearm against his throat, while sweat drips down the sides of my face as I use all the strength I have to keep from collapsing, determined to get some measure of justice for those I've lost. My eyes focus on his, intent on letting him know why this is happening. But instead of defiance or fear, all I find is sympathy and remorse.
"I won't stop you," he whispers, knowing why I want him to suffer.
Taken aback by his willingness to allow me to exact my sense of justice, I loosen my grip on him, and the weakness of my body overcomes my will, forcing me to fall to the floor. But before I reach it, Luther catches me and helps me to a chair.
"Noni, you're not well. You need to—"
"You left us!"
And I have suffered from it each day.
"How?" I demand. "How have you suffered?"
"Guilt is a terrible punishment," Luther says, but my anger refuses to take notice of the agony within his voice.
"Have you ever watched the ones you love die?" I hiss at him. Luther's lower lip trembles as he kneels in front of me and looks me in the eyes.
"I never told you the truth about what happened to my wife."
Curiosity forces my anger to subside as Luther tells his tale, allowing me to learn more about his mysterious past.
Isla, my beloved Isla. We were both older when we met, but we both felt as though we had always known each other. I loved her strong will, amazed that Arel had failed to stamp it out of her, and neither of us could have been happier when our permit to live together as husband and wife was approved. After a few years, we decided it was time for an addition to our family. As you know, Arel permits some couples to have a child, and such a child is provided by the breeders. My wife and I were one of the lucky few, and when Mora was delivered to us by representatives of the maternity ward, we couldn't have been more thrilled. And so, the years passed, and Mora grew, but Isla's strong passions could not be quelled. She spoke out against the iron will of Arel, and how the most minor infractions warranted the harshest punishments. I begged her to stop, but she refused, saying that silence in the face of tyranny is the worst of all evils. One day, she criticized the sitting president, who, at the time, was the father of Tapiwa and Kumi. That night, the arbiters came. They didn't waste their time with an arrest. They judged her there in our home and carried out the execution against the wishes of their commanding officer. He tried to stop them, but they overpowered him and knocked him out. By the time he came to, the deed had been done. The one thing I'll never forget is how he apologized and the genuineness behind it. Before Isla died, she made me promise to care for our child, who had just entered her 8th year. That night burned itself into my memory, and when alone, it's all I think about. Ashamed of believing that I was the only one who has suffered, I hang my head, unable to say anything, except for the 2 words that managed to make themselves known. I'm sorry. Mora never forgot that night either, and she was so much like her mother. I couldn't stop her, any more than I could stop her mother, and knew what had happened when she never returned. I had made a decision to leave Arel that night, but not in the way you think. I had my books, my favorite drink, and then you appeared on my doorstep, as though fate herself had placed you there. I failed you that night. I know I did. And if it is what you wish, and I know I deserve it. Luther pulls a knife out from under his shirt and places it in my right hand, curling my fingers around the smooth hilt. Take what you will. I stare at the knife for a moment, remembering the first night I met him, and how he saved me from the arbiters chasing me. And as I ponder the chance of such a meeting, all anger toward him dissipates, leaving me my shame. I release the knife, allowing it to drop to the floor with a clunk, unable to carry out what I had wanted moments before. More death is not the answer. Helping Gwen is all that matters now. I guess I should thank the commanding officer that night for sparing you. It won't be hard. He's the one who brought you here. Renal? The night you were arrested, he was waiting for me when I managed to make my way back to my home. I told him about the tunnels that led to the reservoir. He did the rest and is the reason we are all here now. It seems there is no end to Renal's secrets. But before I can ask any of the multitude of questions yearning to break free, my injuries prove too much for me,
and I slump over in an effort to ease the pain in my side.
You need rest.
Gwen, I say as Luther helps me up and carries me back to my room.
You cannot help her in your current condition.
I glance at the man I had knocked out earlier, and as though reading my mind, Luther says,
Just leave him. He'll be fine, though he may have a headache when he wakes.
He has me lean on him as he helps me down the corridor to the room I awoke in, noting the broken hinges of the door as it hangs off kilter, and smiles to himself, unsurprised. He lays me on the bed, and I grimace as more pain grips my side. But, I start to say, but Luther interrupts me.
Rest. I'll stay here while you sleep.
He sits on the corner of my bed in a manner I always imagined a father would when caring for his child as I stretch out on the lumpy mattress and exhaustion overtakes me, despite my efforts to remain awake, and before another second passes, my eyes close and I pass out. Chapter 26. New faces. My slumbering mind receives a small spark alerting it that I must wake up, and it grows with each second as the lumps within the mattress I lie on poke my back, moving as I move, determined to remind me that I am in a strange place. I do not want to wake. Doing so reminds me of all that has happened the last several weeks, and of all I lost. But the more insistent that first spark becomes, the more I realize that I cannot lie here forever. My crusted eyes refuse to open, preferring their stickiness that forces me to blink as I try to clear them. As the room around me comes into focus, I look around at the metallic walls and the haphazard wallpaper of every color, pink, puke green, yellow, orange, and brown, to name a few, dotting it while peeling away in places as the adhesive loses its effectiveness.
Gwen! I bolt upright and wish I hadn't, as pain grips my head, and it spins for a few moments before my equilibrium resettles itself, followed by sharp pain within my side.
I see you are awake. I turn toward the voice and find Reynolds sitting in a chair, wondering where Luther has gone. He steps toward me and holds out his hand with 2 white tablets in it. Here, it will help with the pain. I stare at the tablets, remembering how, as a recruit, I was forced to endure pain so as to build strength. Weakness is failure, I whisper, still remembering the mantra that had been drilled into my head since birth. Bullshit. Renal's sharp response causes me to look at him, as I have never heard him speak against Arel before. And though I do not wish to appear weak, my ribs are killing me. So I snatch the 2 tablets and pop them in my mouth, swallowing them. Come, he says, it's time you meet who owns this place. I get out of bed and follow Renal as he leads me into the dingy hallway with its dim lights and notice a spider in a corner, weaving its web underneath one of the wall lamps, unconcerned about our presence as it works with diligence while we pass. Renal's pace remains steady, but I can tell that he has slowed it for my sake because each step causes me to pause before continuing, yet I do not lag behind. I do my best to not show weakness. I do not know who may be watching.
The corridor ends when we reach a dark doorway and enter a stairwell beyond that is darker and more foreboding. Or perhaps it is my apprehensiveness giving way to imagining possible terrors that do not exist. The steps sound hollow as I trudge up them, trailing after Renal's erect form as he takes them with ease, while I try to not show any sign of pain. But the more I climb, the harder I breathe. And the harder I breathe, the more my ribs hurt. But I refuse to give in and grit my teeth as I keep pace. Renal pauses and looks back at me, a dark silhouette against the shadowed stairs behind him, almost like a mysterious guardian keeping an eye on his charge as I continue up the stairs, forcing myself to reach the step he stands on and stare at him as though asking why we have stopped.
He snorts before continuing, unsurprised by my defiance, and I follow him with questions growing in my mind as I ponder the people who live in this place and who they are. As we move up the dark stairwell, light appears above us, growing brighter the further we go, until we step through another doorway and into a massive domed interior with chandeliers hanging above us, dispersing the shadows as they try to brighten the path before us. As I enter their domain, I blink from the influx of light, having grown used to the darkness. Unable to help myself, I stop and crane head backward as I try to look straight up at the dome above us, and despite the paint covering the glass panels, so as to keep nosy eyes from peeking in, bits of it has flaked away, allowing the sunlight to spill through and add a golden glow to the already lit chandeliers, highlighting the spiral staircase leading to the top balcony. Mesmerized by the hidden glamour of this place, I fail to see the years of neglect at first, but as I walk across a frayed rug, I notice a screw hanging out of an unused light fixture, unable to decide if it wants to fall or remain where it is. My feet sink into the purple carpeting that runs up the spiral staircase, its once vibrant essence dulled from time's collection of grime and dirt, but its plushness surprises me as I climb upward, while Renal watches me with amusement. "What is this place?" I ask, unable to keep my curiosity inside.
This was once a place where dignitaries from across the world would meet for entertainment before it was abandoned.
Entertainment? Or so I'm told.
And no comes here? I ask with skepticism.
As you know, condemned buildings in Arel are often off-limits to all, including arbiters, until they have been given new purpose by the Arelian government. This one has a certain member of the Arelian Council seeing to it that it is never repurposed, thus making it a good place to hide.
I notice a small hole in the painted panel of glass next to me as I climb the stairs and move closer to it and peer out at the world beyond, remarking at the busy streets below as people in their different colored uniforms hurry along, oblivious to our presence and ignoring the building we are in like they were trained to do.
"Welcome to the northern sector," says Renal.
He waves me onward and I pull myself away from the window and follow him to the balcony, unable to stop myself from touching the tarnished railing, not caring about the specks of rust that stick to my fingers. Renal continues down another corridor to a room where inaudible voices seep through the cracked door. He pauses before it and holds his hand out, waving me inside.
"They're waiting for us," he says. Unsure of what I will find, I step inside and the voices cease.
Strange faces, each regarding me as nothing more than an unwelcome guest whom they must tolerate for the moment, turn toward me. My eyes roam the room, scanning their faces as they sit at a round table, darker than my hair, with a single bulb-shaped lamp shining harsh white light on us all, making us look more like specters instead of people, until I spot a familiar one, the councilwoman from the command division who had visited me while I recuperated in the medical center. Her harsh eyes send stabbing pricks of venom, and I return the favor, knowing that I am as welcome as a parasitic infection.
"Please," says a man with gray around his temples, accentuating his dark skin, and dressed in robes of the Arelian Council. "Sit." He gestures to an empty seat, and I take it, knowing that for now I have little choice, while Renal sits beside me. "You may go," he says to Renal with dismissiveness, but Renal remains seated, refusing to acknowledge the man's words. Perturbed, the man allows Renal's defiance to go unheeded. "I'm sure you all know who Arbiter Noni is.
Why am I here? I demand, my lack of patience rising.
"Such rudeness," scoffs the councilwoman. "I'll show you rudeness," I mutter, my anger rising. But Renal places a light hand on my knee, warning me to keep my emotions in check and have the stoic posture that every arbiter is expected to possess. "Hiya, please," says the man from the Arelian Council.
The councilwoman snorts but remains silent. "Arbiter Non—" "Just Noni will do," I interrupt him. "Who are you and what is this place?"
The man from the Arelian Council gives a wry smile, doing his best to ignore my rudeness, before answering. "I am Councilman Anshu, and this is where those of us who wish to rebel against Arel and what it has become reside."
A marking on the shadowed wall behind the man stands out for the first time as my eyes adjust to the light and focus on it. The symbol of Arel with a slash through it. I jump from my seat, causing my chair to fall backward and crash on the floor. "You're terrorists!"
"Noni."
"It's you! You are the ones responsible for the bombings!" "Those were meant to get Arel's attention and to weaken the Arelian government's hold on all of us," says Anshu.
"Innocent people died," I continue.
"There are no innocents,"
mutters another man at the table, but before I can react, Anshu silences us all.
No one was to get hurt. That has always been my policy.
Tell that to the ones who suffered. The man responsible for that has been dealt with, Anshu says, and it hits me. I know why his voice sounds familiar.
The rail car, I whisper. You were the voice on the rail car.
Yes, that was me. I wanted to spur the people into action, and at the time, you were a symbol of Arel's oppression.
You've been toying with us, using us, I say.
I am not proud of it, Anshu says, sounding regretful. And I know you have no reason to trust us, but I am not asking for your trust, only your help, since our goals seem to be aligned.
And what would that be? I ask.
Bringing down Tapiwa. Now please sit. I glance at Renal, who nods his head, and I pick up my chair, writing it before sitting down. I know that our previous actions deserve to be judged, but we do want the same thing. A free Arel where people decide the course of their own lives, and where they no longer live in fear of a government that intends to control them. You are here because he, Anshu points at Renal, made a deal with us to get you out of the detention center, and because you have become a symbol for justice to the people of Arel.
I laugh at that notion. How can I be a symbol for anything?
Are you so ignorant, Haya says, that you do not know what is happening within your own city? Considering where she has been for the last few months, how could she? Renal says, coming to my defense.
Haya, Anshu says with a silent warning in his voice before turning toward me. I'm not surprised you do not know. Your actions have initiated a change within Arel. The people are standing up to the tyranny that has plagued us for so long. They are no longer cowering in fear. Tapiwa had your exploits in the wilderness during your challenge transmitted throughout Arel, when you weren't busy destroying the drones, no doubt hoping to capture the moment of your death. But you refused to give up, and when arbiters stopped you from finishing molars, people gathered in the streets and cried out in anger. I look at Renal.
It's true, he says. When your face appeared on the screens throughout the city, people cheered. Every time you destroyed a drone, they cheered, seeing it as a symbol of you standing up to the Arelian government. And when I returned with you to the city, I saw the aftermath of a protest and Arel's way of dealing with it.
The point is, Noni, you are a Medal of Honor recipient who has defied a dictator again and again, and whether you meant to or not, you have become a beacon of hope to the people of Arel. And that is why, when he, again, Anshu points at Renal, came to us with a deal, we accepted it and helped him get you out of the detention center. We need you as a pawn, I say. An ally, Anshu corrects me. We have a plan and it hangs upon your cooperation.
Wait a minute, Renal says. The deal was with me. Leave her be.
No, Anshu says. We risked everything to get her out. It's time to keep your end of the bargain.
And have I not fulfilled my end? Renal's tone darkens. You have, she has not.
One condition, you help me get Gwen, I say, knowing that there is no way to get out of this.
The plebeian, laughs Haya. You'll never get close enough.
You all seem to be very resourceful, I say. That's the deal. I'm not helping any of you, unless I get Gwen out of her prison, and so help me, I will go in there alone if I have to.
You won't be alone.
Perce steps into the light, and we all stare at him, wondering how he managed to enter the room unnoticed, and how long he had been standing there in the darkness.
Who let you in here? Demands Anshu. Me, myself, and I, replies Perce, saying each word with precision, mocking Anshu's irate demeanor before looking at me.
We cannot, begins Anshu, but Perce ignores him and closes the distance between us. Renal starts to move to protect me, but I raise my hand, stopping him, speaking so that all can hear his words. I will go with you. I owe them nothing, Perce says, referring to the others. But I owe you everything for saving my people. I know the hurt of not being able to help the ones you love. If you wish to save the girl, I will be by your side.
Noni, says Anshu, trying to get me to see reason, but I want none of it. It's too risky to save just one plebeian.
Girl,
I scream at him. She is a girl, a child who has lost everything because of me. Now I'm going in there to get her, whether you like it or not. Noni, your deal was with him, I shout, pointing at Renal. Not me. You want my help? Then prove to me you are a man to be trusted. Before Anshu can speak, another voice cuts him off, silencing everyone. I'll go too. Joseph, begins Anshu before being cut off. I have not always agreed with your methods, Anshu, but you assured me after the incident with the train that we were fighting for all Arelians, including the plebeians. Was that a lie? The rising tension within the room warns me that whatever alliance these people have, it is an uneasy one. Anshu's face contorts before his mouth sets in a firm, thin line. No, it was not. But you are a part of this council. We cannot risk. All the more reason for me to go. We've given her no reason to trust us. Perhaps this will. I watch this exchange between the two, unsure of what to make of this Joseph. He seems honest, but I hope his actions prove that to be true. We should put it to a vote, Joseph says. Anshu gives a stiff nod of his head in agreement. All those in favor of rescuing this Gwen, should Arbiter Noni help us in our plans, raise your hands. Hands around the room go up, including Purse's. You are not a member of this council, Anshu tells Purse. Consider me an honorary one, Purse replies. With 8 in favor and 5 opposed, says Joseph, the motion passes. Very well, Anshu says. If you agree to help us, then we will help you. Agreed, I say. So what's the plan? The only way to free Arel is to rid it of Tapiwa's corruption and of the current council, says Anshu. But the presidential palace is well guarded. We need to draw them out. To do this, we will be infiltrating the aerodrome and disabling their aircraft. As you know, Arel's might depends heavily upon the aircraft they use to put down rebellions and any sort of discontent that rises up. I remember. Too many times I have witnessed the aftermath of an unrest that was shut down by the bombs dropped by the Arelian aircraft. Too many times I have seen the charred remains of what was once living people, as smoldering fires continued to ravage them in the hopes of extinguishing any memory of their existence. We must disable those aircraft, Anshu continues, before we can hope to take the presidential palace. Once that is achieved, perhaps both should be done at the same time, Renal says, interrupting Anshu. Impossible, says Haya. Anshu raises his hand to silence her. If you wait to go after Tapiwa until after you disable of the aircraft, they will tighten the guard and be waiting. The key to winning any war is to attack from all fronts at once. Keep your enemy confused while allowing them to bask in their arrogance. What are you suggesting? Bring in Luther, says Renal. Perturbed, Anshu agrees, and a man leaves the room, returning a few moments later with Luther in tow. He glances around the chamber, spotting me in an instant, but diverts his eyes back to Anshu, having an inkling of why he is here. So, says Anshu. It would help, replies Luther, if you asked a question or told me why I'm here. You are one of Arel's top architects and engineers, says Anshu. Renal here believes you can be of some help. Tell them the best way into the presidential palace, Renal says. Luther raises an eyebrow and takes in a deep breath as he considers his answer. The presidential palace is well guarded. The architects accounted for every possible point of entry that would allow any with nefarious purposes to sneak inside, and made certain that they remain closed except one, the front gate. Are you saying we should just go through the front door? Mocks Haya. Precisely, answers Luther. This is insane, Haya shouts. To defeat your enemy, you must always do the unexpected, Renal says. No one will be expecting us to even attempt to enter the palace, much less to try coming in through the front gate, but it can be done. Haya starts to open her mouth, but Anshu silences her. And how do you expect to get through there? I know. The oldest trick in the book. Tapiwa will not be happy about my escape, and no doubt has issued orders that I be found no matter the cost. Give her something she desires most and the gate will open. Bait, I say, understanding Raynal's plan. Bait? Anshu repeats. Me, I reply as understanding washes over his face. I propose, says Raynal, that we use Noni to enter the presidential palace at the same time your men infiltrate the aerodrome. While they disable the Arelian aircraft, we will keep them focused on us, which will also allow us to rid ourselves of Tapiwa. We will need uniforms so that your men can disguise themselves as arbiters, a transport, and a little bit of theater. Theater? Asks Joseph. We will stage an arrest of Noni. Tapiwa will want her brought to the presidential palace, which will allow us entrance. Once inside, we will neutralize the guards and help her locate the girl. 2 purposes will be served here. How do you know that Tapiwa will have her brought there? I have my sources, replies Raynal. And how do you know the girl is there? I have my sources, Raynal says again. I see. To do this, you will have to sacrifice some of your people. Sacrifice is part of the game, Anshu says. Very well. We'll finalize the plans over the next few weeks.
We should go now, I say, not liking the thought of Gwen spending one more night in Tapiwa's clutches.
You are not well enough, Anshu says, and we need you at your full strength. But, I begin.
Noni! Raynal's firm voice stops me from continuing my outburst, and I sit back in my seat, hunching my shoulders in disappointment. He is right. You are of no use in your current state. Yes, Lieutenant, I reply. Perce places a reassuring hand on my shoulder and gives me a warm smile, the only bit of comfort in this foreign environment. In the meantime, Anshu says to me, you will record a message saying that you support us. I nod my head, knowing that I have only one choice, agreement. Anshu looks around at those seated at the table before speaking. This meeting is adjourned. Chairs screech across the floor as they are pushed back and people filter out the room, but Raynal remains seated, so I do the same, along with Luther and Perce. Anshu is the last to leave and glances at us with a questioning look. I'll help her to her room, Raynal says with finality. An awkward pause fills the space between them before Anshu steps through the doorway and disappears into the corridor beyond. Several moments pass before anyone dares to speak. Do you trust them? Perce asks. His tone indicates that he already knows the answer. No, Raynal replies. I share his sentiment. How do you know Gwen is at the palace? I ask. The most current report I have indicates she is, Raynal replies, but his voice seems worried, as though something has happened, but he refuses to tell me about it. We have to act on that. Before anyone else can speak, my stomach grumbles loud enough to wake the dead, forcing Perce and Raynal to look at me with surprise. Perhaps we should get you something to eat, Raynal says. I will get her something, says Perce, and you can keep an eye on our hosts. Raynal nods in agreement before looking in my direction. Food, then rest. Come, Perce says, leading me out of the room. You should eat and get some more rest, and... He pauses for dramatic effect, piquing my curiosity. There's a surprise for you in the kitchen. Though ravenous, I do not wish to leave Raynal, so I stop and glance back at him, and though he remains rigid, his eyes are soft, full of understanding, and he gives a slight incline of his head, as though to tell me that it will be all right. I acquiesce and allow Perce to lead me away, unsure of how much time I will be forced to spend in this place, and curious about this surprise of his. Chapter 27. New surroundings. The lumps within the mattress form their own mountain range beneath me, as I move to smooth them out, hoping to go back to sleep, but another lump prods the middle of my side, interrupting my half-dream, half-awake state, causing me to turn once again. Sleep evades me. I turn on my back and stare at the ceiling and the tiles that hang loose, threatening to fall on top of me, desiring to forget everything, and wanting nothing more than to be in Chase's comforting arms as he tried to wash my worries away with his strength, or to see Gwen's eyes light up when her brother entered the room with a small gift. Most times it was a scrap of food he saved for her, and Sheila's smile when I gave her a piece of Seagal's pie.
The corner of my eyes grow damp as tears form and force their way into the world, trickling down my temple and into my hairline before I wipe them away. I cannot weep. Not here. Not in this place full of strangers looking to me to be the symbol of their little rebellion, or looking for any reason to toss me out with the garbage, having never wanted me here in the first place. Weakness is not allowed, only strength. A peculiar yet familiar aroma tickles my nose, causing my mouth to salivate and a memory to pop up. It is familiar, but it can't be. I sit up and place my feet on the hard floor, reaching over to grab my boots and put them on, lacing them up tight. I head for the door with its hinges fixed, pausing when I reach for the handle, remembering when I first came through here. How long ago was that? 4 weeks? I shake my head, unsure of the exact amount of time I've spent here, and as I ponder it, the sweet aroma, with a hint of paprika and chili spice to it, strikes my nose again, tantalizing me, urging me to leave my room, an act I've refused to do for a while now, having allowed myself to succumb to my sadness. The moment I open the door and step into the corridor, the aroma grows stronger, causing my stomach to gurgle as it beckons me forth, and I follow the smell, unable to stop myself, wanting to know what it is while remembering a meal I had once with a similar redolence, and the man who created it. My mouth waters as I move through the corridor and its dim lighting before stepping into an open area with the spiraling staircase and the dome up above, and people. It's been some time since I have been in a small area surrounded by people, and truth be told, I had forgotten that others, besides the leaders of the rebellion, live here. Most are soldiers, if one can call them that, awaiting their orders, but a few are average citizens and plebeians in hiding, waiting for a day when they do not have to live in fear any longer. As I step out into the light, some stop and stare at me as though I am a novelty to them, while others look at me with caution, unsure of what I will do, having heard the stories surrounding me, but some give me looks of praise, and a few even salute me. Unsure of how to react, I return the gesture, hoping that they will take it as a sign of respect. They do. As I make my way to the stairs, one man bumps into me, knocking me off balance, and when I pause, he turns and glares at me. Words are not needed for me to know that he despises me, but why, I do not know, and in the end, it does not matter. As we stare at one another, more arrive, pushing any of my admirers out of the way as they surround me, flexing their muscles. I am not welcome in their mind, and they intend to let me know. Bracing myself for a fight, I start to raise my fists, when a shadow swoops in by my side and causes the others to back up. Is there a problem? Renal's voice echoes around the room, daring any present to challenge him. One man rears his fist back and prepares to throw a punch at Renal when something tiny strikes him on the cheek. In the shadow stands Perse, watching and waiting, and the man reconsiders his actions, choosing to walk away instead of spitting at me, while the others fade away, leaving a mesmerized crowd. "Noni!" comes an exuberant voice, and Joseph rushes up to us. "I'm glad to see you have decided to join us." "Maybe I should go back to my room," I say. "My presence seems to be causing a disturbance." "Nonsense," replies Joseph. "Anshu has made plain the situation to them." "Not plain enough," mutters Renal, but Joseph ignores him. "You mustn't blame them," Joseph says. "Many here have suffered under the might of Arel and her arbiters." "And the arbiters don't suffer?" I snap, tired of being told how I should accept people's ire toward me because they suffered injustices at the hands of others. I have tried to be fair, even stopped fellow arbiters from abusing their authority, yet I am treated as though I am the unjust one. Every child in Arel is ripped from its mother's arms and placed in the caste it will be a part of, arbiters included. But unlike some castes, arbiters are beaten into submission and into shape. I have watched fellow recruits die because they failed. Forced to kill, forced to rob ourselves of any sense of compassion or mercy, we arbiters become machine-like in how we carry out our duties, because if we do not, we are dead. How many others in Arel can say that they were splattered with the brains of a fellow recruit who failed to duck during a live fire training exercise? We have all suffered. "I know," replies Joseph, and his eyes hold no malice or animosity toward me, but pity. I've seen the cruelty arbiters suffer. I was born a plebeian, cursed to always work under the yoke of those who claimed to be my betters. But there was one man who did not share the beliefs of his superiors, and it cost him. I had committed an infraction and was to suffer a severe punishment, but one arbiter stopped it, believing that the punishment did not fit the crime. For that, he was punished, and as though to make a point, I was forced to watch as he suffered the long knives. The long knives. I know that punishment well. The one receiving it is bound to a post, unable to use his hands or legs as 5 other arbiters use knives to administer deep cuts into his flesh, enough to cause pain and make him bleed, but not enough to kill. It can go on for hours until the one being punished dies from eventual blood loss, but not after suffering the harshest of pains. Such a punishment is meant to discourage future disobedience. In my 13th year as a recruit, the commandant ordered us all to the courtyard to witness justice being carried out. An instructor had helped an Arelian citizen escape beyond the wall, for which immediate execution is the usual punishment, but the commandant believed making an example of him would be best, and the tribunal agreed. So we gathered and watched as other arbiters stripped our former instructor of his clothes and tied his wrists and legs to 4 posts, securing him and ensuring that he could not move. He did his best to maintain a proud posture, but I saw fear take hold of him as 5 arbiters approached with knives. Their steel glinted in the faint sunlight, ready to carry out their duty and to admonish the one who dared challenge Arel's authority. One by one, they cut into him. At first, he gripped his tongue and remained silent, except for a moan or two, but by the 20th cut, the pain proved too much, and he could hold his screams in no longer. 8 agonizing hours passed as we watched. Any who collapsed from exhaustion or fainted from watching this horror found themselves thrown to the wild dogs, and their screams from being ripped apart mingled with those of our former instructor. I had tried to look away, but Mahler's hand seized my chin and forced me to watch. "Watch! This is what happens to those who disobey. Learn your place and stay there," Mahler's whispered into my ears, enjoying every minute of this spectacle, and his words burrowed themselves deep into my mind. Hours passed, and Faya, who stood next to me, wavered on her feet, having grown tired from standing to the point where her legs could bear her weight no longer, and I caught her, allowing her to lean on me as I supported her, whispering to her to remain standing and hoping that no one noticed or would report us. When night fell, only a hanging carcass remained, looking as though it had been put through a shredder as blood dripped from it and melded into the pool of blood turning brown from oxidation. Arid silence surrounded us as we remained standing, staring at the consequence of disobedience, while I continued to support Faya, relieved when an instructor issued orders to go back inside. This is the long knives, and if Joseph suffered through watching its execution, then he knows what arbiters face for the infraction known as failure. "You must be hungry," Joseph says to me, changing the subject and pulling me back to the present. "I have to admit, we were unsure if your friends would fit in here, but one of them must have been heaven sent. Before, we ate what we could get, and though that is still the case, he has a way of turning a plain dish into a delicacy." Joseph leads us up the winding staircase, and I try to ignore the looks I receive from others, a mixture of hatred and admiration, as we climb to the 2nd floor, allowing the dome to overshadow us with its faint light. For a moment, I pause and glance at those below us as they go about their business, having duties to attend to, wondering why they are here, or how they were brought here, and how it is no one seems to know of this place, though having a man on the Arelian Council who can divert attention elsewhere does help in maintaining secrecy. "What was this place?" I ask, looking at the ornate mounted lights, thinking that their shape and structure is too un-Arelian. "It was once an opera house," Joseph says. "A what?" I ask. "A long time ago, people used to come to places like this to listen to stories told in song, but with more elegance, or so I'm told," replies Joseph. "It has been repurposed over the years to be an arbiter manor, a brothel that served the elite here in Arel, an education center, and a rehabilitation center, before being abandoned entirely." "Why is that?" Perce asks. "Well,
When the leader of your movement sits on the committee for repurposing old buildings, it is easy to ensure that the one you use is indefinitely condemned.
And no one bothers sneaking in here? Perse asks.
Anyone caught entering a condemned building is immediately executed or worse, I reply. Aurelian law declares them off limits. Disobedience is not allowed. Which is why we are able to use it. However, the windows are boarded, no one leaves without permission, and must use the approved points of entry, and we are all to remain silent.
So no one speaks of this place? Perse asks.
Joseph turns toward him, 2 steps away from the top of the staircase. Anshu has spies everywhere. Any who give the slightest hint that they will not remain silent are dealt with.
Total obedience, Perse says with disdain.
If you like, we must take measures to protect ourselves, replies Joseph.
But there is something to his voice, something that betrays him, that sets him apart from the others in this place, something that indicates he is not happy with this rule.
But you don't agree with them all, I say, and Joseph shushes me the moment the words leave my mouth, telling me that my initial suspicions about him might be correct.
The kitchen is this way, he says, pointing us to the left and forgetting that I have been here long enough to know its location, even if I've chosen to stay in my room. Perse opens his mouth to speak, but Renal stops him, knowing the value of silence and understanding that we are outnumbered here. For now, we must comply.
Joseph leads us down another hallway, and I glance at the various lights illuminating it. Some triangular, with diamond-shaped metalwork forming a border along their edges, give off a soft, amber glow that invites one to stay and rest, making me think that they were left over from the days when this place was an opera house, and others are more square, industrial-looking, and give off a garish white light that makes anyone caught in its glow appear to be ashen. Though apprehensive about this place and its residents, I find myself unable to look away from the leftover woodwork decorating the walls and carvings within it, portraying what I assume to be great performers surrounded by 8-pointed stars and half-moons as they sing their tale to any who would listen, while trying to not be overshadowed by the few slabs of metal that had been erected to conceal them and wipe their existence from the people's memory.
As we walk, our footsteps echo around us, drawing my attention to the floor, and I realize that what I thought was a thin piece of floor covering is tile, designed to look like gold carpeting. It's more brown and gray from years of residue and neglect, and I stop, kneeling down to feel the tile, amazed at the intricacy that went into it, and the amount of hours a person must have spent creating such a thing, so as to give the illusion that one walked on carpet.
Even now, its construction is remarkable, isn't it? Comments Joseph. Despite the attempts of Arel to destroy any ounce of a society that existed before, vestiges of it managed to seep through for young eyes to see. I sometimes walk this corridor, imagining what it must have been like in the days before, and there are times when I believe I can hear them shout, "Alway were once here."
Joseph's appreciation for a bygone era, and a time most of us know nothing about, gives me a newfound appreciation for Luther and people like him who try to preserve the past so that we all can learn from it. History should never be forgotten, erased, or ignored. Such actions are what led to Arel. I remember hearing once that those who refuse to learn from history are doomed to repeat it, making me wonder, how many Arels existed before? Joseph continues down the hallway, while I try my best not to become distracted by the original construction, trying to peek through the repurposing of the building and all attempts to conceal its memory. He turns a corner, and we all follow in silence, while others stroll past us, some with interested looks, while the rest ignore us, hoping that by doing so, we will disappear. He stops in front of a set of double doors that flap from the slightest draft and beckons us to go in. I walk through first, unwilling to wait for someone else to make the first move and unwilling to be left behind, only to be greeted by a person I never grow tired of seeing.
"No, no, no," says the familiar jovial voice as he instructs a young boy on how to prepare a specific dish. "A little basil goes a long way."
"Seagal," I say with excitement, while still disbelieving that he is here, even though Percy brought me to him my first day in this place. Unable to help myself, I run to him and wrap my arms around him, giving him the biggest hug I can. and he wraps his gentle arms around me, coating me in flour as it flies off his sleeves. How, I begin. I've already answered these questions of yours.
And I want to hear you tell it again. You have Renal to thank for that.
Moments of silence pass before he continues as I give him a pleading look.
Oh, very well, child. Not too long after you left us, Perse traveled here to await your signal should you choose to ask for his help, and I insisted on coming along. Imagine both of our surprise when it was Renal who sent the signal.
And why is it you haven't visited me more often?
We thought it best to let you recover, Segal says with a note to his voice, indicating that there is more to the story, a secret everyone is afraid to reveal. But as eyes turn toward him, he changes to a more jovial tone. And why is it you haven't visited me?
I'm glad you're here, I say, giving him another embrace.
Oh, says Segal as he reaches for a plate with a slice of pecan pie on it and places it in front of me. I almost forgot. I remember you have a particular fondness for it.
He sticks a fork in my hand, but I hesitate, unsure about eating in front of the others.
Go ahead, encourages Segal. They already had theirs.
I didn't have mine, jokes Perse.
No one cares, quips Segal with a dismissive wave of his hand, causing more flour to fall from his sleeve and dust the countertop. And Perse laughs before Segal turns around and catches someone trying to smash dough into a pie pan and rushes off to demonstrate how it is done. No, not like that. You must be gentle with it. Some things never change, Renal whispers to me as I shove a bite of pecan pie into my mouth, savoring the burst of nutty sweetness as it touches my tongue and mixes with the buttery crust. Someone rushes into the kitchen and whispers into Joseph's ear. A worried expression crosses his face before he mutters something back to the messenger. I must leave you, he says to us, stepping closer to the door. Please, help yourself to anything in the kitchen.
He disappears, but before I have time to wonder why he was called away, or what it is that concerns him, Renal breaks the silence.
Segal, he says, indicating that he wishes to speak with us in private, and Segal abandons his futile attempt at teaching another how to create a proper pie crust.
As I continue to shove bits of pecan pie into my mouth, relishing the sweetness of the custard, Renal leads me and the others from the kitchen and into another room, away from prying eyes and ears. Once secured in the chamber, I place my empty plate on a lone table, settling it in a half-inch layer of dust, making me wonder the last time it was used. And as I wait for Renal to speak, I glance around at the musty drapes covering boarded-up windows, forcing me to concentrate in order to make out the molding that forms swirled patterns on the dull yellow wall, its once vibrant red wood now cracked and faded. I amble over to it, placing my left palm on it, saddened by the splinters that now form its edges, instead of the smooth finish it once possessed, picturing what it might have looked like back in a time when it shone with splendor and pride. A light rap at the door jerks me away from my reverie, and I whirl around, waiting with bated breath as Renal opens the door, revealing Luther. He lets him inside before poking his head out, making certain that Luther was not followed. Once the door seals shut, Perse lights a single lamp, allowing a flaxen light to touch a tiny corner of the room, and Renal motions us to come to him. "What have you found out?" Renal asks Luther. "Not much," he replies. "I suspect that Joseph isn't too keen on Anshu's ambitions, but I do not think he will break away from him." "Out of loyalty?" Renal asks. "No," says Luther. "It's something else." "What are you talking about?" I say, not liking the feeling that they have all been conspiring without me. "While you were recuperating," Perse says, "Renal has been making plans." "What sort of plans?" I ask. "We are going to need outside help," Renal says. "I know a captain within the Arelian fleet who owes me a favor." "In the aerodrome?" "No," replies Renal. "The aerodrome contains the bulk of Arel's fleet, but there are those who are stationed at one of the many outposts." "That explains how Arelian aircraft managed to arrive at the mine in such a short time frame to put down the uprising there." "That is where the captain is stationed, never mind why," Renal says when I open my mouth to ask. "But I know she will help us."
You do not believe that Anshu will keep his word? I say.
Neither do you. There is the matter of Anshu's plan, Luther says. From what I can gather, he may be persuaded to allow Noni to not be a part of it.
No, I say, my voice sharp.
Noni, begins Renal.
No, I say again, I'm not leaving Gwen.
Noni, says Perse, no one is asking you to.
While you were imprisoned in the detention center,
Renal says, his voice tight as he struggles to hold in his emotions, and I do not recall ever seeing him in such a state of despair and inner turmoil. I promised Commander Vi that I would ensure your survival and escape from Arel.
Unsure of what to do, for the first time, I see Renal as a man who feels and cares for those around him, but is unable to show it because of the world we live in. I move over to him and place my hand on his, hoping to calm him and make known to him that I understand the vow he made, because I made similar one to Chase regarding his sister.
I know you have all made plans, I say, but I have created some of my own. Don't ask me to abandon Gwen.
Never, Renal replies in a soft voice.
I turn toward the others. We have to follow Anshu's plan as discussed earlier, however we can tailor it. When I was out in the wilds, I witnessed Arelian arbiters give Arelian weapons to barbarians. During one of the attacks on the wall, I noticed that the attackers were not just barbarians, but plebeians as well. This makes me wonder what we are not being told. And when Anshu speaks, I wonder the same thing. You are right, Lieutenant. We need outside help. Can you get word to this captain? Done.
Leave that to me, Renal says. Luther found a way out of this place, one that even Anshu's men are unaware of.
Are you certain?
Yes.
But won't arbiters arrest you when they see you?
Renal shakes his head. None will question me.
I study Renal, wondering once again if he is a marshal. Why else would no one question his strange acts? Annoyed that he will not tell me how he plans to get word to this captain that he knows, much less who this person is, I decide to let it rest, knowing that Renal is a man of many secrets, and he is alive because he knows how to keep them.
Is there any way to get communicators? I ask.
I can help with that, replies Luther. Joseph loves showing me the architectural design of this place, and I know where they keep the communication devices.
Very well, I say. I want you, the lieutenant, and Perse to stay in contact. I cannot have a communication device because that is the first thing they will scan for when I enter the presidential palace. If Gwen is there, I will get her out. Lieutenant, you and Luther will have to find a way to get away from Anshu's men before they destroy the aerodrome. When you do, come find me.
Perse, I turn toward him. Do you think your people will help us?
My grandmother will. I can...
No, I reply. Lieutenant, you said that you know how to sneak out of this place. I'm assuming you know a way to get in and out of the city unnoticed.
What are you planning? Asks Perse.
I want Segal to take your message to your grandmother. Give him whatever he needs to do that, so that she will believe him, and convince her to come here with an army. I believe we will need it in order to escape this city. They can provide a distraction for us, but I need to know that he can get past the wall.
It is best to avoid using the same way too often, Renal says, but transports to the outposts have increased, and there is a way to hide him among them.
Won't they be searched? Asks Luther. Not these, says Renal. These particular ones carry supplies, and the Aurelian Council do not want anyone to know what is being stored at these outposts. Segal can hide on the one making up the rear of the convoy and make his escape from there.
Do you agree to this? I ask Segal.
You helped save my family, he replies. It is only right that I do the same.
This is what I propose, I say, using my index finger to draw a quick but crude map of Arel in the dust on the table the lamp sits on. Luther, stay on friendly terms with Joseph and get the communicators. One for you and Raynal, and one for Perse. Warn us if they suspect we're up to anything. Raynal, get your message to your captain, after which you will get Segal out of Arel and return here. Can you do it tonight?
He nods.
Make sure no one notices your absence. I will go with Anshu's men and abide by their plan to get into the presidential palace. Luther and Renal, you will go with the rest Anshu's men to the aerodrome.
Find a way to get away from them before they detonate their explosives. Once I have Gwen, I will meet you all here. I point at the map. Segal will go to Croatia and give Perce's message to his grandmother. If she refuses to send help, he will stay where he is, and the rest of us will be on our own. And what about me? Asks Perce. Sneak out of here with Renal and find the high ground, I say, and keep Tapiwa's guards off me. He nods. In that case, I want you to have this. He hands me a wristband. I've noticed you all wear these things and discovered that they are used as a way to track your movements. I swiped this from someone, do not ask me how, and modified it. He hands it to me. Keep it with you. I twirl the thin wristband in my fingers and smile until Luther breaks the silence. I guess the plan sounds simple enough, he says. One question, what if something goes wrong? Let's hope it doesn't, Renal replies. Luther's question weighs on me. There is no backup plan if things go awry. I can only hope that somehow we all make it through alive. But one thing is certain. I am getting Gwen one way or another. We should get back before they wonder where we are, Renal says. One by one, we leave the room and head back to our respective areas, doing our best to not attract attention. And after the others leave, I turn toward Renal, saying, Be careful. You do the same, he replies before hurrying down the corridor and disappearing into the shadows, leaving me alone to wonder if any of us will see each other again. Chapter 28. Retribution. My fingers pinch the semi-smooth black fabric as they rub together, remembering the uniform I used to wear, that I was once proud to possess, until I realized its true nature and meaning as I sit in my room, doing my best to calm myself for what lies ahead, knowing that there can be no mistakes. Not this time. Failure is not an option. As I pull off the clothes lent to me and put this arbiter's outfit on, the jacket has a crude hood hand-stitched on, telling me it was a last-minute addition. I wonder whom they stole it from, or whom they killed so as to achieve their goal, and why they insisted I wear it. Perhaps it does not matter, but an arbiter did wear this uniform. The sweat stains still marking the armpits of the jacket are a testament to that. And a part of me knows that I was once like this person, a follower, a person who obeyed orders until something changed. I snatch the boots, checking the heel to make sure the wristband, or better yet, the tracking device Perce gave me is secure, and put them on before lifting myself off the bed. I stand in front of a mirror. It is more of a cracked piece of glass than a mirror, but it has to do. Staring at my worn face and the forlornness, mixed with determination, that consumes it as I remember the day of my commission. The day excitement filled me at the thought of being an arbiter and embarking on my first assignment. It seems like decades ago, but it was only 2 years ago at most. I slip my arms into the jacket, wishing it fit more like the ones that had been tailored for me when I was still at the manor, but I shove such frivolous thoughts aside as I zip it up before looking up at the shadow that fills the glass, not recognizing the woman staring back at me. She appears older beyond her years as crow's feet begin to form near her eyes, faint for now, and the slight scar that adorns her right cheek, a gift from molars, void of happiness, having suffered the ordeal of having joy ripped away from her. It would be better if this woman was a stranger, but she is not. She is me. Her eyes burn into mine and determination sets in, ironing my will to do what must be done, to fulfill a promise to a love I lost. I'm coming for you, Gwen. A hard knock rattles the door, pulling me away from my thoughts. Enter, I say. Renal steps inside. I had not expected to see him. He is to accompany the others to the aerodrome. It's time, he says to me. I scoop up my long hair and twist it around before tying it into a secure knot and moving toward the door, when he stops me, holding a knife in the air. Take this. I remain still. It belonged to Commander Vi. She wanted you to have it. Renal's voice cracks when he says her name, and though he keeps his emotions in check, refusing to let any witness them, this small bit of humanity escapes his control, allowing me to confirm a recent suspicion. This is the sole explanation for why, despite her actions, He never reported her, but risked everything for her. Commander Vi said I should trust only you. At the time, I never questioned it or pondered why she would put all her trust in a single individual. Renal remained silent. You loved her, didn't you? Once the words leave my mouth, I regret saying them when emotional pain crosses his face. Even if they loved one another, it was a love that could never be. And they knew it. And to my knowledge, they never acted upon it. Take the knife, he insists, refusing to answer my question. I grab it and place the knife inside my boot before starting to leave, but Renal forces me to pause, showcasing a characteristic I never thought he possessed. Arel forbids the notion of family, but I do not share their view.
Intrigued, I ask the obvious question. Who is your family?
One is dead, the other is in this room. His words stun me into silence, and I'm unable to think of a proper response, having never considered the idea that Renal would think of others as his family. But it makes sense. In a way, the caste we are forced into becomes our family, because they are the only ones we are allowed to associate with. I follow Renal into the corridor into the main room, where the others wait, with Anshu shifting from one foot to the other, and I spot Luther pinned between two of Anshu's men, but he remains calm and unsurprised. I thought you weren't coming, Anshu snaps. My eyes narrow in response. Your friends, he begins. The outsiders have disappeared. I wouldn't worry about them, I reply, hoping that Segal and Purse made it. You will go with them, he says, pointing at two of his men. They will...
I know the plan, I interrupt.
A scowl crosses his face. Very well. He turns to the others. Today is the day we end the tyranny of Arel and get justice. Today we rise as one. Two of Anshu's men turn toward me when he finishes speaking, while others cheer his words, and I know what they want. They want me to follow them, and as I take one last glance at both Luther and Renal, a sinking feeling fills my stomach, but I shove it aside. I need to focus on Gwen. She is what matters most now. Within moments, I find myself outside and shoved into a transport that Anshu's men must have stolen earlier. But instead of being allowed to sit in the back seat, they force me into the footwell, as though I am nothing more than refuse, something to be ashamed of and discarded at the first opportunity. Now I know how Chase felt when he was forced to do the same the first time I went outside the wall. The movement of the transport rocks me back and forth, but not in a pleasant way, as though I am in a hammock, but more like the jerking of a ship lost at sea as a storm rages around it, causing my stomach to churn as nausea sets in. I close my eyes, and one of the men with me laughs at my discomfort. I am a pawn to him, a means to an end, and he tolerates me because he must. That much is clear. The transport jerks again, causing me to bump my head against the side of the footwell and forcing me to open my eyes to a day of gray sunlight as a mist hovers in the air, left over from last night's rain. The shadows of buildings pass over us as we move through the city, claw-like in their makeup as they reach out to snatch us and prevent us from fulfilling our mission, while the windows glare at us, mumbling curses at us, hoping that we fail. I take in a long, slow breath in an effort to calm the anxiety threatening to overtake me as we draw closer to our objective. The transport stops. Out, says one of the men with me.
We lock eyes a moment, his disdain for me evident. I am a tool to him and nothing more. The door opens, and I stretch my legs as I place my arms on the back seat, lifting myself up and ignoring the tingling discomfort that grips my cramped muscles as I haul myself out of the transport and step onto solid pavement. Hands shove me the rest of the way, eager to be rid of me.
You know what to do,
he says, slamming the door as the vehicle speeds away.
I know what to do. I'm the distraction for the others on their way to the aerodrome. I hope Luther and Raynal fare better than me.
Looking around at the narrow space between the sleek metallic buildings that reflect their surroundings with precision, I realize that I am in the northern sector, higher class than the eastern sector, but not as elegant or luxurious as the business district. I pull the hood up, covering my head for now, until the time is right. Muffled noises penetrate my ears, attracting my attention to the bustling of activity, but not the ambient, joyful activity that comes from people enjoying a day within the city. but the sort that indicates distress in a clash between authoritarians and a disgruntled citizenry. I rush for it, not caring if I was to go in the other direction toward the piazza, and race down the narrow alleyway until I burst out from between the towering structures and into a small clearing, where a man lies face down on the ground, while an arbiter plants his foot in the man's back and aims his pistol at his head, ignoring the screams of onlookers as they try to outmaneuver the two arbiters holding them back. Unable to contain myself, I charge for the one with the weapon, tackling him before he can fire, forcing him to crash onto the ground. He lies stunned, and I swing my leg around, kicking the pistol from his hand before ramming my foot into his head, sending it flying back at an odd angle, and his limbs go limp. I stand up, facing the remaining arbiters, and remove my hood, revealing my identity, while the high-pitched hum of a drone echoes nearby.
The two remaining arbiters abandon the people in their custody and charge for me. I dodge to the left, avoiding one, but the other manages to catch me in the chest, causing me to stagger back. Coughing, I eye them, waiting for them to make their next move. They do. Both rush for me. I duck downward, grabbing hold of the arm of one, before twisting it around his back and ramming my foot into the stomach of the other. He attacks. I turn around, placing the arbiter in my grasp between me and my attacker, allowing him to take the full impact before letting go and kicking him in the back. I dive for the legs of one, sweeping him off his feet, but before I can attack, the other rams his fist into the side of my head, dazing me and allowing his partner to wrap his arm around my neck and squeeze. Blood pulses in my head as he constricts my airway. The arbiter who struck me pulls out his weapon and takes aim, but before he can fire, two of the onlookers tackle him and wrestle the weapon from him, but not before it goes off, striking one of them. The one choking me loosens his hold, allowing me to sink my teeth into his arm. Freed, I turn around and plow my fists into his face before ramming my heel into his left knee, dislocating it. He screams in agony, but before I can finish him, a force knocks me to the ground, and I find myself face first on the pavement as hands wrench my arms behind my back and snap binders on them, while others put down the gathering crowd. More arbiters arrive. My head spins when an arbiter jerks me to my feet, drags me to a detainment box, and slaps my palm on the screen. It flashes to life, scanning my palm before turning red, warning the arbiters detaining me that I am dangerous and should be treated with extreme caution. But instead of putting me in the detainment box, he pauses and glances at his commanding officer in confusion. The commanding officer yanks my arm up and presses my palm on the screen, causing my fingers to turn white from the pressure of his grip. Once again, the same words appear on the screen as a drone hovers around us. Priority Red Code 17. But it is not the words on the screen that concerns the commanding officer the most. It's my face filling the view screen surrounding us and the reaction of some of the arbiters under his command when they see it. Some release the people they have pinned to the ground as they stare at the screens before turning toward me and place their fists against their chest in salute, while the remaining arbiters look at their commander for orders. Light glints off the blade of a knife as one of the arbiters holding me prepares to stab me with it. I jump to the side, ramming my shoulder into his knife hand, pressing it against the side of the detainment box until he drops the blade. Chaos ensues as arbiter fights arbiter, and onlookers join in the fray, tired of suffering at the hands of Arel's elite. A force crashes into my back, knocking me to the damp ground, and I cringe when pain grips my shoulder, but refuse to give in to it as I kick my feet out, catching my opponent in the calf and his leg buckles underneath him, forcing him to drop to his knees. I ram my foot into his face and roll onto my back, while scooching my bound hands past my rump and lifting my legs as I do so, bringing them under my feet until my hands are no longer behind my back. The butt of a rifle jabs me in the stomach, causing me to curl into a fetal position as gloved hands shove a gag in my mouth before placing a black hood over my head as a transport speeds into the center of the plaza, striking any, arbiter and civilian alike, who gets in its way until it comes to a screeching halt in front of me. I struggle against the hands lifting me off the ground as they throw me in the back of the vehicle. I manage to kick one in the face and receive a fist to the stomach in response before the doors to the transport close with me, pinned between two arbiters, and as the driver speeds away with us inside, Gunfire echoes behind us, growing fainter the further away we get. Incensed, I grip my fist together and strike the arbiter on my right before diving for the door, guessing where the handle is as the canvas bag molds around my face, sticking to the vapor clinging to my skin. The arbiter snatches the waistband of my pants, yanking me back, so I bring my legs up and push against the floor of the transport, forcing my entire weight into him before lunging for the door again. But as I do, the transport swerves as the driver cranks the wheel to avoid hitting something, followed by a concussive force that knocks the vehicle into the air, flipping it on its side, while a flash of white light fills the area around us, seeping through the black canvas around my head. My body smashes into the ceiling of the transport as it rolls, and I try to cling to something to stop myself from being thrown about like a rag doll. It stops. High-pitched whistling fills my ears, subsiding with each second as the sounds of the world around me return. Nothing moves. I try to pull the hood off my head, but before I can, the doors fling open and arms reach in, seizing me around my legs and yanking me out of the transport and onto rough pavement, not caring that my elbows slam into it and blood soaks the sleeves of my shirt as the skin is scraped off. 2 more sets of hands seize my shoulders and lift me into the air, dragging me across the ground before shoving me into another transport, while scuffling noises surround me, followed by gunshots and silence. The arbiters in the transport with me must have met an unfortunate end. Despite my kicking, despite flailing my arms about, I am no match for my new captors as the doors close behind me and the engine of the vehicle roars around us, blowing smoke out the exhaust as the driver punches the accelerator. "Fool," says a masculine voice to me. I rip the bag off my head and find myself face to face with Anshu's men, the same men who had dropped me off near the piazza. "You were supposed to provide a distraction." "I did," I hiss at him. "By almost getting yourself and others killed."
What do we do now? Asks one of the others.
"Take me to the presidential palace," I say, remembering the words on the screen when my palm had been scanned.
Are you insane?
"Tapiwa is expecting me," I snap. "Besides, she is the only one who can tell me where Gwen is, and did you all not promise to help me get her?" No one says anything.
"One of you may even get the chance to rid us of her," I add.
"Very well," says the first man. "We are arbiters bringing the president a dangerous fugitive." The driver turns the wheel, taking a side street before turning onto the main road leading to the executive district and the presidential palace, while I settle into the back seat between the other two in the vehicle, watching as the shadows of buildings pass over us, each more ominous than the last, warning me of my doom. Before I know it, the presidential palace looms before us, and I am thrust back into the memory of the first time I had been here so as to receive the Arelian Medal of Honor and the excitement and pride I had then. Now, only hatred and loathing remain. Tapiwa will suffer for what she has done, and I will bring justice for the deaths and the misery of those I love. The driver pauses before the gate, the same gate I have been through on prior occasions, and the guards point their weapons at us, ready to fire should we prove untrustworthy. One approaches the driver's window.
"Say you are here in accordance with Code 17, I tell him, remembering the words on the screen of the detainment box.
"State your," begins the guard when he reaches the window before the driver interrupts him. "I am here in accordance with Code 17. The guard pauses and looks at the others, unnerved by the driver's statement. Code 17. I do not remember a time when it was ever used, since it is reserved for the most special of criminals, the kind the president of Arel wishes to meet in person and execute herself. "Let them through," the guard at the window says, not wanting to be on the receiving end of Tapiwa's wrath for refusing to enforce Code 17. The gate swings inward, allowing us entrance, and the driver lets out a slow breath as he puts the transport in gear and drives forward toward the giant double doors of the palace, while more guards line the steps with Caleb waiting at the top for us, his loose-fitting pants whipping in the wind as the satiny fabric reflects the light around us, with a tepid expression on his face. The transport stops.
"Here we go," I whisper to myself, when the doors open and Anshu's men get out, yanking me out of the transport, not caring if my head hits the side. Annoyed,
I keep my mouth shut and my head down, doing my best to act like a defeated prisoner, as something deep down warns me that their actions are far more than trying to sell our deception. They drag me across the paved pavilion and to the marble steps leading to the entranceway and past Caleb, the bronze-colored fabric of his pants matching the mood of Arel, dark and brooding, and a part of me misses the more flamboyant colors I have seen him wear on past occasions. But when I glance at his eyes, I see what I've seen in so many others, a mixture of sadness, anger, and fear.
This way, he says, as though he longs to tell me something forbidden, but he maintains tight control over his impulses as they struggle for dominance.
Anshu's men shove me past the columns, almost causing me to trip over the top of a marbled step, and I glare at them, wondering why the harshness, but they look past me, as though I am not there, and the hairs on the back of my neck rise while dread creeps up on me. We pass through the entrance, and I find myself admiring the floor as each tile meets another, forming an invisible seam, and the soft lights dotting the walls reflect off it, forming a golden bubble around us. Its warmth almost forces me to forget the harsh realities that brought me to this place. Caleb leads us toward the wide staircase, and the memory of seeing Tapua and Kumi on them on my first visit here remind me of a different time. But it is stripped away the moment we go past the bottom steps and underneath the stairs themselves to a narrow corridor I never noticed before. With each step, the uncanny feeling of unwanted eyes watching me caused my skin to grow cold, and as I scan the area, I notice the palace guards as they stand rigid, blending in with the background, ready to strike should they need to, but there does not seem to be many of them, or so I can see.
The walls light up, casting a harsh fluorescent light upon us, making us look more ghoulish than human as we tread after Caleb, wondering where he is taking us. I had expected to be taken to the second floor where I was taken when Tapua had summoned me here, not into a cave within the palace, but the further we go, the more I wonder if that is where Caleb leads us. An unexpected hand rams itself into my back, causing me to stumble forward, and my anger flares, but I clamp my mouth shut, knowing that now is not the time, though my mind ponders the use of force by those who are supposed to be allies, unless... "Enough," Caleb says to the one who shoved me. He glowers at him, but Caleb, in a rare instance of courage, does not back down, making me wonder what has happened to him in my absence. "You are here in accordance with your orders, but those orders do not include your current bullish actions. Is that understood?" Anshu's men glance from one to the other before one of them mutters, "Yes, sir." The further we walk, the more I wonder why Anshu's men have not loosened the binders clamping my wrists, and as each second passes, thoughts, each darker than the last, cross my mind. I hope the others fare better. A final light illumines the hallway, and Caleb stops before what appears to be a solid wall. He types in a code and a panel opens, revealing a room beyond, and ushers us inside. "Caleb?" comes a confused voice. Tapua. Anger rises within me at the thought of her still being alive, and it takes every ounce of my will to not jump for her and wrap my fingers around the throat of the woman who murdered Chase. "I told you to take them to the atrium and wait for me," she says with irritation. "I thought this more suitable," replies Caleb. And again, this unusual and forceful nature of his strikes me as odd, making me wonder what happened to him since the last time we met. "You have been bold of late," Tapua scolds as she takes a step toward him, allowing the vibrancy of her mint-green tunic to contrast against the ebony walls and the guards dressed to match them. "My apologies, Madam President," Caleb says, but the sarcasm within his tone is unmistakable. "I thought you would like to deal with her yourself, and as quick as possible, without prying eyes." Caleb grabs me from Anshu's men and pushes me to the center of the room. But before he lets go, his hand sweeps past the binders around my wrists and loosens them. Though confused by his actions, I keep my face unreadable, except for the anger within me and the vengeance I wish to take. Tapua looks at me, and her marigold-colored lips curve into a wry smile as she picks up a curved blade from a nearby table with a slim light running along its edge, causing me to look around the room for the first time,
while scolding myself for not doing so the moment I first stepped in here. Glass cases line the room, each filled with an array of weapons, the likes of which I have never seen, and some only pictures of during my studies at the training facility, each sharp, bold, and archaic.
They say, Tapiwa says, while picking at her oval-shaped nail, painted blue with flecks of yellow dotting them, with the tip of the blade, that our ancestors understood how to cause pain and understood the best way to fight one's enemy. Some weapons are too impersonal, but this allows one to feel the life of their enemy leave their body. My face flushes with rage as her words enter my ears, and I am thrust back to the night Chase died, and how I held him while he breathed his last. Do what you have to survive, that is what he told me.
I intend to, and more. I found you intriguing at first, Tapiwa continues. Pity that you turned out to be such a disappointment.
I twist my hands, trying to loosen the binders even more as she talks.
You are an enigma, Noni, says Tapiwa. I saw it the day of the banquet when you received your commission, and again during the ceremonial dinner when you received your medal. At first, I thought I could use someone like you to quell the growing discontent within this city. Harsh measures and punishments are no longer enough to contain it, but Molars warned me to be careful. Perhaps I should have listened. But now... Tapiwa holds her knife in front of her, admiring the pristine blade as the light reflects off it, accentuating its sharp edges. We get to hash out our differences in a more preferred way.
Molars?
You were working with him? I ask, confused as Molars steps out of the shadows.
He works for me,
Tapiwa says, emphasizing the word for, and an irritated expression crosses Molars' face. He must have had a different view of the nature of their relationship. Didn't you wonder why he was at the ceremonial dinner when he should have been in the factory, as you had ordered?
Tapiwa studies my face, pleased with what she finds.
Of course you did, and now you know. You see, ambition, blind, relentless ambition, is useful, and it helped me achieve what I wanted most. And his knowledge of your weaknesses proved useful as well as his willingness to do anything to achieve what he desires most.
Tapiwa steps over to Molars and rubs the back of her fingers down his cheek, mocking the affectionate nature of it. But every object's usefulness comes to an end.
Guards appear from the doorway behind her and grab Molars. He struggles to break free, but it seems like a half-hearted effort, and before I can ponder it, he is dragged from the room, leaving Tapiwa and me alone with Anshu's men, while 4 more guards enter the chamber.
I must admit, Tapiwa continues, the dynamic between you two, how you each try to outwit the other, is intriguing. I do not know how you managed to get under his skin, but I must commend you. It made manipulating him easier.
Kumi warned me about you, I say.
I'm sure he did. He never had much ambition, and yet everything was laid before his feet for the taking. Ruling Arel was always my birthright, but because I was born second, it would never be given to me. It mattered little. First, my mother died in an accident, if you can call a knife to her throat an accident, and with my father so distraught, it was easy to slip a little something into his drink while pretending to comfort him. I played the part of the mourning daughter well, but Kumi wasn't fooled. Not that it mattered. Kumi could never deny himself the pleasures of the flesh, including his sister's, and until you showed up, he did whatever I told him to. A nice little puppet with his master to lead him. But you? Your actions made him question the nature of our unagreed-upon arrangement, but death has a way of solving certain problems. Kumi's mysterious illness and the bombing, not that it surprises me. He tried to warn me before the end. He was nothing more than a plaything to her, like me, and for a moment I pity him. A man who was never able to have his own mind, but always found himself manipulated by the people around him.
Why are you telling me all this? I demand, continuing to loosen the binders even more.
Well, Tapiwa scoffs at my question. I guess sometimes I like to brag. You were an interesting toy, but you became an annoyance in the end. And Molars informed me of one way I could break you. I could not dispatch you like others in the past. You had become a symbol to the people of Arel,
especially to those who seek to supplant me and remove me from my birthright. So I had to destroy you and the symbol you have become." "Didn't go as planned, did it?" I say, mocking her. "I've overcome bigger obstacles. You are one person. I control Arel's arbiters."
My hand slips free of its constraint.
"You were a worthy opponent," Tepiwa says to me, "but your usefulness has come to an end." She stabs at me with her knife, but I jump back, bringing my freed hand forward and grab her wrist, squeezing as hard as I can, as she stares at me in surprise. But her surprise is short-lived as she pushes me away and swipes at me again, forcing me to dodge to the side. I grab a cup off the table and smash her in the face with it, forcing her to turn away, while I rip the binder from my other wrist. A guard tackles me, slamming me into the side of the table, causing it to scoot across the floor as one of the legs crack. I ram my elbow into the guard's face and glance around at Anshu's men, each of whom is locked in a fight of their own, and notice that Caleb has left. The guard brings his weapon up, but I grab hold of it, putting all my weight on it before he can take aim, ripping it from his hands and pointing it at him. Nothing happens. A quick glance tells me why. Biometric sensors. He charges me, but I jump back and ram the point of his weapon into his neck, stopping him and forcing him to clutch his throat as he gags for breath. A blade slashes the top of my arm, forcing me to recoil as blood seeps from the wound and down my arm. Tepiwa stands before me with a knife in each hand, smiling at me. She swings at me. I raise the guard's weapon, blocking her attack as metal strikes metal and sparks fly past my nose. She attacks again, and again I raise the weapon in my hands, blocking her knife before it reaches its target, and it slides down the barrel of the rifle before she kicks me in the leg, forcing me off balance, and as I teeter, she rams her knee into my chin, causing my teeth to clack together. I jump forward, forcing her to stumble backward, breaking our weapons free before swinging mine across the floor and knocking her feet out from under her. One of Anshu's men jumps on me, plowing his fist into my back, and Tepiwa laughs in response, using the distraction to flee the room. He grabs my hair and lifts my head before ramming my face into the floor as the table next to us breaks under the impact of another being thrown on it, sending knife-like pieces of wood my way. The man lifts my head again, but I seize one of the pieces of wood and stab him in the leg, causing him to howl in pain as he loosens his grip on my hair, and I push myself off the floor, forcing him off me. He rips the wooden stake out of his leg and dives for me, and a clink sounds as he misses my neck and strikes the floor instead. He lifts the piece of wood again and brings it down upon me, and I cross my arms in front of me, blocking him. My lungs cease their function as I struggle to keep him from stabbing me as he places all his weight upon the stake, grinning in triumph. Shadows appear on the edges of my vision as the pointed tip of the stave drops lower, and my focus remains on stopping it. My arms tire. The sharp piece of wood inches closer. A crash sounds next to us, and a guard slams into my opponent, knocking him to the ground and freeing me from his clutches. I spring to all fours, releasing the breath trapped in my lungs and sweep my leg across the floor, knocking the man down. He rolls onto his stomach and lifts himself. We eye each other a moment, while confusion clouds my mind, wondering why one of Anshu's men has attacked me, until the obvious truth hits me. I am the distraction in the plan, but also a liability that needs to be dealt with because they have no intention of rescuing Gwen. Their only goal is taking over Arel. A part of me suspected this would happen when the plan was first formulated, while another part had hoped that Anshu spoke the truth. The man lunges for me. I jump out of the way, going still after hitting the floor, and I roll him over, finding the stake poking out of his diaphragm. The guard that had saved me by accident notices me. He grabs a spear from the wall and thrusts it at me, forcing me to duck in order to avoid it. He jabs at me again, and once more I duck out of the way, trying not to trip as I do so, while the man continues to step toward me, forcing me to walk backward. Another of Anshu's men sees my predicament, but instead of helping me, he pulls out his pistol and fires, causing me to dive to the floor as bullets whiz through the room, pelting the far wall. When I look up, Anshu's man stands limp with a spear through his chest as blood oozes around the metal tip, running down his front and pooling on the floor, turning the ivory color crimson, and his pistol falls from his grip before he collapses. The guard glances in my direction, and as he yanks his spear free, I snatch a metal rod from the tile and strike him in the shin with it before swinging it a second time, hitting him in the crotch. When he doubles over, I swing it a third time, striking him in the head. He falls to the floor. I reach for the pistol, but yank my hand back the moment bullets strike the tile near me, rolling to the side and seeking cover. More gunfire pelts the wall behind me, leaving small round holes in it as I cover my head in an attempt to shield myself from the flying debris, while bits of the wall chip away from the assault. Risking a small peek, I crane my neck to see over the table I hide behind, and find the last of Anshu's men reloading his pistol. Seizing my chance, I dart from behind the table and rush for a cabinet full of archaic weapons, grabbing the first thing I can, a mace, and duck low as he points his weapon at me, darting behind a case. While he searches for me, I slink through the room, working my way around him, crawling over the body of a guard, wincing when my hand presses against her wound, squirting bits of blood onto my sleeve as Anshu's man searches for me, his pistol raised and ready to fire. His foot kicks something, sending it skittering across the room, telling me where he is. Staying as quiet as I can, I inch my way to the other side until I am behind him, and I pick up a piece of debris and chuck it across the room. When he turns in its direction, I spring from my hiding spot and swing the mace at him, catching his shoulder with one of its barbs and tearing into his skin. He whirls around, aiming his pistol at me, but I swipe the mace through the air and knock it out of his hands before ramming it into his chest, and he staggers backward from the impact. "Why?" I ask him as he catches his breath. He glares at me. "You're just a means to an end, and you couldn't even accomplish that." Raising the mace, I charge him and a tremendous force shatters the window, surrounding us in a storm of glittering shrapnel and knocking us off our feet, forcing me to drop the mace and place my arms in front of my face in a vain attempt to shield it from the glass swirling around me until I crash on the floor, sliding across the razor-edged shards as they cut through my clothing and into me. Stunned, my head pounds as I force myself onto my knees, trying to not cut myself on the glass littering the floor and wincing whenever one cuts my palms. Air rushes into the room, blowing bits of my hair around my face until it sticks to the skin, and I glance up, looking out at the aerodrome, or the gaping hole that used to be the aerodrome. How many explosives did they use? Which explosives did they use? The full weight of what just happened hits me, and confusion turns to panic as I picture Renal and the others lying dead, or what is left of their bodies in the aftermath of the blast. The click of a pistol being cocked snaps me back to my present situation. I look up into the bloodied face of my would-be assassin, but before he can squeeze the trigger, something strikes him in the head, blowing half of it away. He drops to the floor, landing face first in a bed of glass as something falls out of his pocket and rolls across the floor before settling next to the toe of my boot. A flash bomb. Purse. I rip the pistol from his frozen grip, hoping it does not have a biometric sensor, pick up the flash bomb, and run for the door, darting back into the room the moment gunfire tears into the doorframe. My body presses into the wall until the gunfire stops, and I peek around the corner, trying to get a glimpse of what awaits me in the corridor, spotting a nook. 2 palace guards stand on the other end, weapons raised, waiting for me to allow one strand of my hair to become visible in the light above me. I shoot the light. As the sparks fall around me, dissipating with each passing second, I picture my next move, envisioning it in my mind as one of my instructors taught me to do, in what seems like eons ago, and ready myself for what is to come. I wait, letting them sweat and wonder what will happen next, why I haven't acted. The small clicking of a weapon as the owner checks its magazine tells me that impatience has set in. Perfect. I dive from the doorway and into the nook, taking note of the flashes of light when the guards fire at me, detonate the flash bomb, and throw it in their direction, turning away before it goes off. With them stunned, I charge down the hallway before dropping to my knees and sliding down the tile until I reach them, falling on my back the moment I do, and swing my legs, knocking one to the floor. I point my pistol at his head and fire. Before I can turn my attention to the other, a boot comes for my head, and I roll to the side as it strikes the floor, leaving a hollow echo. I get up, but the same boot slams into my chest, hitting me over and over again,
forcing me to drop my pistol and stagger back until I am pressed against the wall. His fist flies toward me and I duck, dodging around him before throwing my entire weight into him, forcing him into the wall. He swings his elbow back, and I jump away, not expecting his counterattack when his gloved fist strikes me in the face, followed by another. I kick at his knee, but he blocks it and elbows me in the stomach before punching me in the middle of my back as I stand doubled over and drop to the floor. Stunned, I remain still, letting him believe that he has won as he stalks around me, gloating in his perceived triumph. I spot my pistol and form a plan. As he nears, readying the final blow, I kick my left foot out, breaking his kneecap, and as his screams of pain echo around me, I dive for my pistol, aim, and fire, silencing him for good.
Sore! I push myself to my feet, rubbing the bruise forming on my face as I calculate my next move, when a single gunshot shatters the tense calm surrounding me, forcing me to whirl around and raise my weapon. A guard stands behind me, weapon in hand, and drops to the tile floor in a pool of her own blood, revealing Caleb poised behind her with smoke coming out of his own pistol. I point mine at him.
"There is no need for that," he says, his tone controlled, unlike previous occasions when he spoke to me, and he lowers his weapon. "I'll not stop you."
Why? I demand, wanting to know why he has helped me. I have witnessed many horrors in this place, since the days of their father's death, Caleb says, understanding my question, and went along with it, pretending to be the bumbling servant that will do anything to remain in the president's good graces. Then you showed up, the defiance in your mannerism. You didn't even know you possessed it or exhibited it, but Tapiwa saw it. It was I who convinced her to use you. She always did like her playthings. If I saw it, others have as well, not tribunals or the council, but others within Arel, average people. So you're part of the underground? No, I'll have no part of them. I just want to end the killing. And Chase, your response— No. I had hoped we could have been allies, but with the increased attacks on the city, I never got the chance to speak with you, nor did I foresee Tapiwa's amusement turning into obsession. Why should I trust you?
How do you think your commander and lieutenant knew where you would be, and at what time, when they got you out of the detention facility?
My index finger trembles on the trigger of my pistol as I struggle with disposing of him or allowing him to live, wondering if he speaks the truth, unsure of which course of action to choose. Shoot me if you must, Caleb says. I'll not stop you, but if you want Tapiwa and to save the girl, you'll need this. He tosses his wristband to me and I catch it, twisting it in my fingers before lowering my weapon.
There is one place she always goes when she feels threatened. Go down this hallway, turn left. When you find some stairs, go down 2 floors until you come to a door with a keypad.
What of the guards? I ask, but Caleb shakes his head. Only 3 people have access to that part of the palace, her and me. And the third? He's dead. Keeping my eyes glued to Caleb, I step past him, walking backward for a minute, refusing to be taken by surprise, before turning and racing down the corridor as gunfire rages outside the palace walls. Lights flicker as I hurry to the other end of the hallway, while the echoes of distant explosions reach my ears, muffled by the walls surrounding me, wondering what has gripped Arel. It seems that the resistance, as they call themselves, was less than truthful about how much artillery they had or the extent of their reach, much less their trustworthiness. Why did Anshu's men turn on me? I doubt it was of their own accord. Curiosity about their betrayal pillages my mind as I continue my trek through the hallway, hoping to find Tapiwa and to free Gwen from this place. A palace guard appears before me and charges the moment he sees me. I do not stop. I do not slow down. We run toward one another, playing a fatal game of chicken. When I reach him, I duck low and fling him over my back, and he crashes onto the floor. But before he can get back up, I ram my foot into his throat, crushing his windpipe and continue on. I reach the end of the hallway and veer left as Caleb instructed, but before I get far, a group of palace guards burst into the corridor, firing at one another, forcing me to dive to the floor to avoid the crossfire. Are they fighting each other? I stay pinned to the cold tile floor as they stab, shoot, and kick one another, mutilating and maiming each other before dealing the final blow, reminding myself that I haven't time to wonder about their actions. As the fight rages around me, I crawl across the floor, doing my best to go unnoticed.
A body crashes beside me, and blood pours from her gaping wound, but I continue my trek, pulling myself through her pooling blood as it sticks to my skin and clothes. A raging yell forces me to look up. I've been spotted. I roll onto my back and kick at a female guard as she lunges for me, hitting her in the stomach. She staggers back before lunging again. I raise my pistol and fire, stopping her, and she collapses in front of me. Not wanting to stay here, I jump to my feet and charge through the fray, shoving anyone in my way to the side, and firing at any who try to stop me, leaving my own trail of carnage until I am free from the chaos. I hurry down the corridor as the sound of the fight dims with each step I take, until I come to a solid door with a scanner. This must be the stairwell Caleb told me about. I pull out his wristband and hold it against the scanner, pleased when it flashes green and the door's lock clicks as it slides open, allowing me through. Once on the other side, the door closes and the lock clicks into place, sealing me in darkness and silence, separating me from the madness overtaking the presidential palace and trapping me between two choices: go up or down. Remembering Caleb's instructions, I hurry down the steps, taking them two at a time, determined to find Tapiwa and exact my revenge, while forcing her to give me Gwen. I reach the first floor and continue on, rounding the corner in the railing, not bothering to glance at the door there beckoning me to go through, but I refuse to be sidetracked. Low, thundering vibrations migrate through the steps and the railing, shaking them as I rush down them to my goal, while dull roars echo above me, telling me that the aerodrome was not the only target of Anshu's men. Something else is taking place. I hope Renal and the others are all right. The stomping of my boots fills my ears, while the staircase turns into a never-ending trek, where each step becomes a marker of my failure. But I push such negativity aside, quickening my pace before hopping over a rail, skipping the last 7 steps, and landing in front of a locked door with a tiny keypad nestled within it. This must be the door Caleb told me about. Another low rumble reverberates around me, filling the entire stairwell with a soft roar that causes my eardrums to itch as I stand before the door with trepidation and determination, knowing that this is the moment I exact justice for Chase's death and prevent Gwen from suffering the same fate. The keypad releases a tiny, high-pitched note when I hold Caleb's wristband to it before releasing the locks on the door and allowing it to slide open, granting me entrance. I step through, and the door slides shut, locking into place. Instead of another hallway, I enter a room, but one of unspeakable horrors. Pale green light emanates from the walls as I tiptoe through a maze of poles stretching from floor to ceiling with beams attached to them covered in spikes. My shoulder brushes one as I tread past, and I jerk it back as the razor-edged barb cuts through my shirt and into my skin, drawing blood. Curious, I grab it in one of the spaces between the spikes and move it, noting how it is designed to spin in a circle in varying patterns. Is this some sort of training room? Unsure of what sort of place this is, and not liking the silence surrounding me, I continue moving my way through the room, trying not to touch the blades attached to the spinning beams. The further I go, the more I wonder if Caleb sent me into a trap. Or did Tapiwa not come here like he thought? I reach the center of the room, where a table with old blood stains on it, browned and oxidized from time, and empty shackles hang limp, unable to fulfill their desire to hold someone prisoner. I pick at one, noting the worn edges, wondering how often it had been used and frightened of the answer, as I imagine a poor soul pinned to this table and tortured for someone's own entertainment. Tapiwa loves her toys, or so seems to be the consensus. Is this where I was meant to end up? A small creak, subtle, as though someone does not wish to be heard, catches my attention. I move away from the table and back into the maze of spinning barbed beams, oozing my way through them in search of the creak, my mind alert. Another low rumble echoes throughout the building, indicating that all is not well outside these walls, while uneasy silence reigns supreme within, making me more anxious the longer it drags on. One of the beams flies for my head, forcing me to duck and dive over another before impaling myself on it. As my chest heaves from the sudden excitement and exertion, I look back at the spinning beam, wondering what, or who, moved it, aware that I already know the answer.
You're quick, I'll give you that.
Tapiwa's voice echoes around me, making me believe that she is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I twist around, wondering where she is, and how her voice is able to come from every direction, when I notice tiny speakers within the ceiling and walls. Another beam heads straight for me, and I duck low, avoiding its blow. It creaks as it spins above me, mocking me. I've trained in this room since I was girl, Tapiwa's voice spills from the speakers. I stay low, crawling among the spinning beams as I search for her. Another soft creak reaches my ears. I pause. It happens again. I scoot back into the maze of beams and use my foot to turn one, while I wait behind another for my prey to show itself. A wisp of movement appears before me, and I spot her as she approaches the spinning beam, making little noise, with a curved knife in each hand. The moment she is before me, I kick at the beam in front of me, sending it spiraling toward her, but she hears it and swings one of her knives down, blocking it, before jumping out of the way and darting back into the sea of spiked planks. I jump to my feet and follow her, but I do not know this place as well as she does, and I lose her among the barbed terror before me, but continue on, knowing she will not remain hidden forever. Tapiwa jumps out at me, knife raised, and I knock one of the beams at her, blocking her attack, but not before she manages to knock the pistol from my hand, sending it flying even deeper into the spinning pillars of death. She tries punching me, knife in hand, but I dodge behind a pole and over one of the spiked beams, circling around her, but before I can attack, she twists around and blocks me. She kicks at me over and over, and I block her each time as she pushes me through the spiked maze, determined to make me pay. She kicks again, and I dodge to the side, allowing her momentum to propel her forward and into the spiked beams, but Tapiwa manages to catch herself, suffering a cut to her arm instead of impalement. She swings both knives at me, and I jump back, pushing beam after beam between me and her, wincing as the curved blades strike the spikes, sending a death-like note into the air, telling me that each one could well be my last. Another beam swings for me, and I dive to the floor, avoiding its fatal blow as I ram my foot into Tapiwa's stomach. Stunned, she staggers back, but gets control of her senses and charges for me, knocking a series of barbed beams in my direction, forcing my attention on blocking and avoiding their attack, allowing her to forge a path toward me, and she rips my shirt with one of her curved blades. I catch her wrist, stopping the second knife from reaching me, while she brings the other blade up, and I twist her arm, turning her away from me, before planting my foot in her back and forcing her into a set of barbs. Blood trickles from her right arm as they pierce her skin, fueling her rage. She turns toward me. I meet her venomous gaze as she rips her tunic apart, exposing her yellow undershirt, and wraps the scrap of material around the wound on her arm. She tightens her grip on her knives while her eyes narrow on me. I spot the pistol on the floor. "Where's Gwen?" I demand in a soft voice. Tapiwa smirks. She races for me, bringing her blades up, but I dive over a spinning beam as the knife strikes it and lunge for the pistol, grab it, aim, and fire. Tapiwa pauses, touching the spot where the bullet grazed her shoulder, and stares at the blood on her fingers. She attacks, and I squeeze the trigger again, receiving a click in response. Empty. I jump to my feet and face her as she runs for me, knives raised, and use the pistol as a barrier, blocking each of her attempts to impale me with her blades, and sparks fly each time metal meets metal. She swings at me again, and I raise the pistol, my only line of defense, and the two meet, locking together, forcing us into a deadlock, until I use my other hand to wrench one of the knives from her grasp, and it clatters on the floor as it skips across it. Enraged, she swipes her curved dagger at me again, and I jump back, continuing the series of attacks, dodges, and counterattacks as we move through the labyrinth of twirling, spiked beams in a sort of death waltz, until she sweeps her foot and knocks mine out from under me, causing me to falter. She pounces on me, using my moment of weakness to place me in a headlock, and presses the tip of her knife against my cheek. "All this for a plebeian?" she hisses at me. "Maybe I should have kept him alive. The perfect leash for an untamed mutt." The very mention of chase causes something within me to rage to a rolling boil until it erupts into unbridled fury, and I drop to my knees and twist, surprising her, and flip her over me, causing her feet to fly through the air until she crashes onto her back. For the first time, I see fear on her face. She scrambles to her feet and rushes past the spinning beams, avoiding their blows, until she finds a panel in the wall with a keypad embedded in it, and it opens for her. Refusing to lose her, I hurry after her, reaching the panel as it closes. I rip out Caleb's wristband and hold it to the scanner. It flashes green, and the panel opens. I charge through and into a corridor, jumping to the side as Tapiwa throws her knife at me, and it strikes the wall behind me.
"Where is she?" I scream at her, shoving the wristband into my pocket.
I lunge for Tapiwa and catch her around the middle, slamming her into the opal floor, and she winces from the impact. But before I can pin her down, she uses her legs to push me off her and kicks me in the face, forcing me to fall backward. Tapiwa kicks me again before scrambling to her feet and running to the other end, with me right behind her, and slams her fist into the wall as another door opens, allowing her through. But before I can reach it, a piece of the floor drops away beneath me, causing me to fall. My hands throw themselves in every direction, grasping for anything to stop my descent, while also refusing to let go of Caleb's wristband, and my fingers screech against the smooth floor until I come to a stop. My heart pounding and threatening to jump out of my throat, I glance down as my feet dangle above the shiny spikes below me, reminded of a portion of the gauntlet and how I almost did not escape it. My muscles burn as I haul myself up and onto a solid surface, pausing for breath once the threat of being skewered is no longer present. I focus on the door Tapiwa escaped through, determined to make her tell me where Gwen is, and race for it, pressing Caleb's wristband against the keypad embedded in it. It flashes green, allowing me entrance, and I charge through into a room full of incessant barking. Nunchucks fly toward my head. I dive out of the way, allowing them to crash into the door as it slides shut behind me. I glance around the room, noting the cages full of wild dogs, snarling at me as drool falls from their mouths, pooling around their paws, all while they bark and bite at the bars confining them, and spot a lever controlling the locks. Tapiwa jumps out at me, swinging a machete, and I roll out of its way, forcing the blade to strike the floor, creating an icy clink that sends sparks into the air. She strikes again, and again. I roll to the side, and the blade slices off bits of my hair as it rushes past my head. I take a quick look at the black strands on the glowing white tile, fearing that the next assault could be my last. I spot the nunchucks. Tapiwa raises the machete a third time. As she swings at me again, I roll across the floor and seize the nunchucks and jump to my feet, forcing her to miss me a third time. Enraged, she swings at me again. I stretch the nunchucks in front of me, and its chain bends under the force of the blade burrowing into it, while my knees buckle from the force as it inches its way to my face. I dive to the side, lowering my weapon, and whirl around her as her machete clinks the floor. Her lips curl and her eyes narrow on me as she turns and swings at me again, forcing me to jump backward a couple of times amid an incessant chorus of salivating, barking dogs. In a burst of anger, Tapiwa releases a blood-curdling battle cry and charges for me, but I stretch out the nunchucks and wrap its chain around her machete's blade, ripping it from her hands, and it flies across the room, striking the far wall. Thinking I have the advantage, I whip the nunchucks at her, but Tapiwa proves more adept than I anticipated, and catches it with her left hand before ripping it out of mine, and swings it at me, catching me in the face. I fall to the floor, dazed. Stars cross before me as I close my eyes, trying to capture my bearings and make my mind focus. But it refuses to, preferring the unknown darkness. But I cannot pass out now. I shake my head and blink, forcing myself to focus. I think of Gwen. If I die, what becomes of her? If I die, she dies. I failed Sheila. I failed Chase. I will not fail her. Steady footfalls echo around me, sounding distant to my confused mind as I lie on the floor, battling wills with the limits of my physical form. She continues pacing around me, reveling in her moment of triumph as she strikes me with the nunchucks, causing bursts of intense pain to surge throughout my body before concentrating in welts that form on my back, taunting me with words. "You thought you could come here," she strikes me again, "and make me bow to your will.
My hands grip the cold tile of the floor as their pristine color darkens beneath me, and my struggle to break free of Tapiwa's wrath. Faint sounds rumble through the walls of the palace, but they are insignificant compared to the tribulation I face here, in this room, as she flings the nunchucks at me for I've lost count. Pain ripples through me, begging me to cease, to give in and let her kill me. But Gwen's frightened face fills my mind, and I think of the night I first saw her, of the day she and Chase first came to the manor, of her anger when I sentenced him to the mines, and her grief when she watched him die in my arms. Such thoughts morph into rage, a rage that I kept caged for a long time, but no more. She brings the nunchucks down upon me for a final time, but I roll onto my back and kick them out of her hand before ramming my foot into her stomach, forcing her to stagger back. As she struggles for breath, I rise to my feet, prepared to end it here and now.
Our eyes lock before I lunge for her, griping her around the middle and forcing her to crash into one of the cages, while the dog inside growls and bites at the bars. She swings a fist at me, but I block it and thrust my elbow into her chin, before gripping the back of her head and forcing her face into my right knee, crushing the cartilage in her nose. Blood pools past the corners of her mouth as she looks up at me, ready for revenge. She pushes me off her and rams her foot into my chest, but I refuse to give in to the pain it causes me and lunge for her again. We crash onto the floor and roll across it, each one trying to get the upper hand until we stop, with me atop her, plowing my fists into her face until it is no longer recognizable.
"Where is she?" I scream at her, continuing to hit her as her blood covers my knuckles and sprays my clothes.
She laughs. "Where is she?" I scream even louder, my uncontrolled rage refusing to be satiated with each strike to her face.
"Where is who?" Tapiwa says as she spits blood from her mouth into my face. "Where is Gwen?" A maniacal laugh escapes Tapiwa's mouth. "You thought she was here?"
"Tell me where she is!" I grip her tunic by the collar.
I had her moved. Tapiwa's laughter circles around us, mocking me and my desire to save Gwen. "She's in the detention center. Try and save the plebeian bitch if you want. You'll die."
My stomach drops down the largest pit imaginable as Tapiwa's words repeat themselves in my mind. Gwen is not here. The thought taunts me, reminding me that I have failed again, but I know where she is now. Where?
I get off Tapiwa and stretch to my full height as she lies on the once pristine tiles, coated in her own blood, her face resembling a slab of meat instead of a person.
"Coward, you can't kill me!"
She laughs, sputtering cruel as she mocks me and the fact that she still breathes, unconcerned about the blood soaking her clothing.
"I'm not going to kill you," I say, walking over to the lever that controls the locks on the cages, "but I cannot say the same for them."
I pull it, releasing the locks, and the dogs burst from their cages, converging on Tapiwa as she lies helpless on the floor, choosing the easier prey, while her screams fill the room as they tear her apart, and I step out the door, letting it slide shut behind me, sealing what's left of her with the fate she deserves.
Chapter 29. Unexpected turn. Muffled explosions and gunfire fill the stairwell around me, a testament to the structure of the walls, as my feet pound the steps as I charge up them, heading for the floor I had first entered them from, knowing that I must get out of here. With each passing second, the muffled sounds intensify, rattling the walls, causing them to shake the stairs as I hurry up them, making me wonder what is happening outside, and what Anshu's real plans were. My thoughts drift to Renal, Luther, Perse, and the others, but I shake them from my mind, keeping my focus on Gwen and the horrors she must have suffered at the hands of Tapiwa, and how frightened she must be now, trapped in the detention center, locked in a cell, never to be freed. The others can take care of themselves. Gwen is my priority now. A rumble stretches from the top of the stairwell, past me, and to the levels below, reverberating through the massive walls, causing vibrations in my chest as it passes by me in waves. More follow, pulses that grow stronger, causing my stomach to churn with each series of rumbles. Exposed on the stairwell, the vulnerability of my precarious situation strikes me, and I charge up the stairs,
knowing that I must get out before I find myself trapped. And with each step I take, the fear of this place becoming my tomb grows stronger, threatening to overtake my senses. I push onward before a sudden silence makes me stop and look up. Fire and smoke fall from above, coming straight for me. I look at the door I had come through in my search for Tapiwa. If I hurry, I can make it. I start for it, but something crashes into the presidential palace, sending a jolt throughout the building that slams my body into the railing, and it gives way from the force of the impact and the sensation of falling takes its hold. Desperate, I fling my arms in every direction, grasping at anything, and snatch what's left of the railing, gripping the metal rods as tight as I can, but my sweaty palms cause me to slip. Metal and wood crash around me as the raging inferno above plummets, assisted by gravity, and with me in its sights. I glance down at my dangling feet and the stairs not far below, knowing I have two choices. I let go. I crash onto the steps and roll down them amidst a cascade of falling debris, unable to stop as bits of steel, concrete, wood, glass, and smoldering embers crash around me, cursing their failure at striking their target until my body slams into a wall. Each breath pains me as my chest struggles to expand, allowing me to fill my lungs, only to cough from the exertion. A chunk of the ceiling slams into the floor next to me, still aflame, forcing me to cover my head. The stairwell shakes again as I pull myself to my feet, wincing as my body cries out in pain, but I force my mind to focus on getting out and saving Gwen as I trudge down the stairs, taking them one at a time at first, until necessity forces me to hasten my pace as more debris crashes around me, singeing my clothes with burning embers. I turn a corner and slide down the rail before hopping over a series of steps, running as fast as I can without tripping as the walls cave in around me, surrounding me with a chaotic storm of metal plating and rods as the building crumbles around me. I am almost to the bottom. Desperate, I jump over the railing, skipping the last set of stairs, and crash onto the copper floor below, grunting as my knees buckle beneath me, and I drop to the ground. Despite the sharp pain filling my legs, I roll across the floor underneath the steps next to me, allowing them to take the full impact as the ceiling and walls crash. Smoke and dust fill the atmosphere, causing me to choke as I try to breathe, threatening to suffocate me if I do not get out. I peek out from under the steps as the stairs and the railing above me buckle underneath the destabilization of the structure around them, forming an ear-splitting noise that drowns the thunderous roars above, spilling in from the cavity that used to be the top of the building. My eyes search the foggy darkness, hoping to find a way out, when I spot a doorway with a keypad in its center, and my hands fumble through my pockets until they pull out Caleb's wristband. More metal panels crash around me, warning me that I must chance it. I burst from underneath the stairs and race for the doorway, holding my arms up to protect my face as the world around me is obliterated, and I shove the wristband into the keypad, pressing it against it until the metal band bends. It flashes green, but I do not wait for the door to open all the way, as I shove my way through as the stairwell collapses, creating a massive force that propels me across a room and into a massive window before everything falls silent with only a plume of dust as evidence of the terror I escaped. For a few moments, I remain where I am, pressed against a massive window, not wanting to open my eyes or move, but my mind reminds me of what matters most right now. Gwen. I press my palms against the floor, ignoring the bits of rubble that cut into them as my shaky elbows threaten to give way beneath my weight, and I force myself to my knees before standing up. My legs wobble and I lean against the cracked glass for support, surprised that it did not break from the concussive force that burst from the stairwell moments before, willing my body to endure the abuse, reminding it that remaining here is a death sentence. I take an unsteady step, clinging to the glass as my mind clears itself. I take another and another, forcing my legs to carry my weight until I am able to stand. I need to get out of here, but which way should I go? I circle around, trying to determine which direction to go in, unsure of where I am. I have never been in the presidential palace without a guide before. I spot a corridor and head for it. It's as good as any. I run for it, pausing when my body argues with me, but I will it to obey my commands and force myself down the hallway, picking up speed as I go, knowing that I must keep moving. Muffled chaos surrounds me, growing stronger the further I go, leaving me to hope that I am able to bypass it. I turn a corner, and another, picking up my pace, and for a moment, I believe that I have escaped the worst until a baton slams into my stomach when I turn a third corner, forcing me to drop backward and collapse to the floor, rolling on the linoleum and clutching my stomach as I struggle to breathe. My head turns so that I can look at my attacker, Grelin. She towers over me, swinging her baton, daring me to fight back as her unnatural blue eyes glower at me, telling me, without the need for words, the animosity, the anger, and the hatred she feels toward me. She has always loathed me. Perhaps she thought me a weak-minded fool. Perhaps she is correct. Grelin, I say breathless. Murder fills her eyes as she glares at me. She brings her baton down upon me, and I roll out of the way as it strikes the floor with a sickening thump. She swings a second time, and again, I roll out of the way, missing the baton by inches as it smacks the floor. I stand up and face her, watching her, waiting for her next move, wishing I knew why she wants me dead and how she found me. She swings her baton at me, swiping the air with it as she charges me, forcing me to jump back to avoid each blow until a wall stops me. She swings again, and I dodge to the side, but not before her baton hits my elbow, causing a burning sensation to tingle through my arm. Once again, we face each other. Vengeance fills her eyes. Whistles fill the air around us, mingling with the sound of distant explosions as she swings her baton at me, and I jump out of the way.
Trevor's is in the detention center because of you, she says as she charges me.
She swings at me again, and I catch her arm, elbowing her in the face and punching her twice in the chest. But as I try to dodge one of her fists, she trips me, giving her the advantage as she rams her knee into my stomach, causing me to double over before kneeing me in the face. I stumble back, dazed, trying to regain my senses as Grelin charges me with her baton. I dodge out of the way. She charges again, and I catch her arm and kick her in the stomach before wrenching the baton from her grip and swinging it at her. She blocks my attack, and it flies from my hand, stopping only when it strikes a wall. An elbow flies from my head, but I duck, twist around, and slam my fist into her side. Unfazed, Grelin rounds on me with a backward swing, catching me off guard before swiping my leg out from underneath me and forcing me to crash onto the floor. As I lie there, confused, the sole of her boot comes from my face and I roll to the side, twisting and turning as needed to avoid her blows, until I manage to wrap my feet around her ankle and knock her off balance. Once on the floor, I pounce on her, but Grelin is ready. She raises her foot and throws me off her, and I slam into a wall, while the walls tremble from the chaos outside. Grelin lunges for me. I kick at her, but she grabs my foot and punches me in the thigh before I manage to roll away and get to my feet. Crouched. Her murderous look could crumble stone as she glowers at me, sizing up her prey and planning the next stage of her attack. She lunges for me. I twist my body, grab her arm and flip her over me, allowing her to slam into the floor with a grunt, but that only angers her more, and she jumps to her feet, swinging her fists, forcing me to raise my arms to block her series of attacks until she tires of this unending battle of wills. And we both pause, wondering what to do, and who will make the next move.
Grelin, I begin, but she cuts me off.
He refused to fight you, Grelin spits at me. What? Those fights, they aired it throughout Arel, and Trevor's refused to be a part of it, so they threw him in a cell.
Grelin.
And forced me to be here to be a plaything for Tapua, just like Faya, and all because of you. Everywhere you go, destruction follows. The mines, Arel. Grelin is right. It seems that no matter where I go, chaos and destruction follow. There is no denying this. I never meant for any of this to happen. You never do, but look around you. Please, I plead with her, I don't. Grelin lunges for me. I swerve out of the way, but Grelin is quick and counters my move, grabbing me around the waist and flinging me across the room until I crash onto the floor, rolling across it as though I am nothing more than a mere piece of refuse. Before I can regain my feet, Grelin grabs her baton and pounces on me, pinning me to the floor as she presses the baton against my throat. I grab the club, trying to push it off me, but she has the advantage, and darkness seeps in as I struggle to breathe.
I go limp. Surprised, Grelin releases her hold on the baton and stares at me in confusion.
I won't stop you, I say, coughing as I speak.
Whatever rage she feels toward me dissipates in that one instant as I never once allowed her to have her way before.
You're right. Most everyone I've cared about is dead because of me. I never meant for this to happen. I never wanted Arel to fall apart. I just wanted to save the ones I love. I just want to save Gwen.
Grelin stares at me, struggling with the desire of what she wants to do and with the morality of her wishes, and the baton shakes in her hands as the two opposing forces battling within her mind struggle for dominance before... She tosses the baton aside and it skitters across the floor. I always thought you were a fool for falling in love with that plebeian, she says as she helps me up. But you shouldn't have had to watch him die. The truth is, Arel was falling apart long before you.
What did you see outside the wall? I ask, remembering one of our previous encounters and what she told me then.
Too much. Silence ensues as we each come to an understanding and a delicate truce.
I need to get to the detention center, I say. That is where they are keeping Gwen. I'll help you get Trevor's.
If I help you get her, Grelin finishes my thought for me. If you betray me.
I know, you'll kick my ass.
She holds out her arm and I clasp it, agreeing to her terms. In all the years we've known each other, I never thought we would become allies, even if it is temporary.
I guess we'll have to get rid of the bitch, Grelin says, referring to Tapua.
She's dead, I say without emotion, and Grelin laughs, unsurprised, as the walls tremble again from the war raging outside the presidential palace.
This way, she says to me. I chase after her, allowing her to lead me through a maze of corridors as the lights embedded in the walls flicker, threatening to darken forever. But Grelin pushes forward with confidence, making me wonder how often she has walked these halls, and how long she has been trapped in this place as Tapiwa's prisoner. We turn a corner and come to what appears to be a dead end, but Grelin swipes her wristband and a door opens, revealing an elevator, confirming my suspicions about her having been trapped here for a while. We get inside the elevator and she pushes a button, and it surges upward, taking us up several floors, making me wonder how many floors the palace has, and how far beneath the surface I have gone. Uneasy silence fills the space between us as we stand on opposite ends of the elevator, waiting for it to reach its destination, while I think about the time she tormented me while at the training facility, though, in truth, I was no better. She glances in my direction, and I wonder if she is thinking about our past encounters as well. But before either of us can say a word to break up the monotonous silence choking us, a dull explosion vibrates through the elevator shaft and rattles the walls imprisoning us, and we glance around with unease. The elevator lurches. Grelin and I cling to the rail within the elevator as our tepid expressions mirror each other's. It lurches again with a force that knocks Grelin and me to the floor. We cannot stay here. As though reading my mind, Grelin hurries to the center of the elevator and motions for me to lift her and support her as she tears away at a panel in the ceiling, prying it away. My muscles shake from supporting her weight and threaten to let go, until a cable snaps and the elevator drops, giving me the strength to hold her so she can complete her task. The panel clatters on the floor, landing near my feet, revealing a hatch concealed behind it. Grelin opens it and crawls through before reaching back down with her hand extended, and I clasp it, allowing her to pull me up. She points at a series of rungs bolt into the side of the elevator shaft, heads for one, and starts to climb them, but after she scrambles up a ways, some of them break off the side of the elevator shaft, and she crashes onto the top of the elevator with a sickening crunch. I start to help her, but she throws me off.
I'm fine, she says, but the tightness in her voice tells a different story.
I let it go, knowing that weakness is never to be displayed to others, and Grelin prides herself on her ability to appear strong. The elevator drops an inch beneath our feet, and we both know that we need to leave if we are to survive. As I study the rungs and the gap above us, the daunting task of climbing upward starts to overwhelm me, but I push it aside, forcing it from my mind as I think of Gwen and the fear she must be experiencing as her world goes to hell. I'm not dying here. A long, thin piece of metal the length of my hand catches my eye, and an idea forms in my mind. I don't think, begins Grelin,
But I ignore her, picking up the thin metal strip and clamping my teeth around it as I place it in my mouth, before backing up to the far end of the elevator and taking a running leap at the rungs embedded in the shaft. I wrap my fingers around one as I grip it, refusing to let go as I lift myself up and start the climb. When I reach the gap where the rungs broke free, I press my feet against the side of the shaft and push off. For a moment, I believe I've misjudged the distance, until my hands touch the rung above me and I cling to it, refusing to let go as I pull myself up, until I am able to climb the built-in ladder. Grelin rolls her eyes but follows suit. More thunder rumbles through the sides of the elevator shaft as we climb upward, hoping to reach a door before it is too late. The sweltering interior of the shaft suffocates me as I climb, threatening to cut off my air with each rung I reach for, as sweat coats my arms and my neck, making me wonder why it is so hot in here. I glance at Grelin as she climbs behind me, noticing that it proves to be a struggle for her as well. Eternal seconds pass as we haul ourselves up toward the first door, while my teeth remain clamped around the metal strip and saliva forms around it, dripping down the corners of my mouth. Almost there. As I near the door, I reach out for it, but pull my hand back and turn away from the door, clinging to the rungs as it bursts from its hold, followed by tongues of fire that shoots across the shaft, slamming into the far wall before plummeting downward and crashing onto the top of the elevator. An ominous creak echoes around us as a thin cable snaps and the elevator drops even more, leaving the main one. Judging by the sound surrounding us, I do not think it will hold for much longer. After the initial shock of the exploding elevator door wears off, I continue upward to the one above it, remembering Gwen and keeping my focus on her, as the heat from the fire that has engulfed this floor wafts over me, threatening to roast me in this elongated oven. "We can't be here when that cable snaps," Grelin yells at me, urging me to go faster. I pick up the pace, going up as fast as I can, but my hand slips and I drop down a rung before I manage to break my fall as Grelin covers her head, fearing the worst. Relieved, I plant my feet on a rung and push myself upward, climbing past the inferno on the floor we are level with, heading for the door above us. Another series of rumbles, each louder than the first, travel through the walls, reverberating around us, filling us with dread and curiosity about what is happening within Arel while we are locked in here. More creaking emanates from the cable, pushing me onward, forcing me to go faster as my boots pound each of the rungs they step on, creating a sort of musical sound that stands out among the dread surrounding us. I reach the second door and press the back of my hand against it, testing it. Please that cool metal touches my skin, before ripping the metal strip from my mouth, relieved to no longer have it in there as my teeth ache from holding on to it, and jab it into the crack where the doors meet, working its way between them until they pop apart. I grip the rungs with my legs as I lean over and force the doors open, my muscles straining from the effort, burning and aching the more I push the doors apart, creating an opening large enough for us to squeeze through. My arms press against the ledge of the door, relieved by the coolness of the steel covering it, as I haul myself upward and through the door, thankful to be on a solid floor, but that relief is short-lived when I hear Grelin struggling to climb up. I throw my arm through the opening and hold it out to her. She looks at it for a moment, debating whether to accept or reject my assistance, before clasping my arm and allowing me to pull her through the opening, where we both lie on the floor and catch our breath. Gunfire forces us to stand up, and Grelin points at a corridor on the other side of the room. I follow her as she runs for it, charging through the hallway and into a giant room with a glass wall looking out at a giant garden. And I recognize it from my first visit when I received my Medal of Honor. But instead of a peaceful place full of greenery, flowering bushes, and flowing fountains, it is more hellish, resembling a battlefield as guards and rebels clash and bodies litter the ground, while the fountains that remain intact produce blood. A palace guard charges us. Grelin closes the distance between them, grabs his weapon, and flipping him onto his back before killing him. More enter the chamber, guards and rebels alike, each looking at us as the enemy, while fighting themselves. A rebel heads for me. I jab him in the throat before tossing him aside, when a guard swings his weapon at me, catching me in the chest. Gasping, I watch as he swings at me again, grasp his weapon, headbutting him and sweeping his foot out from under him, and force him toward Grelin, allowing her to finish him. More come for us.
Grelin tears a knife out of the hand of one and jabs it in his throat before stabbing another in the chest. "Grelin!" I yell at her when I notice someone approaching from behind. She rips her knife free of the second man's chest and sticks it in the face of the third. Someone grabs me from behind, while another attacks from the front. I lift my feet and kick the one in front of me before diving for the floor and flip the one behind me over my back. He slams into the linoleum and remains still for a moment, stunned from the impact, and I use that moment to jam my foot into his throat and twist. "Duck!" Grelin screams at me, having managed to wrestle an automatic weapon free from a guard. I dive for the floor, pressing myself against it and covering my head, as Grelin unleashes a spray of bullets at a group of guards heading for us, emptying the magazine. But before either one of us can think of what to do next, something lands on the floor nearby. "Grenade!" Grelin screams, running for cover. I jump to my feet, hurrying away as fast as I can, refusing to stop and spot a group of corpses on the floor. I race for them, dropping to the floor and sliding across the linoleum until I reach them, piling them on top of me and hoping for the best when an ear-splitting explosion fills the area, shattering the glass wall to the garden as its force scoots me across the floor while debris pelts the bodies around me. Stillness reigns for a moment as I push one of the bodies off me, dazed and confused, unable to gather my senses. Hands shaking my shoulder break the factitious calm, jerking me to my feet and turning me around until I face Grelin. "Noni!" Her voice sounds distant, muffled through layers of soundproofing and drowned by an intense ringing as my ears struggle to hear her, and my mind struggles to comprehend her actions. "Noni!" The fierceness of her voice breaks through the fog, forcing my mind to focus on her, though her words are still muffled, even as the ringing dissipates. "This way."
How did you get past the biometric sensors? I ask, still groggy and unable to contain my curiosity.
"I was assigned here, remember?" Grelin replies. She jumps through what is left of the shattered glass and into the garden, where rebels and palace guards war with one another, each struggling for the upper hand, and I chase after her, unsteady at first, but I refuse to be beaten and compel my legs to carry me. We duck behind a topiary shaped like the crest of Arel, gauging the scene around us.
"There's a vent over there," she says to me, pointing to the other end of the garden, "which leads to an aqueduct that will take us out of the palace."
Before I can say anything, Grelin runs off, charging through the fray, throwing anyone who tries to tackle her to the side. I go after her. A rebel lunges for me, but I jump back, allowing her to crash into a water fountain before hurrying off, keeping Grelin in my sights. A rebel points a rifle at her, but I lunge for him, gripping the barrel and ripping it from his hands before bashing him in the face with it and firing at another that jumps for her. Another charges me, going for the rifle, but I twist my body, throwing him to the ground before firing rounds into him. The vent. I race for it, ignoring the chaos around me as guards and rebels fight one another, some with firearms and others with more ancient weapons, spilling blood over what was once luscious emerald grass that is now matted and soaked in entrails and corpses. A body lands in front of me, but I jump over it, refusing to stop as I chase after Grelin, heading for our only way out of here, as agonizing screams mixed with wrathful yells surround me. A guard spots me and tries to grab me, but I pivot to the left, avoiding him, forcing him to land in the midst of a few rebels who finish him off. My feet stumble over shattered stone and slip on squishy tufts of grass as I run for the vent, watching as Grelin dodges out of the way of two rebels who try to pin her down, killing one in the process. The closer I get to the vent, the faster I go, ignoring everything around me and remaining focused on my goal, hoping to make it unscathed. We both crouch by the vent and kick at it, forcing the panel to bend around the screws holding it together until it pops free and is washed away by the water inside. Grelin jumps in first, and a bullet strikes the wall near me, just as I dive through the hole and splash into the water below before being swept away by the current. My head bursts through the surface of the water as I cough from some of it trickling down my throat, and I glance around in the darkness, splashing my arms in an effort to remain afloat amidst the current, yelling Grelin's name before I spot her faint form ahead of me. The water twists and turns me around, disorienting me as I am tossed up and down, failing in my attempt to not swallow it.
While thoughts of perishing here fill my mind and doubts about Grelin's knowledge of this place take over, but I shove them aside. There is nothing I can do about it now. The channel veers to the right and the water propels me into the side before carting me further downstream, reminding me how powerless I am against its wishes. A low-bearing ledge looms ahead, and as I study it, I realize that I will have to dive beneath the surface or be killed. Grelin disappears beneath it. Momentary panic grips me, but I remind myself why I am here, and as the ledge draws near, I face it, counting the seconds until I reach it before gulping air and plunging beneath the water, passing underneath it. The current tosses me around as it carries me away, and my lungs cry out for air, but I keep my mouth shut, even pinching my nose, until I burst out the other end of the tunnel and kick for the surface, relieved when cold air hits my wet face. Cold air? I'm outside! I splash about in the water, looking out at the city of Arel as Grelin and I travel above it, carried away by the current of the aqueduct, reminded of years past and the days I spent staring at it, marveling at its engineering, before discovering that a civilization long since dead built the first aqueduct. I turn myself so that I face forward and can get a better glimpse of Grelin as we veer downward into a lower part of the city, and the water rushes past me, threatening to drown me. Grelin yells something, but I cannot make it out as the water drowns her words, so I keep my eyes on her, waiting to see what she does next, surprised when she grabs the side of the wall and hoists herself over it, dropping to the ground below. My mind struggles to grasp the result of her actions, believing that we are higher off the ground, while knowing that I cannot stay here. Mustering my courage, I swim to the wall and grip the side, fighting the current as it tries to cart me away, unhappy with my actions, and heave myself upward until I roll over the other side and let go. Air rushes past me as I plunge downward until branches catch me, breaking my fall, and I slam into grass, grunting from the force of the impact. Sharp pain rips through me, subsiding with each passing second as Grelin lifts me to my feet, unsympathetic to my suffering. There's a detainment box not far from here, Grelin says. I study my surroundings, trying to place where I am in the city, before recognizing the western sector. Peacefulness ensues, unaware of the turmoil elsewhere in the city, or perhaps it hasn't reached this part yet. As though reveling in dashing my hopes, an explosion shakes the ground, ricocheting off the supports of the aqueduct, forcing us to cover ourselves from falling debris. Grelin grabs me and shoves me away from this place, pushing me toward the center of the sector as more explosions shake the ground, kicking up dirt and shrapnel flies in every direction as we try to avoid its fury, followed by the yells of people intent on murdering anyone who gets in their way. I spot the detainment box and hurry for it with Grelin by my side. Bullets litter the ground, forcing us to dodge to the side in an effort to avoid them, remaining focused on our goal, while people, desperate to escape what they want no part of, scream in fear and run in any direction, hoping to find safety. A group of teachers direct students to a building, hoping to get them out of the line of fire, when 3 rebels fire on them, killing them all, and they fall into a crumbled heap with bright red stains soiling their yellow uniforms. Enraged, I ditch Grelin and charge for the 3 rebels, crashing into one and knocking her to the ground, while I round on the 2 men. One tries to aim his weapon at me, but I shove the barrel upward and kick his knee, pleased when it bends in an awkward direction, and he squeals in pain. The other man takes a swing at me, but I block it, bringing my elbow down on his before jabbing him in the face until he staggers backward. The woman slams into me, catching me off guard, but I throw her off me, twist around, and ram my fist into her face before grabbing her by the head and flinging her to the ground, breaking her neck. Motion catches my attention, and I whirl around to deal with the 2 men, only to find that Grelin already has.
The detainment box is this way, she says in a bored tone.
We race for it, dodging around those within the square as arbiters fight rebels, and others attempt to flee what we are charging into. When we reach the detainment box, we notice the door is ajar and the panel on the side is blank, having suffered the wrath of the chaos surrounding it. Grelin stares at it, unsure of what to do, wondering if it will even work, but I decide to risk it. In! I say, screaming so that I can be heard over the melee.
and push my way into the dark interior of the box. Graylin opens her mouth to question my actions, but the shouts of arbiters preparing to fire on us propels her to follow me, and we squeeze inside the tiny box, struggling to pull the door shut as it catches on the foot of a man's dead body. She kicks the foot out of the way, and the door slams shut, sealing us inside. A few seconds pass, and I fear that I have trapped us inside this box to die of suffocation when the bottom drops out from beneath our feet and we plunge downward. Chapter 30. Reckoning. Darkness surrounds both Graylin and me as we fall, surrounded by metal walls that encase us in a slippery cell, and the fear that I will crash and be transformed into a mushy pile of skin and bones fills my mind as air swarms over me from toe to head, causing my hair to whip around my face while sucking away the oxygen around me, making it difficult to breathe. I try to look at Graylin, but cannot make her out, except for a faint form against the backdrop of a darkened metallic shine. The chute bends, like before, and we both crash into it, almost hitting each other as our feet and arms fly in odd directions, and neither of us knows what to expect in this maze of confusion. We slide downward, unable to stop ourselves, despite the screeching of our palms against metal in a vain attempt to do so, and my hands burn from the futile effort. A part of me wonders what Graylin thinks of this ordeal, if she experiences the same fear of being trapped in a never-ending chute, sliding further and further into hell. But I remind myself to remain focused on my goal, while noting her refusal to make any vocal indications of fear, inspiring me to do the same. We are arbiters, after all. Our downward plunge comes to an abrupt end as Graylin and I both land in the waiting transport beneath us, slamming into its single metallic seat, void of cushioning, with a grunt, each gasping for relief from this madness. But before we can react, the glass casing slides shut, sealing us inside, and takes off, careening down the twisting rail as it carries us through the tunnel and to the detention center. No lights mark our way, except for the console lights of the transport, as we speed down the tunnel, following the track up the sides of the enclosure, while it carries us through, obeying its own orders, forcing Graylin and me to bump into one another as we try to keep from being flung around in this tiny space that is meant to hold one occupant. The transport picks up speed as it travels further up the side of the tunnel, and I remember my last experience in here, and grip one of the handles of the seat as I try to peer into the darkness. "Hang on," I say to her, before remembering that Graylin's unnatural blue eyes have the ability to see in the dark, and she has already tightened her grip on the other armrest as we flip upside down and both of our feet smack into the glass covering, while our arms burn from the effort of stopping ourselves from being flung about and beaten into submission. My head spins from the twisting and turning as confusion envelops my mind, like the builders of this tunnel intended, unable to comprehend where I am as the transport speeds onward, swerving up and down the tunnel walls before righting itself, forcing Graylin and me to be pushed into the single seat again, grimacing as its sharp edges cut into our skin, leaving lasting impressions and drawing small bits of blood. I wrap one of my feet around the bottom of the seat, and Graylin follows suit as the transport goes vertical, plunging further downward in a corkscrew motion, and dizziness threatens to take hold. But I close my eyes, doing my best to not give in, knowing that this moment of torment will end soon. The transport comes an abrupt halt, forcing us both to be squished into the glass covering as we are ripped out of the seat, unable to hold on to it any longer, knocking the air out of our lungs and fogging up the glass as it disappears, allowing us to spill out of the interior and crash onto the metallic grating below. We remain still for a few moments, trying to recapture our bearings and our equilibrium, waiting for the world around us to stop moving.
"Let's never do that again," Graylin says, sounding out of breath.
I share her sentiment. Boots stomp around us as arbiters approach and jerk us off the floor, wrenching our hands behind our backs as they try to put binders on us, but we both refuse to be stopped. I press my feet into the floor and jump backward, catching the ones behind me off guard as we all crash onto the grating. I roll away from them, twisting around in time to deliver a kick to the head of one, but before I can finish the other, she tackles me, and we roll across the floor until we slam into the rails. I throw her off me, spring to my feet, and lunge for her before ripping her mask off and beating her in the face with it until she no longer moves. I hear Graylin struggling against her own opponents,
but have no time to think about it as more hands come for me, and I dive for the floor, breaking free of their hold, and sweep my feet across the grating, knocking one arbiter off his, and roll away before the other has a chance to stick me with his cattle prod. I jump up and tackle the other arbiter, ripping the cattle prod from his hands before ramming it into his side, showing no mercy as his body seizes and he drops to his knees, frozen from the electrical shocks coursing through his body until he collapses. The first arbiter gets to his feet and charges me. I raise the cattle prod, blocking his attack, before countering with well-timed strikes to his face, pushing forward as he allows himself to be backed into a corner, before jamming the cattle prod into his stomach until he foams at the mouth and vomits. 3 arbiters pounce on Grelin on the other side of the room. I run for her, leaping over the front of the transport and swing the cattle prod, striking one in the head, not caring as a few teeth fly from his mouth and blood splatters his uniform as he crumples to the floor. One grabs me from behind, pinning my arms to my body, but I throw my head back, hitting him in the face before flinging him over me and ramming the cattle prod into his chest, and finishing him off by planting the sole of my boot into his face and twisting. The third arbiter hits Grelin in the face with brass knuckles, stunning her, allowing him to secure her in a chokehold, but I lunge for him and plow the cattle prod into his neck, forcing him to release her as his muscles seize, and he collapses to the floor in a series of erratic convulsions that are short-lived as Grelin presses her foot against his windpipe until his movements cease.
She looks at me as she catches her breath, but no words pass between us as none are necessary, and I point at a set of steps leading to a door before saying, "We need to find a console."
One of the arbiters on the ground groans, having managed to avoid being killed, as he holds his stomach, still pained by the electrical shocks my cattle prod gave him. Grelin pounces on him, grabbing him by the collar of his jacket and raising his head so that she can look him in the eyes. "Where is a console?" she demands. He groans in response. "A monitor!" she screams at him, shaking him. "Where do we find one?" "Through those doors," he points at a set of doors behind the stairs I spotted earlier, "is a hallway that will take you to the mainframe." After he finishes speaking, Grelin slams his face into a post, shattering his jaw, before allowing him to drop to the floor. We both run for the doorway, but it refuses to open, and we know why. Together, we grab one of the bodies and drag it to the exit, slapping her hand on the pad embedded within it, and it slides open, allowing us through. We charge through it, dropping the body in the middle of the doorway, and it acts like a barrier as the panel tries to slide shut, but we do not care as we remain focused on our mission. Lights flicker on as we sprint through the corridor, and I notice a line of cables running along the walls, connecting boxes dispersed at even intervals. As I study them, I realize that they are electrical cables. Sticky, moist air envelops the area around us, making me want to cough as it fills my lungs. But I mustn't show weakness or allow it to slow me down, and as I glance at Grelin, I notice she struggles with it too, but like me, she refuses to display any weaknesses. We turn a corner and something glints, catching my eye, forcing me to focus on it. A camera. Of course. I should have remembered. I point it out to Grelin, who grimaces, but there is little we can do about it as we hurry through the hallway, hoping to get to the end before being discovered. A door lays up ahead. Surprise greets me when it opens upon our arrival, but perhaps the architects decided that no prisoner would ever get out of their cells, much less get this far. Once through the door, we stop. Arbiters wait for us. Grelin and I pause for a moment, studying the arbiters before us, counting the number and the weapons in their hands as they prepare to strike. I grip the cattle prod, ready to defend myself, when I notice more cables running the length of the wall and get an idea. I jump for the cables and ram the cattle prod into it, creating a series of electric shocks as sparks burst from it, encasing me in a charged cloud of lightning, forcing me to close my eyes until the lights burst and go dark, plunging us all in blackness. A sly grin crosses my face. Grelin is in her element. Gunfire rattles the walls, creating streaks of light as one of the arbiters screams before going silent. Not wanting to be an unintentional target, I dive for the floor and hug the base of the wall while covering my head as I allow Grelin to do as she wills. Another arbiter yelps before being silenced, while a third fires in every direction, striking one of his own before being yanked off his feet, and I hear 2 shots go off in succession, telling me that Grelin has dispatched another. A boot stomps on my hand and jerks, surprised that I am there. I grab it and pull, but the person it belongs to manages to reach down and seize my shoulders, lifts me off the ground, and throws me to the other wall, where I crash into it before collapsing to the floor. Wincing from the pain, I struggle to get to my feet as boots stomp in my direction before stopping, followed by a scuffle as 2 people battle for the upper hand.
Darkness surrounds me, and I know I am of little use here, so I limp to the other end of the hallway. I hope it's the other end, keeping one hand on the wall to help me navigate as the last remaining arbiter struggles against someone he cannot see. A thud sounds as someone slams into the wall, filling the room, while I try to avoid the fight amidst the sounds of someone being punched without mercy before a single gunshot goes off. Stillness fills the atmosphere, and the nagging fear that Grelin lost, leaving me alone in this black hole, creeps in on me, intensifying with each second, until light spills from ahead, small at first, until it fills the area and lands upon me, causing me to squint from its intensity as my eyes adjust.
"Come on," says an impatient Grelin, and I chuckle, relieved that she is not dead, even though I know that, at some point, our truce will come to end. But for now, I need her.
I hurry to the opening and jump through, entering a room with wall-to-wall monitors, some with images of the detention center's interior, others with a series of letters and numbers on them that I do not understand, while the rest are black, as though the feed has stopped. Stretching from floor to ceiling, surrounding a massive U-shaped desk covered in transparent keyboards, electronic pads, and 2 surprised arbiters. The thought that there should be more arbiters in this room enters my mind, only to scurry away when the 2 jump from their seats and run for Grelin and me. We split up. She takes the one on the right, while I take the one on the left, and meet our attackers head-on. I duck, avoiding a blow from my opponent, and maneuver behind him before kicking him in the middle of his back, forcing him to crash onto the table. Infuriated, he throws his arm backwards, but I bring mine up, blocking him. He swings at me again, and I catch his arm, yanking him downward as I ram my knee into his elbow, breaking it, and his cries of pain torture my ears. For a moment, we eye each other as his arm hangs limp at his side. Enraged, he charges me, swinging with his other fist, but I jump out of the way and thrust my cattle prod into his chest, causing him to convulse from the electrical shock sent through his body. As he staggers backward, I lunge for him, grabbing his head and ramming it into my knee before letting go, allowing his limp body to fall to the floor with a thud. I turn toward Grelin as she slams the face of her opponent into the edge of the table and discards him in the same manner one disposes of garbage. I run to her as she hits a button, and a monitor rises up out of the table, but a message appears, demanding a retinal scan of an authorized user. Annoyed, Grelin grabs the arbiter on the floor near her feet and holds him up, using her index and middle finger to hold his eye open, allowing the scanner to capture it. She drops the body the moment the message flashes green, while I keep watch on the 3 open doors leading into this room, afraid that anyone might come in at any moment. I watch as Grelin punches keys, bringing up the manifest of the prisoners kept here, and her face lights up when she finds Trevor's name. "Here," she says, pointing at the translucent monitor and the number to his cell A17. "Now find Gwen," I say. Graylin's elation dissipates when I remind her of the reason I am here, and I clench my fist, ready to fight her if I must, but she punches a few keys and scrolls through the list of prisoners before bringing up camera feeds, until she finds one focused on a girl with pale skin and messy blonde hair that sticks to her face as she huddles in her cell. The normal punishment for problematic plebeians is death, making Gwen's presence easier to find, and making Graylin's idea of searching the feeds lucrative. I check the cell number, B6. Eager to get Gwen, I tap a few keys and bring up a map of the detention center, noting where she is, and start for the door. But Grelin stops me. "Where are you going?" "To get Gwen," I reply as though it should be obvious, and the unsurprised look on her face tells me that she expected this reaction from me. "Trevor's is closer." I hesitate, unsurprised that she wants to get Trevor's first, though she is correct about one thing: he is closer. "It makes sense," Grelin continues.
We get him, then we get the plebe.
Gwen. My harsh voice stops her, and Grelin takes a breath before continuing.
Gwen, she says with deliberation, use your head, Noni.
We stare at one another, me clutching my cattle prod, while Graylin's right hand curls into a fist as our mini standoff causes a terse silence to fall between us, followed by a series of explosions outside the detention center, telling me that our time here grows short and our window of opportunity has shrunk. I loosen my grip on the cattle prod, acquiescing to her unspoken demand, admitting, with reluctance, that it is logical. How many arbiters are between us and him? I ask. Graylin checks the monitor before replying. Nothing we can't handle.
A shout rises from one of the open doorways as arbiters rush for us, and Grelin and I prepare to fight when it seals shut, preventing the arbiters from entering. Confused, we glance at each other, unsure of what just happened. But a part of me wonders if there is someone watching us who remains unseen, but is determined to lead us in a certain direction. A series of bangs echo off the metal door as the arbiters on the other side fire upon it, and I shove my suspicions aside, reminding myself of why I am here, while Grelin rechecks the schematics of the detention center and points at one of the other doors, using her other hand to show me the path to our desired goal on the map. We run through the door and head for Section A of the detention center, hurrying through the murky and humid corridors as the harsh white lights turn yellow from the moisture in the air, forming waves of illumination that make me believe I am bobbing on water. Our footfalls echo throughout the enclosed hallway as we charge through it, hoping to reach Trevor's before others notice our presence and realize that something has gone awry. Sweat streams down my neck and back, going past my shoulders and down my arm, threatening to make my hand lose its grip on the cattle prod, but I clutch it even tighter, refusing to let it go as Grelin and I rush through the hallway to where Trevor's is.
2 guards appear. At first they stop, surprised to see us before going for their weapons. But Grelin and I pounce on them, taking their weapons and aim for them only to realize that both are imbued with biometric sensors, rendering them useless to us. Frowning, we flip them around, using them as clubs. One guard jumps for me, but I step back and jab him in the larynx with the butt of his weapon before ramming the cattle prod into him, forcing him to stagger back, clutching his throat as he gasps for air. I ram his weapon into his head and knock him to the floor. I glance at Grelin as she finishes her opponent and tosses her weapon aside, and I start to run down the hallway, stopping when I notice her pause and grab something from the guard's vest, rolling it in her palm before closing her fingers over it and shoving it in her pocket.
What is it? I ask her, curious.
Nothing, she replies, but I place my arm out, stopping her when she tries to walk past me. Perturbed, Grelin pulls out the small item she took from the guard and holds it out for me to see. A black fire grenade. They are illegal to have, and very few arbiters are allowed them due to their volatility when detonated, and their tendency to harm the wielder as well as the intended target. So why does a guard in the detention center have one? Where did he get one of these? I voice my question out loud without meaning to.
Doesn't matter, replies Grelin, shoving it back in her pocket. It's contraband.
And you've never had contraband? She has a point. We have all broken the rules in Arel. Most of what Faya and I possessed in our bunk room at the training facility was contraband, and so did the other recruits. Let's go, Grelin says, pushing her way past me and heading for Section A.
I want to say something, but know it will do little good. Gwen is what matters. And I follow after her, clutching my cattle prod as we hurry through the maze of hallways, following their twists and turns, while getting rid of any arbiters who get in our way, until we come to the entrance to A Block. I peek through the doorway and spot 5 arbiters, but they seem distracted and fail to keep an eye on the entrance to their section. I motion for Grelin to go in, taking advantage of their inattention. Grelin rushes through the doorway and rams her fist into the back of the skull of one arbiter, while I tackle a second one, and we roll across the floor until we crash into the wall. But before he can get up, I jam my cattle prod into him, forcing him to seize and convulse as electrical shocks run rampant through his body as I stand up. Another arbiter slams into me, knocking me down, and my cattle prod flies from my hand, landing several feet away, releasing a few sparks.
A boot kicks me in the stomach, causing me to curl into a fetal position in an effort to protect myself as it continues its assault until a massive explosion rocks the detention center, causing the floor to jerk, forcing my attacker to fall over mid-kick as ear-splitting roars course through the building, causing the walls, supports, and floors to shake as bits of the ceiling crash around us, and I cover my head to protect myself. The lights go out. Unnerved, I glance around, trying to peer through the darkness, afraid to move, not knowing what attacked the building, but the fear dissipates the moment the emergency lights flicker on, turning everything into a reddish glow. I spot the man who kicked me. Scrambling to my knees, I lunge for him, landing a punch in his face. He throws me off him and jumps for me, but I lift my legs and plant both feet into his chest, pushing hard so that he flies backward and slams into a wall. I spot my cattle prod. As the man comes for me, I roll onto my stomach and crawl for it, hurrying across the floor, avoiding the feet of Graelyn and her attackers as I charge for my only weapon, determined to get to it before the arbiter reaches me. I'm close. An animalistic yell erupts from my attacker as he races for me, and I reach for the cattle prod one last time, pleased when my fingers touch it. I grab it, flinging it upward until it is between me and my attacker, and jab him in the leg with it, forcing him to halt as his muscles seize from the electrical shocks. I pull the cattle prod away, but he continues to convulse while I rise to my full height and finish him off by plunging my cattle prod into his throat, watching as he foams at the mouth and his eyes roll into the back of his head before he drops to the ground. I turn toward Graelyn, locked in battle with an arbiter, while one lies at her feet with her head at an odd angle, and notice another creeping up behind her. I charge across the room, leaping over the only desk in there. Translucent, paper-thin tablets fly off it as my feet strike them, and land on her back, causing her to stagger to the side while my fist plunges into the arbiter's nose. She glowers at me and wipes the blood oozing from her nostrils. She attacks, swinging her fist before trying to land a kick on me, but I jump backward, blocking and dodging her attacks as her fury takes over and all her anger is poured into them. She swings again, catching me in the shoulder, but I bring my cattle prod up, aiming for her side. As though she reads my mind, she thrusts her arm downward, blocking the cattle prod before twisting around and elbowing me in the chest, causing me to stumble backward. She lunges for me. I twist to the side, allowing her to miss, while I strike her with my cattle prod, and her body seizes until I release her. Turning so she can face me, the fury on her face tells me what she wishes to do. I remain still, waiting for her next move. She charges, but I lift my cattle prod, blocking her attack, and she counters by hooking her foot around my ankle and pulling, causing me to fall sideways. While I recenter myself, she rams her elbow into the small of my back, causing me to yelp, but I shove the pain aside, choosing to ignore it as I face her. Our eyes burn in each other's, each wishing the other dead and waiting for the other to act. I start for her, feigning an attack to her left, and as she moves to counter, I change direction and ram my shoulder into her, knocking her off her feet. As she falls, I plow my cattle prod into her, ignoring the blue sparks that jump from it, refusing to remove it until she stops moving. I turn toward Graelyn in time to watch her plant her elbow into her opponent's throat, and his eyes go wide, clouding over as he falls. Wasting no time, we grab one of the dead arbiters and drag her over to cell A17, slapping the arm with her wristband on the keypad, and the door slides open, revealing a dark interior with a shirtless Travers and fresh marks on his back, poised and ready to fight anyone fool enough to challenge him. "Travers," Graelyn whispers as we drop the body, and the gentleness in her voice confuses me. I have never heard her use this tone before. "Graelyn?" Again, I find myself confused when Travers answers with the same tenderness. She rushes into the cell and embraces him while their lips lock, neither caring about the chaos around them, and I look on in awkward silence, wishing I was somewhere else. I clear my throat, forcing them to recognize my presence. "We should go," Graelyn tells him, and they step out of the cell, while the walls tremble around us and more of the ceiling crashes to the floor, sending small particles through the holes in the metal grating. As Graelyn leads Travers through the entrance we came through, I hurry to the opposite doorway, the one that continues to Section B. "Gwen is this way," I say, trying to hide the desperation in my voice. For a moment, An apologetic expression crosses Graylin's face, proving that she does possess a small bit of humanity, before it disappears as she struggles to tell me what I already guessed.
I'm sorry, Noni. Her voice cracks as she speaks, and she keeps a hand on Trevor's, not wanting to let him go.
I kept my promise, I tell her, trying to keep my anger in check. It's time for you to keep yours.
Graylin shakes her head, struggling with the action she is about to take, and I resign myself to reality as a part of me knew she had no intention of keeping her word, and knows that, if in her position, I would do the same.
Good luck to you, I tell her with sincerity, and start through the doorway, but Trevor's overbearing voice stops me.
Wait, he calls to me before turning to Graylin. You gave her your word? She nods, while pleading with him to run off with her. He takes her left hand and kisses it in such a tender manner that, for a moment, I find it difficult to believe that this is Trevor's, my enemy from the training facility when we were all recruits.
When we were in the mines, she risked her own life to save yours, he reminds her. After planting a gentle kiss on Graylin's lips, Trevor's faces me. Lead the way.
I swallow back the lump forming in my throat as it threatens to make me turn into a crumpled heap of unmitigated emotions, and turn to the hallway beyond the door as red lights flash around us, warning us to get out before the building collapses and take off. We race through the corridor, and the blaring alarms torture our ears as we navigate our way through another maze of corridors amidst a constant red glow that dims and brightens in the same intervals, ignoring its warnings to evacuate the building. A guard appears from a doorway, but Trevor sees him first and elbows the man in the jaw before gripping him by the head, flipping him over, and dealing the final blow, while Graylin and I continue to Section B. The hallway diverges, and we stop, unsure of which way to go. I close my eyes, trying to remember the schematics of the detention center Graylin and I had looked at, and point to the right, hoping that my memory is correct. But before either of them can ask me if I am certain, a guard heads for us in a panicked run, throwing his weapon behind him in a desperate attempt to stop his pursuers. Trevor starts to put his arm out to capture the man, but Graylin stops him, and he rushes past us, unaware of our presence, and disappears behind a cloud of red mist as the floor and walls tremble again, warning us that time is our enemy. We charge down the corridor. The doorway behind us seals shut, making my neck hair stand up, but I push suspicion aside, in the direction the man came from, and stop when 4 shapes appear in the murky darkness, all of them armed, and none of them arbiters.
Graylin steps on a fallen rod the length of my leg and points at it. I nod my head, having an idea of what she wants to do. It was part of our training, but the timing must be perfect. I grab one end, while she grasps the other and signals to Trevor's which 2 he should focus on, before locking eyes with me. I give the signal. Seconds pass as we match the other's breathing before taking off, our steps mirroring the others as we match our speed, heading for one of the rebels in the center. As we charge, I glance at Graylin, awaiting her signal. She gives it. Together, in perfect step, as though we are of one mind, we drop to the floor, sliding across it as we hold the bar between us and ram it into one of the rebel's lower legs, causing him to crash face first into the metal grates. I release the bar, allowing Graylin to have it, as I twist and jump to my feet, delivering a kick to another rebel's back, while Graylin deals with the one on the floor by striking him in the back, the side, and finishing him by ramming the rod into the side of his head. She tosses me the metal bar, and I catch it in time to block an attack by the rebel I had kicked. He attacks again, and I swipe the bar upward, catching him in the jaw before hitting him in the head with it, knocking him to the side and ramming it into his throat. He drops to the floor and his weapon falls from his hands. I pick it up but frown. It's empty. I hear a thud and turn in its direction, finding Trevor's with the bodies of 2 rebels at his feet, and take off again with them close behind. My stomach turns into a whirling mass of nerves as the never-ending corridor stretches out before me, mocking my efforts and threatening to never allow me to see Gwen again, much less free her, and I curse the horrible thoughts that plague my mind as I push myself onward. 3 arbiters appear in front of us, but before Graylin and I can react, Trevor's races ahead,
his powerful legs giving him an advantage, and picks one of the arbiters off the floor with ease before using him like a battering ram against the other two. They crumple to the floor when Grelin and I catch up, and Travers follows us.
We reach the entrance to Section B and pause, unnerved by the eerie stillness within, and hunker outside, unsure of what we will find. As the seconds tick by, my desire to find Gwen overrules the sensible part of my mind, warning me to be cautious, and I charge into the room only to stop, aghast at what I find. Grelin and Travers appear behind me, ready to scold me for my recklessness, but they also stop, unsure of what to make of the scene before us. Bodies, some bloodied, some mangled, as though they have taken a beating, are strewn about throughout the room with arms, legs, and heads at odd angles, all of them arbiters. But this is not what surprises me. It's the table in the center. I walk up to it and touch one of the two arbiters seated there, slumped over as though they have had too much drink, but their blue lips and unresponsiveness tells me that death is what attacked them. But how? As I examine them, I find no bruising, no signs of a struggle. It is as though they laid their heads down for the last time and accepted death's specter without argument, but not before one managed to push the alarm. A pitcher of water sits near one's hand, almost like he had been reaching for it, and two cups, one upright and the other on its side in a pool of water, sit before both. Curious, I pick up the one standing upright and glance at the water still left in it, bringing it to my nose, detecting no odor before setting it back on the rusty table and taking a step back. But as I do, the side of my boot touches something, and it cracks underneath my weight. I pick it up. It's a tube, smaller than my hand, and note the fresh crack from my carelessness, but this isn't what strikes me as odd. I recognize this vial. Faya had tried giving it to me earlier, while I was imprisoned in this place. Was she here? Did she give these two the poison, but one managed to push the alarm before he died, summoning others and forcing her to fight them? As I look around at the room, it's the only conclusion I can come up with. But whom did she come for? My heart skips when Gwen's name bursts into my mind, and all my thoughts turn to her. "Gwen!" I yell, running to the cell she is supposed to be in, but it is empty.
"Gwen!" I continue yelling, darting about the room like a madwoman, unable to keep my fears in check and unwilling to accept the possibility that she might be dead.
Graylin tries to stop me, but I throw her off as my stomach churns and my heart pounds from my frantic movements, afraid of the truth. I need to find her.
"Faya!" I shout, remembering the vial. "She has to be here. She has to be the reason for this." My shoulder slams into a doorway as I continue my frenetic search, screaming Gwen's name, not caring if it brings more arbiters. They will all face my wrath if the worst has happened to her. "Gwen!"
Trevor seizes me around the middle and slams me into a wall, forcing me to stop and to think. "Noni!" he yells at me, getting me to hold still. "She can't be dead," I whisper through tears as all hope leaves me, threatening to turn me into a deflated shell of my former self. I made a promise.
"We will find her," he says to me, and I stop struggling, having never seen this side of him, but before either of us can say more, Graylin spots a trail of blood and motions us over. Travers lets me go, and I step over to the bloodstains, kneeling down to inspect them closer, noting the freshness of it. It hasn't congealed yet, but before I can say anything, 2 gunshots echo from another hallway, entering the chamber. I spring to my feet and chase after the sound, charging down another corridor, with Grelin and Travers on my heels, pushing myself as hard as I can and clutching my cattle prod until it hurts, when a scream pierces my ears. Gwen screams. The terrified nature of her voice spurs me onward, propelling me forward as I pick up my pace, unwilling to lose her. The closer I get, the louder the sounds of a struggle become, and I increase my speed, allowing my feet to fly over the floor, unwilling to allow this place to beat me. I burst into another chamber and find Gwen trying to flee from an arbiter, while Faya battles 2 more, favoring her left side, and blood soaks that part of her jacket. I spin on my feet and head for Gwen, tackling the arbiter chasing her, and we roll across the floor, but I manage to stop myself and crouch, facing my opponent. She recoils from my venomous stare, but only her death will satisfy my hunger for vengeance. She tries to flee, but I lunge for her, catching her around the middle and force her to crash into the wall, satisfied when I hear her grunt. She tries elbowing me, but I grip her arm and bend it backward, pleased when I feel her bone break and she cries in agony before jamming my cattle prod into her side. I pull my cattle prod away and wait for her to gather her senses. She tries taking a swing at me with her good arm, while the other hangs at her side, but I jump out of the way, pivot around her, and force her to the floor, before placing my knee on the back of her neck and putting all my weight on it, causing her to stop moving. I jerk my head in the direction of Faya and find that Travers and Grelin have eliminated her attackers before turning toward Gwen. I hold my arms out to her and she runs to me, burying herself in my chest as she cries, and I hold her, trying to comfort her, but knowing that we cannot stay here as the floor and walls tremble once more from the war raging outside. "Come on," I whisper to her and guide her over to Faya, who looks as though she is about to collapse as she clutches her side. "Faya," I say, not believing what I see. "What are you?"
"I owed it to you," she replies, her voice strained.
"How?" I begin, but she holds up a presidential pass, which explains how she was not only allowed into the detention center, but able to get to Gwen's cell. "Where did you get one of those?" asks Travers. "There's more to Tapua's servant than meets the eye," Faya replies, and I assume she means Caleb, because no one else would be able to smuggle a presidential pass out of the palace, and he also told me how to access her most secretive room within the palace. "I ran into a little bit of trouble," Faya jokes before falling over. Travers catches her, prying her hand away from her left side, revealing a gunshot wound as blood spurts from it, coating her uniform. I place her arm around my shoulder, while Gwen gets on the other side, doing what she can to help support Faya. "We need to go," I say. "There should be an exit this way," Faya points in a direction, and we all follow it with Travers and Grelin in the lead, while Gwen and I support her. Our snail-paced trek through the detention center worries me, as every second spent here is another second closer to our own deaths if we do not escape. We turn a corner and head down another corridor, glad of the dim, red lighting, making us look more like demons escaping hell as its shadows conceal us, while the alarm continues to blare around us. Faya points where we should go and we obey, trusting her, but the further we go, the weaker she becomes. As we hurry through the hallway, a massive explosion rips the path behind us apart, forcing us to duck for cover as shrapnel flies for us, overwhelming our senses with a series of clicks as they stab the walls around us. Once the chaos settles, I lift Faya to her feet, and we all continue onward, knowing that there is no going back. "Hang on," I whisper to her, not wanting to lose another, as her sins of the past fade away from my memory, eradicated by her one act of redemption. She risked everything to save Gwen. "There!" Grelin points ahead at a massive doorway that leads out into the streets of Arel. We all quicken our pace, while I keep my hold on Faya, urging her to continue. But before we can reach our exit, it seals shut, and the grinding of the gears sound more like maniacal laughter, reveling in our misfortune. Travers pounds his fist against the steel door, angered at having been tricked, but stops when another door opens, giving me the feeling that we are rats in a maze. But whose maze? An ominous feeling wafts over me as I stare at the open door, warning me that this is a trap, but I know that we have no choice as our only other exits have been blocked, so I carry Faya through. "Noni," says Grelin. "What choice do we have?" I ask. Grelin frowns. She knows we have no other choice, but she likes it less than me. We all follow the hallway beyond and continue down the path someone is directing us down, but Faya goes limp and falls from my grasp, unable to continue, and she pulls me to the floor with her. "Faya," I begin. Worry scars my voice, and the slow realization that I have lost the only true friend I have had in this world weighs down my heart, causing me to go limp. "Leave me," she says, her voice weak as her usual dark-skinned face turns ashen and her lips turn blue, while blood drips from her uniform jacket after saturating it. "Go!" "No," I say, unwilling to abandon a friend.
You can't save me this time, Noni, Faya says.
Faya, I begin. I never should have told Molars what he wanted to know. Tears blur my vision as her voice weakens, and I press my hand to her wound, trying to stop what refuses to be quelled.
I know you loved him, she continues, referring to Chase. I know you made a promise to him. It's who you are. There is no redemption for what I've done, but I thought I could at least help you keep your oath.
Faya, please, I continue, my voice cracking at the thought of losing my very first friend in this world of senseless death. I never should have said what I did. You were right. I shake my head, refusing to accept this reality, but death creeps in on her, drawing nearer, unwilling to let her go, and Faya breaks the silence shrouding all of us. I am proud to have called you my friend. And you mine, I say through tears.
Faya looks at Travers and Graylin and releases a strained laugh. I never thought I would see you three working together. Unsure of what else to do, but knowing that Faya deserves some amount of respect before her last breath, they salute her, casting aside old rivalries.
Go, Faya says to me, before taking one last glance at Gwen's tear-stained face. Take care of her. Before the last word touches her lips, Faya's head rolls to the side and her chest ceases to rise. I place her on the floor with care, doing my best to not show grief, knowing that I can do nothing for her now, and we still have to escape this place. There will be a time for mourning, but this is not it. I have Gwen to look after, and a promise to keep to Chase, so I stand up and walk forward, refusing to look back at the one person who befriended me when we were both recruits, and afraid of what life at the training facility would force us to endure. I take Gwen by the hand and continue through the corridor, while Grellin and Travers follow behind us, leaving Faya's body alone on the cold metallic floor, soaked in a pool of her own blood, reminding myself that there is no helping the dead, only the living. We charge down the hallway as the sounds of the war raging outside find their way into the detention center, warning us that we are about to be caught in the middle of it. I spot a doorway and hurry for it, only to have it close before I get there, so I pick up Gwen and continue. Trevor spots another doorway, and we head for it, hoping to get through it before it closes. Frustrated, I slam my fist against it, screaming in anger, and stop when the low hiss of a door opening reaches my ears, forcing me to turn in its direction, taking note of the stairs behind it, not liking the feeling of being led to slaughter. As we remain still, unwilling to follow this marked path, a bullet whizzes past my head and strikes the wall behind me, diverting my attention to the murky darkness filling the hallway behind us. As I concentrate on it, I make out shapes of people, armed and ready to kill, but as they draw closer, I realize they are not arbiters, but rebels who have managed to break into the facility. We cannot fight them all. I take Gwen and race for the open doorway, my only option, and charge up the steps, taking them two at a time, ignoring my strained breathing as I climb higher, heading for the roof. The maniacal sounds of people lusting for blood fill the atmosphere around us as they enter the stairwell, deafening us with their weapons and endless shouts for revenge, not caring that their leader had enlisted my help in the first place. They want blood, ours. My foot slips on the edge of a step, and I fall forward, grimacing when my shoulder takes the impact, and Travers takes Gwen from me, shoving her into Grillin's arms, stopping her from reaching into her pocket for the black fire grenade. Go, he says, pushing her up the stairs before turning back and hauling me to my feet with ease. I tap his shoulder, indicating that I'm fine, and he releases me, urging me to hurry after Grillin as she runs up the steps with Gwen. One of the rebels reaches us, but Travers whirls around and punches the man in the jaw, dazing him. He lifts him up and throws him at a group of rebels in the stairwell, causing them to tumble down the steps when their compatriot's body slams into them. Having bought us some time, he follows after us, hopping over the railing as he climbs, until we reach the door at the top, and it opens for us, allowing us through. Cool, moist air slaps us in the face as we charge outside and stop, not recognizing the city of Arel as buildings in all sectors are in flames, burning until nothing is left, not even smoldering embers.
Bulbous clouds of thick black smoke rise into the air and hover over the city, blanketing it and blocking out the sun, making it appear to be night, while bodies litter the street, innocent and guilty alike, covered in rubble, charred from incessant bombing, and riddled with holes from indiscriminate gunfire. A series of shouts fill the streets as more rebels engage arbiters, while citizens and plebeians, hoping to not get caught in the middle, flee only to be stopped. The horrific scene freezes my legs, and I find myself unable to move as my eyes remain transfixed on it.
What have I done?
I whisper to myself, but Travers pushes me onward as fire pokes through the roof of the detention center, having worked its way up, still ravenous for more, refusing to stop until it has consumed everything in its wake.
This was a long time coming, he says, having overheard me. I allow him to make me move as the rebels reach the top of the stairs. There, yells Grelin, still holding on to Gwen, pointing at a walkway leading to another part of the roof with a short tower encased in stairs, while swirls of barbed wire line its edges. We head for it, hoping it provides a means of escape. Grelin puts Gwen down once we reach the causeway, and we form a single file line as we cross, while the fury of the rebels behind us close in. Some get on the walkway, hoping to follow us to the other side. A sharp explosion sounds, and the one in the lead falls over the side after being struck in the chest, causing a small amount of relief to flood over me. Perce has found us, making me glad that he put a tracker in my boot, though a part of me wonders what he went through to get here. Another rebel slumps over and drops to the side, having taken a shot to the head. Fearing for their lives, the rebels stop their pursuit and face the building closest to the detention center, firing in every direction, not caring whom they hit, so long as they rid themselves of this silent killer. Another falls to his death. None of us look back as we continue across the walkway, nearing the end, knowing that more rebels are behind us as they scramble onto the causeway. The building trembles, causing me to teeter as I threaten to lose my balance, and Travers catches me, but not before I drop my cattle prod and it falls to the ground, swallowed by the smoke encasing us. More rebels swarm the causeway, and a grenade flies over us and lands behind us, detonating as we reach the other side, blowing it into pieces while the rebels plunge to their deaths. Our moment of relief never comes when a familiar face, one I had hoped to never see again, emerges from the trails of smoke that encompass the roof.
Hello, Noni, says Mollers, dropping a tablet.
His voice sends chills throughout my body, while my heart tries to escape my chest, and fear grips me, but I force myself to remain still, not wanting to give him the satisfaction of seeing me tremble before him.
I believe I owe you something.
He points at his clouded eye. No mysterious shot flies through the air. No mysterious savior appears, making the fear surrounding me intensify. Where is Perce? He was here. Did arbiters or rebels find him?
My mind races through every possible scenario, but I shove it all aside, knowing that if something has happened to him, there is nothing I can do but hope that he makes it through unscathed. Grelin takes Gwen and runs to a secluded part of the roof, placing her in a shadowed corner and whispers something to her. Travers rises to his full height, flexing his muscles as he envisions what to do to Mollers in retaliation for what Mollers did to him while we were still recruits. And a sardonic grin crosses Moller's face as he awaits Trevor's first move. Travers rushes Mollers, feigning an attack, and when Mollers goes to block it, he counters with a punch to the jaw. But instead of phasing Mollers, it enrages him, and he throws his elbow back, ramming it into the side of Trevor's face with such force that he suffers whiplash and staggers, unable to focus. Mollers goes for the kill, and I lunge for him, ramming my shoulder into his side, while Grelin jumps on his back and slams her fist into his ear, causing him to sway. Before she can land another blow, he throws her off him and in my direction. She crashes into me, knocking me over. I shake my head to clear it and watch as Travers attacks again. Mollers swings a fist at him. Travers blocks it and brings his own into the underside of Mollers' chin, but before he can attack again, Mollers knees him in the stomach, bringing both his elbows down onto his back before ramming his knee into Trevor's face. Stunned, Travers never sees Mollers' boot coming for him, and it strikes him in the face as Mollers spins around and swings his other foot at him as well.
I watch in horror as Trevor spins and teeters before regaining his focus. He spits out blood, holds his fists in front of him, and glares at Molars, who goads him into attacking again. Graelyn gets off me and struggles to stand, still dazed from being thrown, but I cannot wait for her. I charge for Molars, dropping low when I reach him, and I sweep his leg out from under him as Trevor's body slams into him, and Molars lands on the rooftop with a thud. Spotting Graelyn coming for him, he scoops up some dirt and flings it into her eyes, stopping her as she rubs them in an effort to clear them. He swings his foot in my direction, kicking me in the face, forcing me to roll backward. Trevor tries to bring his foot down upon Molars' face, but he jerks to the side, avoiding it before plowing his foot into Trevor's leg. I hear him howl in pain, and he hobbles as Molars stands up. Angered, Graelyn jumps on Molars, slamming her fists into him, each more furious than the last. She kicks at him, but he grabs her leg and brings his elbow down upon her knee, and a sickening crack fills the air before he tosses her aside toward the roof's edge. Trevor tries to attack, but Molars throws him off with ease, laughing as he does. While he is distracted, I lunge for him, but he grabs me by the shoulders, flips me onto my back, and jams his foot into my stomach, twisting as he presses it into me, reveling in my torture as I writhe on the rooftop unable to breathe. He stops. "Leave her alone!" yells Gwen as she beats him with her flimsy fists. Molars backhands her, knocking her over. I try to go for her, but receive a kick to the face in response, followed by Gwen's screams when he picks her up by her shirt and carries her toward the ledge and the raging fire below.
"Shall we see if you can fly?" Molars says, throwing her to the ledge.
Gwen lands on the roof, leaving me powerless to do anything but watch as she rolls to the edge and goes over the side as I scream her name in terror. But before she vanishes, Graelyn appears and snatches her arm, stopping her from falling to her death. My eyes remain fixed on them, ignoring all else as Graelyn lifts Gwen back onto the roof amidst the dancing flames that cast shadows upon them, while releasing black smoke that swirls around them. But Graelyn refuses to cough or loosen her grip. As she sets Gwen back on a solid surface, Molars rips a knife out from his belt and plunges it deep into her back, piercing one of her lungs. Her eyes widen as she gasps for air, unable to breathe, and blood gurgles around the blade piercing her, drowned by the anguished screams of Trevor's as he watches, unable to stop his worst fear from coming true. Molars rips his knife free, not bothering to wipe the blood off it, but stands back, allowing Trevor's to go to Graelyn and lift her into his arms, cradling her while she struggles to say his name. She pulls the black fire grenade from her pocket, but it falls from her weak grip as her life leaves her. I run for it and scoop it up, but Molars is ready for me, and he kicks it from my hand before kicking me twice in the chest and forcing me off my feet. "Hide!" I yell at Gwen as I roll around on the roof. Molars lifts his foot to finish me, but he stops when my eyes focus on Trevor's distraught face as he holds Graelyn, begging her not to leave him, his face wet with tears. I've never seen him cry before, and his voice cracks with each word. Molars lowers his foot, relishing in our loss and the emotional torment of Trevor's. Graelyn continues to try to speak, but her breaths grow shorter, and as a final farewell, she lifts her hand and touches Trevor's cheek before it flops to the concrete rooftop, and she is no more. Time slows, hiding the number of seconds that pass as Trevor's continues to cling to Graelyn's lifeless body, while I remain still, clutching my chest, both of us tormented by the brutality of Molars' actions, while he feeds off our anguish. "Weakness is failure," he shouts at the smoke-filled sky and the red sun that hides behind it. "Failure is death!"
Giving her one last kiss, Trevor's lowers Graelyn to the concrete surface, closing her eyes and placing her arms by her side so that she appears to be sleeping, before rising to his feet, glaring at Molars, preparing to release his unbridled rage. Molars stands ready for him. Trevor's rushes toward him, releasing a fury of fists and kicks, forcing Molars to move backward in an effort to avoid being hit. Trevor's ruthlessness breaks through Molars' defenses, and he plows his fists into our old instructor's face until... The building trembles and the roof bends, weakened by the fire engulfing the detention center, causing Trevor's to miss his mark. Molars counters, landing several blows of his own on Trevor's before they part and circle one another, waiting. Molars lunges for Trevor's,
but he drops to the ground and wraps his feet around Moeller's left ankle and twists, forcing him to fall, and before Moeller's can recover, Travers rams his elbow into Moeller's knee, receiving a kick in response. All the chaos outside this place freezes as I remain where I am, my eyes locked on the battle between Travers and Moeller's, unable to look away from their dance with death, until a single bullet strikes the ground near me, forcing me to look at the building next to us where I spot someone waving at me to get my attention.
Purse.
He points at the tower above me and the cables dangling from it, giving me an idea. I can use those to get Gwen and me out of here, but a cry of pain from Travers jerks my attention back to the fight between him and Moeller's in time to watch Moeller stab him twice in the side, before bringing his knee into Travers' face. Travers falls backward, unable to defend himself when Moeller's plants his boot into his face and twists, pleased when Travers ceases moving. This ends now.
I spot the black fire grenade, pleased that it sits in a clear area, free from obstacles, and I point at it, hoping Purse gets my message. And judging by his reaction, he does. My foot bumps something, and I pick it up, chucking it at Moeller's.
"Come and get me, coward!" I scream at him, taunting him, and judging by the enraged expression on his face, I succeeded.
As the sounds of the rebels and arbiters fighting reach us, Moeller's chuckles. "Listen to that," he says as he approaches. "Where do you think they got the weapons?"
Confusion crosses my face as I remain silent. "Listen, what did their leader tell you? That he wants peace? That he wants a free Arel?" Why is Moeller's telling me this? Do you honestly believe that the barbarians are the only ones who have been bribed to attack the city? What? Why do you think the rebels have never been captured? I keep my mouth shut, but my suspicions about Anshu burst into my mind, pounding my head to the point where it aches. I know you wondered why I was at that ceremonial dinner when I should have been where you sentenced me. I have my informants. I made sure she could not silence me the way she has silenced so many others. I stand transfixed by his words as my mind struggles with this new revelation, not wanting to believe it, yet a part of me wonders if it is true. It's not enough to control people with an iron fist. You have to convince them that they need you. Attacks from within are as effective, if not more so, as those from without. She never counted on his ambition to overrule his ability to reason. I remain silent, refusing to give Moeller's the satisfaction of knowing that his words pierce the very core of my being, as I realize that the lies of Arel are even bigger than I first thought. I want you to die, knowing that you have been nothing more than a tool. He comes for me, hobbling, telling me that Travers did injure him, and I brace myself, ready to rid the world of him once and for all. Use your size to your advantage. Mandy's instructions echo in my mind, and I am thankful for the reminder. Moeller's takes a swing at me, but I duck, avoiding it, while ramming my fist into his side. He turns and tries to strike me in the back, but I duck again and dance around him, kicking him in the back of his injured knee, forcing him to drop to the ground. Seizing my chance, I land 2 punches into his head before darting away, keeping out of reach, using my size and agility to my advantage. Enraged, he forces himself to his feet and comes after me, while I continue backing away, leading him to an area free of obstacles, taunting him. He throws a fist at me, but I catch it and jab my elbow into his stomach, jumping away before he can strike again, taking advantage of his injured knee. He swings at me again, and I go to catch it, but Moeller's pulls back and uses his other fist to hit me in the cheek before ramming his knee into my stomach. Gasping, I stagger back, continuing to lead him to the clearing while throwing insults, angering him even more. He lunges, but I drop to all fours, twist around, and kick him in the groin, before ducking around him and planting my foot in his back, forcing him into the clearing. He faces me, and I dance around him, making him turn in circles, hoping to keep his focus on me as we move across the roof, while bits of it crumble away and flames burst through the holes, relishing in our conflict and doing their part to add to the atmosphere. Moeller's charges me, and I dodge to the side, kicking his bad knee, but before I can dart away, he twists around and grabs me by the throat, lifting me so that the toes of my boots brush the ground before tossing me away from him. I crash into the rooftop, wincing as the concrete tears at my clothing and scrapes my skin. Coughing, I forget to keep my distance from him, and he leers over me, pleased with his victory, Comforted in his belief that he has won, but as he glorifies in his own sense of self-righteousness, a red dot appears in the center of his chest.
"You should have known better than to fight me alone," he says. "Remember last time."
I do, and as I recall, I would have won if his arbiters hadn't stopped me.
"I'm not alone," I reply.
A massive explosion rocks the building, and Moeller's shoulder is jerked back as Perce's shot strikes him. The detonation must have forced him to miss his target. But as Moeller stands stunned, unable to fathom that his shoulder is now nothing more than shredded flesh, I am glad he is not dead. Yet. I reach for the black fire grenade.
Weakness is failure, I say as I hold it in front of me, letting Moeller see what I intend to do. And for the first time, I see fear in his eyes. And failure is death.
I detonate it and throw it at him, diving behind cover before it goes off and showers Moeller's in its fiery fury of never-ending torture. Anguished screams escape his mouth as he cries out in torment, unable to stop the flames from eating away at his flesh, melting it away from his bones, and he staggers, unable to find relief as his body disintegrates. I come out from my place of hiding and stand before him, unmoved by his torment, but I do not relish it either. It is righteous punishment for all the pain he caused. "This is for Sheila!" I shout, kicking him toward the edge of the roof. His tortured cries fill my ears, but I ignore them as I pace before him, determined to see to it that he does not survive. Not this time. "This is for Gwen!" I kick him again, pushing him closer to the ledge, while his screams drown the roars of the fire below us. "This is for Chase!" I kick him a third time and he staggers back, teetering on the edge. "And this is for me."
With a final kick, I shove him off the roof, and he falls to the fires below, his anguished cries fading the further he goes, until the flames swallow his body, and silence falls. More holes appear in the roof as it falls inward, and the fire promises to overtake the entire building, regardless of who is fool enough to remain. I need to find Gwen. "Gwen!" I shout, hoping she can hear me over the thunderous roar of the flames as they grow higher, and their heat sears my skin, despite the protection of my jacket. "Gwen!" "Noni!" I turn in time to watch as Gwen comes out from between a set of pipes, thrilled at seeing her, and rush to her, embracing her, squeezing her so tight that she reminds me she cannot breathe. But I do not want to let her go and risk losing her. More of the roof crumbles away and jerks me back to our present predicament, and I take her by the hand and head for the stairs leading up to the tower as the flames leap higher, lighting the darkened world around us while the smoke blocks the sun even more. Wind whips around me when we reach the top, and Gwen holds back, frightened of how high we are, but I urge her onward, comforting her and reminding her of her bravery when she attacked molars to protect me. She steels her nerves, looking at me with those gray eyes as strands of her hair cover her face, reminding me of the night I first saw her, never knowing that we would end up here. A whistle prickles my ears, and I turn to see Perce on the roof of the next building, waving at me, reminding me to hurry up. I jump at one of the cables swinging in the wind, pulling it away from its hold, and throw one end to the roof Perce is on. It misses. Frustrated, but trying to remain calm for Gwen, I pull it back, tie a knot in it to give it some weight, and throw it at Perce. He jumps for it and catches it, securing it, while I tie it on my end. Sweat falls from my brow and covers my eyes, making it difficult to see, but I swipe at it, refusing to allow it to stop me. I need a harness. I grab the other cable and rip it free from the tower, twisting it and tying it until I have formed a harness and wrap it around Gwen before securing it to the line connecting the two buildings. The moment Gwen puts her weight on it, the cable slips from where I tied it and she panics, jumping back onto the platform and squeezing my arm until it tingles, unwilling to let go. "Gwen," I say in a gentle voice, even though fear tries to overwhelm my mind each time fire spurts from the roof and bits of it fall away, causing the tower to lean and threaten to collapse, but I need to be calm and confident for her sake. I need you to be strong. This line will not drop you, I promise. I push her to the edge after double-checking her harness, and grip the cable, bracing myself so that my hold will not falter, and nod my head at her.
She jumps off. Her terrified screams fill my ears as she speeds to the other rooftop where Perse waits for her, while my heart refuses to beat as my muscles tighten and burn as I cling to the cable, and my hands grow numb from it digging into them. The line slips. Fearing I will lose her, I tighten my grip until blood trickles between my fingers, refusing to let her fall. It slips again, proving to be too much for me, and Gwen's fearful screams tear at my heart, and all I can think about is how I have failed another. The cable continues to pull away from me, despite my attempts to stop it. But if she falls, so do I, and just when I believe that there is no hope for either of us, Trevor's strong hands snatch the line and yank it back, providing the extra bit of strength I need to fulfill a promise. I keep my eyes on Gwen, unwilling to look away until I know she is safe, and relief wafts over me the moment Perse catches her and takes her out of her harness.
I release the cable and turn toward Trevor's, having never been so grateful to see him before, elated that he is here.
Trevor's, I thought you were... I cut myself off before I finish, but he guesses what I was about to say. If we can secure this cable, we can both...
Go, he says, his voice soft and respectful.
Trevor's.
I won't leave her.
He glances at Grellin's body before turning back to me.
It will hold,
he says, wrapping the cable around his arms and tightening his grip as he braces his legs.
Go!
I rip off my jacket and wrap one of the sleeves around my right hand as I position myself in front of the line, taking one last look at a man who had been my sworn enemy and is now my savior. I push myself off the ledge and fling my jacket over the cable, snatching the other sleeve, and cling to it as air rushes over me, pounding my ears and stinging my eyes as I sail over the fires below. I choke on the smoke engulfing me but refuse to cough or allow it to distract me from my goal as Perse and Gwen grow larger. The line jerks, just a little bit longer. It jerks again as Trevor's hold on it weakens, and the roof of the detention center withers away, but I refuse to allow the fear of falling grip me. Fear is weakness, or so I've always believed, but at this moment, fear is to be conquered. Perse reaches out for me as I near the end. The cable goes slack, and I release my jacket as I plunge downward, throwing my hands out to Perse, and he catches me, stopping my descent, and hauls me onto the roof where Gwen wraps her arms around my neck, thankful that I did not perish. Unable to contain myself, I look at what is left of the detention center as its walls crumble inward, replaced by an insatiable fire that desires more in order to satisfy its ravenous hunger, noting that the tower and the roof are gone, and a pang of sadness strikes me, tugging at my heart for two people I had called my enemy until today. A part of me wonders what Grelin, Trevor's, and I could have accomplished if we had realized that we had more in common than differences. Petty hate will destroy us all.
Perse taps my shoulder, reminding me that we are not out of danger as the sounds of the melee beyond reach our ears. I jump to my feet, take Gwen's hand, and follow him, allowing him to lead me away from this place of misery.
Chapter 31. A lie exposed. The sounds of an endless battle rage around us, swamping us with their never-ending anger as we race across the rooftop, desperate to get out of here. Perse takes the lead, urging us to hurry, and our feet fly over the concrete surface as we follow him until he stops at the edge. Gwen clings to me, afraid of going over it and falling to her death, and I squeeze her shoulder to comfort her as Perse slings his weapon over his shoulder and climbs over the ledge. He gives me a look that tells me to hurry, and I peer over the edge, spotting a fire escape. I pick up Gwen and hand her to Perse, who takes her and sets her on the first level of the fire escape, while I climb over the ledge beside him. Wasting no time, we hurry down the steps, following them as they corkscrew downward, while he remains in the lead, ready to stop anyone or anything that might harm us. As a bolt pops free of its hold, it seems that our saving grace has become our enemy. We pick up the pace, tromping downward so fast that my feet tangle, and I trip over them falling forward. I throw my hands out, gripping the metallic rail as its smooth surface burns my hands during my desperate attempt to stop my fall, until Perse catches me.
I shake my head at him as a way of telling him that I am fine, and continue downward when another bolt springs from its hold, and the fire escape leans away from the building. I grab Gwen and push her in front of me, determined not to lose her, as we hurry down the stairwell, rounding each corner as our feet pound the steps, doing our best to outrun gravity as the fire escape lurches again, causing my stomach to jump into my throat. It drops again. Knowing we have no time, Perce leaps over the side, jumping past the final twist in the fire escape, and I lift Gwen up and toss her over the side into Perce's waiting arms, relieved when he catches her and sets her on the ground with care. The top of the fire escape pulls away from the building and throws me into the railing, and I grunt as my stomach takes the brunt of the impact and double over, reminding myself to breathe. But danger refuses to give me respite as the fire escape drops even more, promising to take me with it. With little choice, I climb onto the rail, swing my feet over, and jump. My legs buckle beneath me when I land, and I drop to the ground, rolling, wincing as bits of rubble dig into my arms, burying themselves beneath the surface of my skin, burning as they do so, but the final creak of a falling fire escape distracts me from the pain. I look up, powerless to stop death's grasp as it comes for me, but Perce snatches me and lifts me up with his free hand as he drags Gwen with his other. I scramble to my feet as we run, desperate to get away. The fire escape crashes into the ground behind us, sending clouds of dust into the air, and we turn back, watching the dust as it mingles with the smoke, becoming one. We need to find Luther and Renal, I say, and get out of here. Perce's face falls. Perce, what's wrong? I ask, concerned, knowing that he was the only one able to stay in contact with them.
Things at the aerodrome did not go well, he says, trying to phrase his words with care.
Perce? I lost contact with them. Before they went dark, Renal said something about them having Luther and about going to the media center. I face the fires surrounding us as worry eats away at me, and the thought of having failed again creeps in on me. You should have, I begin, my voice loud and harsh, but I stop myself. It isn't Percy's fault that any of this happened, but his next words indicate that he knows what I was about to say and forgives me for my outburst. The last thing Raynal told me was that if anything happened to you, he would fillet me alive. I press my lips together, biting them with my teeth as I contain my reeling emotions, anger, fear, and sadness, each battling with the other to be free from the cage I must keep them locked in. Besides, what Perce told me sounds like Renal, and he never makes a promise he cannot keep. Have you heard from Segal? I ask. No. Worry fills Perce's voice, but we cannot worry ourselves over Segal's silence. We have more pressing matters. We need to get to the media center. Perce pauses for a moment. That place is going to be filled with Anshu's men. And I just escaped a detention center filled with arbiters, I reply, while Gwen remains silent, watching us bicker as the city burns around us. Perce rolls his eyes and nods his head as though he has suffered from a momentary bout of forgetfulness. Well, it's a good thing I came prepared. He hands me a knife and a pistol. Do you have another magazine? I ask him, checking the amount of ammo left. I might have had to use it, and that's what's left. I shake my head and place the pistol back in its holster before tying it around my waist. Are you both going to stand here all day? Quips Gwen, breaking up our bit of verbal humor, and we both laugh. I want you to stay close to Perce, I tell her, knowing that I cannot leave her here. He bends down to one knee and holds out a pair of brass knuckles, and she takes them, unsure of what to do with them, until he shows her how to hold them. If anyone comes at you, hit them with this. Go for the face and the throat, any place that is soft. She nods, clutching the brass knuckles, while I hope she never has to use them, but aware that she might. We charge through the alley, getting as far away from the detention center as we can as we navigate our way to the media center, surprised that it is void of people, and I remain wary of our sudden seclusion, wondering where everyone is. The alley comes to a dead end, and I curse myself for allowing us to end up here. I know better and I know the city, but in my rush to get to the media center, I forgot to turn when the alley forked. I motion for them to turn back, and we hurry through the labyrinth of towering buildings and walls of stone as I race back to where the alley diverges. When I reach it, I veer to my left, remembering that the media center is closer to the middle of the city. All my movements, from the pounding of my boots on the cracked and uneven pavement to the distant sounds of a few stragglers fighting, converge around us, surrounding us in an amphitheater of never-ending noise, amplified by the solid walls closing in on us. I push harder, desperate to get out of this prisonous maze, and when I see light ahead, I sprint faster, unable to take this enclosure anymore, and the closer I get, the faster I run, pushing and pushing until I stop. Carnage awaits me outside the alley with bodies scattered about in the courtyard beyond, while blood runs down the cracks between the paved stones, forming crimson rivers of death that coat the edges of my boots, warning me to go no further. I'll not like what I find. Metallic particles hover in the air, twisting and turning as they reflect what light the smoke covering the city allows through, as I step between limbs torn from their bodies and torsos that have been separated from their legs. Perse and Gwen arrive, and I whirl around, desperate to keep her from witnessing this carnage. But it is too late as her eyes widen in horror at the sight of the corpses filling the square from edge to edge, some of them covered by the rubble of an exterior wall that fell away from its hold and crashed onto the ground, crushing any unlucky enough to be near it. Still fingers touch my boot as I tread through carnage, unable to believe it, and shaking from the cruelty of what surrounds me. I lift my feet, doing my best to not step on any of the people here while Perse carries Gwen, trying to shield her from this, and for a moment, I am reminded of the times Chase tried to protect his sister. My foot touches something as I bring it down, and I lift it, startled, and look down to see what I have stepped on. Curled fingers belonging to a soft hand that has never seen a day of hard work point upward, stiffened from the lack of blood flow. But it is not the fingers themselves that attract my attention, but the sleeve covering the hand they are attached to. I know that sleeve. Perse stops when I bend low and pick up pieces of rubble the size of small boulders, tossing them aside and allowing them to thump on the ground while I try to clear the debris and expose the person the hand belongs to. I know I need to move, that I should not linger here, but I must know if my suspicions are correct. I remove the final piece and drop it the moment I see the face. Caleb. Movement spurs me from my frozen state, and I whip out my pistol and point it in the direction it came from, and stop when I see a woman and an older man, their dark skin having darkened even more from the soot. Please, she pleads with me, and I lower my weapon. What happened here? I demand. They came, she replies, and pulled us from our homes. The arbiters came, but could not fend off the monsters who tried to kill us. She glances at Caleb's still form. I remember a deafening roar and blinding light before the building fell, and he pushed us out of the way, but could not escape it himself. I stare at Caleb. Cunning as he proved to be, he deserved a better end. It seems, in his own way, he tried to save Arel, and in the end, gave his life for these two strangers. Where are the arbiters? I ask. When the aircraft never came and when the screens turned on and his face appeared, they fled. Where is everyone? Asks Perse. The woman stares at him, inspecting his strange clothes, but chooses to keep her questions to herself and answer his instead. To the screens. The ones that are left, anyway. Go, I tell her. Find some place to hide and stay there. She takes the hand of the man and leads him away without argument. Crackling fills the air around us as static brings the untouched speakers to life, and a voice echoes around us. People of Arel, it says, in a few moments, I will address what has happened. Your liberation is at hand. The last words Moeller spoke to me enter my mind, and the cloud of suspicion grows stronger, solidifying into the weight of a potential falsehood being exposed. Moeller's may have been cruel, but he never lied. I need to get to the media center. Are you able to get a hold of Renal? I ask Perse. He fiddles with the communicator strapped to his wrist and shakes his head. I motion for Perse to follow me, and he grabs Gwen's hand and chases after me as I head for a set of steps leading to one of the causeways above us. We charge up them, stepping around the bodies of those unfortunate enough to not escape the uprising, and I dare not look at them for fear of being incapacitated by the horror surrounding me. My feet plop on the belt as I stomp onto the moving walkway, but it is frozen, and upon closer inspection, I realize that the gears have ground together, causing the conveyor belt to stop. Refusing to be outwitted by a broken piece of machinery, I hurry down the causeway, not caring that my boots thump on the belt as it sinks beneath my weight, wary of the silence surrounding us as we run to the other side until it is broken by a low creaking that causes knots to form within my stomach as the eerie creak morphs into a screech. I stop. Glancing around, I search for the source, and the tiny hairs on my arms rise the moment I find it. One of the main support beams has broken away, causing the walkway above us to sag and press into the remaining supports. Sagging lower, the more gravity weighs it down. Horrified, I scan the entire underbelly of the causeway above us, noticing its continual sagging, cursing myself for not seeing it earlier. "Run!" I scream. I take Gwen's hand and charge down the causeway as the supports surrounding us groan underneath the pressure of the walkways above, determined to break free. A piece of metal drops from above and lands near my right foot as we run, while my grip on Gwen's hand tightens, causing her to whimper, but I refuse to let go. I'll not lose her here. One of the supports surrounding us crumples, mimicking a crushed can, and the structure drops lower, while the feeling of being trapped closes in on me, threatening to crush me with its fearful promise to bury us alive. I pick up the pace as more debris crashes around us, tripping over a piece of metal plating. Gwen cries out as I stumble, but I catch myself and continue, dragging her behind me, while Perce takes up the rear. We're close to the end, only a little further. Before we reach the other side, some of the supports break, and a portion of the walkway above us plows into the causeway we are on, forcing us to stop, and I turn around, kneeling on one knee as I cover Gwen with my body, while Perce tries to protect us both from the shards of shrapnel flying around us. More groaning reverberates around us in mesmerizing waves of intensity and softness, unsure of which support it wants to break next as it circles around us, taunting us. Once the dust clears, I lift my head, noticing that the way ahead is blocked, and as fear rises within me, whispering to me to give up and accept the inevitable, I spot the causeway across from us and the clear path it provides. I pick up Gwen and head for the railing, studying the space between the other walkway and us. It's not far, but is a bit of a jump. Perce notices my actions, straps his weapon behind his back, and leaps across, landing on the other side with a thud, dropping to one knee before recovering. He turns toward me and reaches his hands out for Gwen. I lift her onto the rail as the walkway above sags even more, and though her eyes widen when she glances downward, she remains quiet, knowing that there is little choice. I steady her as she reaches out for Perce, their fingers touching the others, but only the tips. More groaning echoes around us as more supports bend to the point of breaking. Risking it all, I shove Gwen toward Perce and she squeals, but he catches her, lifts her over the rail on his side, and sets her on the conveyor belt. Metal bars drop around me as I step onto the railing, balancing myself, before sticking my left leg out and leaping across. But I miss my mark and my chest crashes into the railing on the other side, while my hands scramble to find a good hold and stop me from falling. I cling to it, but my sweaty palms cause me to slip, and my grip falters. My stomach lurches as I start to fall, and my mind grapples with the realization that this is my last act. But before I can close my eyes and accept my fate, Perce snatches my arm, stopping me, and heaves me over the railing, allowing me to tumble onto the soft belt as Gwen slams into me, wrapping her skinny arms around my neck. But the moment of relief comes to an abrupt end as the causeway above us falls away. "Go!" I scream at them and jump to my feet. Perce and I stretch our legs to their fullest length, matching the other's stride as we charge down the walkway, with me clinging to Gwen, while the supports holding the causeway above break free of their hold, shooting out in multiple directions with us as the unnamed targets. I hold my left arm in front of my face, while keeping my hold on Gwen as we all race to the other side, desperate to stay ahead of the turmoil crashing behind us. We reach the end, but celebrations have to wait as the walkway we are on bends beneath the weight of debris crashing into it, and its supports snap. "There!" I yell, pointing at the stairs.
We run for them, and I'm unable to breathe as my sides ache from the exertion, but I refuse to let any of us slow down and push the others onward. We reach the stairs and take them two at a time, not caring if we almost fall, so long as we get away from the moving walkways before we are buried beneath them. With one final push, we jump the last steps at the bottom and hurry away as the entire walkway caves inward and disintegrates behind us, leaving nothing more than a pile of rubble, veiled by billowing clouds of metallic dust that hover in the air before settling around us, coating our skin and making it glitter in the bits of sunlight that manage to break through the smoke covering Arel, until it is barred from shining on us once more.
Well, says Perse, trying to catch his breath, we are closer to the media center, I hope.
I direct his attention ahead of us. He laughs as he gets off the ground, but before I can move, the barrel of a pistol appears near my head with one of Anshu's men on the other end, while another appears next to Perse. They motion for me to stand, but before I can, Gwen points behind them and screams, "Look!"
Using the distraction, I knock the pistol from the hand of the one closest to me. Perse goes for the other, and sweep his feet out from under him,
before placing him in a wrestler's hold with his left arm between my knees while my legs pin him to the ground. He struggles to break free, but I jerk his arm downward, breaking his collarbone, and as he screams in pain, I wrap my legs around his neck and twist. Gwen screams, and I look up in time to see a third rebel lift her into the air by her shirt, but she pulls out the brass knuckles Perse had given her and hits him in the face with them, drawing blood. Angered, he raises his hand to slap her, but Perse tackles him, forcing him to release her as he puts the man in a headlock and squeezes until the man's movements cease. Silence falls around us as we wait to see if any more of Anshu's men will appear, and we jump when Perse's communicator crackles with life. "Perse!" comes Renal's voice, desperate, as though he had been calling him for a long while. "Where are you?" "How's Luther?" Perse says. "I have him. Where are you?"
I'm with Noni and the girl. We are outside the media center.
A series of cursing spills from the communicator. Perse mouths the words, "Told you so," when I notice a drone trying to get off the ground but unable to. Curious, I pick it up and inspect it. Its camera works, but it is unable to fly. Not that I need it to. I rip off the back paneling, revealing the drone's serial number, and a plan forms in my mind. I snatch Perse's wrist with the communicator attached to it and yank it toward me. "Is Anshu in there?" I demand. An irritating pause fills the air before Renal replies, "Yes." "Where is he?" "In the main camera room on the second floor." "Where are you?" I ask. "Luther and I are in the main control room on the third floor." "Do they know you are in there?" "No. I stopped them before they could raise the alarm, but I do not know how long we have."
Do the wireless communications in there still work?
"Yes." Renal pauses for a moment.
Noni, what are you...
"I need you to tap into the signal of this drone and broadcast it throughout Arel."
Noni!
"Renal, please," I plead with him. "We have to stop Anshu." Another irritating pause comes from the communicator. "What is your plan?" I think about it, wishing I had more time for planning, knowing that what I have at this moment is all I got. "How many rebels are in there?" "Not many, but enough to prove a nuisance. I do not have an exact count." "Perse is coming to you with Gwen. I need you to override the signal for this drone's serial number, A89Y65GFX9R2. Broadcast its signal throughout Arel. I'm going after Anshu." Renal protests, but I ignore him and place the drone in my pocket, while the pistol remains in my waistband before facing Perse. "How good are you at remaining unseen?" "I followed you for days in the wilderness before you learned of my presence," he replies. I turn toward Gwen. "Stay close to Perse." She shakes her head as tears stream down her soil-encrusted cheeks, leaving uneven patterns on her pale face, causing strands of her yellow hair to stick to it. I drop to one knee and look her in the eyes. "I have to stop him," I tell her, "before he harms more people." She hugs me in response. "Stay close to him," I tell her. Gwen nods, and I grab Perse by the shirt, whispering to him, "If anything happens to her..." "I know," he interrupts. "You'll gut me."
I release him and check the entrance to the media center, wondering why there are not many rebels posted to guard it, unless Anshu is too confident in his victory. And as I plan my next course of action, Perse mumbles, "But you won't have to."
I do not respond, knowing that he never meant for anyone to hear his silent vow, and run off as he speaks into his communicator. I hear Renal's curses when Perse tells him the plan, saying that Renal could kill him when he gets there, before following me with Gwen by his side. As I creep up on the 3 rebels posted at the entrance, I pick up 2 stones, placing one in each hand, being careful not to allow my steps to make a sound as I move across the ground, sticking to the shadows, glad that the smoke from the fires blocks the sun. I point at the one I intend to take. Perse nods and motions for Gwen to hide. I veer toward the rebel and toss one of the rocks, allowing it to land near his feet. As he bends low to examine it, I swoop in, wrapping my leg around both of his, and yank them out from under him, forcing him onto the ground. Before he can cry out for help, I smash the other stone into his face until his skull caves in. A scuffle sounds behind me, and I whirl around, but stop when I see Perse grab a rebel around the neck before yanking out his knife and throwing it at the third, striking him in the throat. When all are dead, he whistles for Gwen, who appears from her hiding place and runs to him as he places a protective arm around her. He glances at me and I head for the door, remaining alert as it slides open and we step inside.
Unease fills me as I walk across the teal-colored tiles with amber circles spaced throughout the room as it reflects the lights above, all enclosed by ivory walls. Some parts of the walls are sunken in, creating what looks like a tiny nook, with the seal of Arel etched in gold in them. I tiptoe to the center where a giant desk is. My mind remains alert, wondering where everyone is. I find my answer when I spot a smeared blood stain on the edge of the desk. Perse moves around to the other side with Gwen, and places his hand over her eyes, causing me to lean over the surface, hoisting myself up so that I can get a better view, finding the bodies of the 2 who were stationed here before the rebels arrived.
A door closes. Perse drops behind the desk with Gwen, while I hurry to the edge of a corridor, pressing myself into the wall as the methodic sounds of someone walking echo from a distance, growing louder with each step. When the shadow of a man appears on the floor, I throw my arm out, ramming it into his throat. He goes for his weapon, but I grab his arm and bend it around the corner of the wall. He cries in pain, but I grab his mouth with my hand, trying to silence his cries, before ramming his head into the wall until his blood stains it. Another rebel appears and sees me standing over the body of his comrade. Perse pulls 2 knives from his boot and rushes past me, catching the rebel off guard, and stabs him until he drops to the floor, turning the teal-colored tiles red. Not wanting to run into any more of them, I motion for Gwen to go to Perse. We hurry down the hallway, being careful to not make a sound, wanting to keep all present unaware of our presence. Perse spots an elevator and heads for it, but I stop him, pointing at the stairs instead. Elevators warn others of your arrival, and I want ours to be a surprise. He abandons his original plan and follows me as I step through the door and into a stairwell, wary of being in another one after my experience in the presidential palace. But I swallow back my unease, knowing that I can sneak into the second floor far easier this way. We hurry up them as our ears remain alert and our eyes keep watch on the doors above and below us, hoping that no one walks through them, and I let out a slow breath when I reach the door to the second floor, relieved to have gone unnoticed so far. Perse pushes his way past me with Gwen, but I grab his arm and whisper, "Remember, no one can know we are here. Not until I reach Anshu." Perse taps my arm, indicating that he understands, and I remind myself that I needn't worry. He did follow me for days in the wilderness before I learned of his presence, indicating that silent movement is one of his attributes. I wait by the door to the second floor until he and Gwen reach the third, and together, we open our respective doors and cross through them, with me hoping that he succeeds and that Gwen remains unharmed. Muted darkness greets me as I step into a world I do not know. No hallways, no hidden offices, except for a single doorway on the far side. A massive room filled with wires, cords, cameras on tripods, all placed at various intervals around the chamber. A giant view screen making up one wall, and a table at the far end underneath 5 massive spotlights, each striking it from a different angle. No one notices me as I creep through the room, spotting a door tucked away with a sign in red above it, indicating that it is an emergency exit, taking great care to not trip on a wire while making certain that the drone remains in my pocket.
My foot presses down upon something hard and soft, causing me to look down and find the body of one of those who worked here, discarded as though she was nothing more than a piece of refuse and unworthy of proper disposal. And the frightened look on her dark face, frozen in time, moves me with pity, causing me to bend low and close her eyes, so she appears to be slumbering. Anshu's incessant demands rip me back to my mission, and I continue moving through the room, inching my way to the front, ready to fight any who get in my way, but thankful that their backs remain toward me. A foot reaches out for mine, and I turn in its direction, spotting an arbiter with his hands and feet tied and a gag in his mouth. Though curious as to why he is not dead, I place my index finger over my mouth, signaling for him to remain quiet before inching away from him.
Get on with it, you fool!
Anshu's voice cuts through the mundane sounds of the room, and I turn in its direction, narrowing my eyes when I spot him as one of his men runs off. Joseph stands next to him, but his face betrays his concern as he watches Anshu's temperament grow worse, spiraling downward into uncontrolled rage, while I remain in the shadows, creeping closer to him, noting the questioning looks on the faces of those surrounding him. Someone turns in my direction. I freeze, hoping he does not see me, unsure if he does and chooses not to speak. When he turns away, relief swarms over me as my tense muscles relax. I am too close to fail now. The light is inches from me, and I pause, calming myself and preparing for what I must face before I stretch my foot out and put my weight onto it, thus stepping into the light and allowing everyone to know I am here. Some of the rebels jerk in my direction and go for their weapons, but Joseph stops them.
Noni? Says Anshu as he tries to conceal his surprise, and a fake smile crosses his lips as he places his hand over his chest, mocking the salute arbiters give one another. I didn't expect to see you here.
We have matters to discuss, I say.
I'm sure it can wait, Anshu replies, before holding his arms out in a gesture of friendship. Come, celebrate with us. Tapiwa's reign has ended. The tyranny that has plagued Arel is no more.
Or has been replaced with another, I say, remembering how his men had turned on me.
I don't know what you mean.
Movement catches my eye, and I jerk my head in its direction, spotting Haya as she works her way toward me, and I clench my fists, ready to fight my way out of here.
Call your dog off, I say, keeping my eyes on Haya, and Anshu whistles at her, forcing her to stop.
Noni, he says, I can tell that you have a lot of questions. Perhaps we should speak in private.
He motions toward a somewhat hidden doorway leading into a side room that looks as though it is used more for storage than anything else, and I allow myself to be directed to it and go inside with him following behind. While he paces the room, searching for a place that gives him the upper hand, I pull the drone from my pocket and stick it on the shelf next to me between two pieces of filming equipment, making certain that the camera focuses on Anshu, while hoping that Renal succeeds in tapping into its signal and relaying it throughout the city.
No one knew what had happened to you, Noni. We received no word from...
They're all dead, I say.
Anshu's lips press into a single line as he contemplates his next words. Noni, I understand that you are upset.
Your men turned on me once we got to the presidential palace.
I never believed. If I had known that they had been working with Tapiwa all this time, I never would have sent them with you.
Cut the bullshit.
Tapiwa corrupts many, he says, changing tactics. We will have to deal.
She's dead as promised.
Then after we are done here, we will need to find Molars. He's also dead, I say, noting how he mentions Molars when neither of us have spoken of him to the other, meaning that there is no reason for Anshu to be worried about him at all, but the relief on his face is evident.
Then we have succeeded.
You know, before he died, Molars mentioned something that I found intriguing. He implied that the attacks within the city, the ones your men participated in, were at the discretion of Tapiwa herself.
Noni.
Don't lie to me. We are alone, and we both know that I won't be leaving here alive.
I assure you.
You may have used me, but don't play me for a fool.
Anshu closes his mouth, and his expression changes, transforming from one of feigned innocence and incredulity to callousness, malevolence, and cruelty.
Very well, he says, his voice full of spite. Enough of this fide. I move away from the drone, allowing it to get a good view of Anshu as he paces in front of me, his robes swaying with each movement as his smugness takes over.
People are sheep. You know this, but Tapiwa's father had the dangerous idea that they should be allowed to govern themselves and live their lives as they saw fit. He planned on relinquishing his power and holding elections. That's what allowed the fair skin to rule over us in the past. We are better than them, more deserving of riches and ownership than they will ever be. But he wanted them to be treated equally. It never occurred to me that Tapiwa would murder him, but such ambition can be useful. So you used her?
We used each other. It was Haya's plan, and it was a good one.
And Kumi? Kumi was always weak, but Tapiwa convinced me to let her deal with him, having outserved his usefulness. His lust always overruled his sensibilities, but in the end, even she knew she had to dispose of him.
And Molars?
Molars has an uncanny ability to gather information. His ambition knew no bounds, and he convinced us that we needed him. Besides, we needed the loyalty of the arbiters, and with Molars at the training facility, he could supply us with ones who would swear allegiance to us, and no other. His obsession with you is what ended him. Is that why you tried to be rid of me when you turned those on the railcar against me?
You were proving to be a nuisance. Tapiwa's insistence on toying with you. She always liked her playthings, and Molar's growing obsession over your ability to defy the odds was getting in the way. I needed you gone, but then you challenged him to the fates, and the people started to look upon you as some sort of hero. And Tapiwa, the fool, broadcasted your exploits throughout the city. She believed she would be showing them your death. She should have had you killed the moment you were dumped in the wilderness. As I listened to Anshu speak, much that seemed unknown becomes clear. Molar's constant rejection for another assignment, his uncanny ability to know everything, and to always be in a position of power, Kumi's warning to me, the incident on the railcar. All of it comes together. A puzzle, once jumbled, now forms a clear image. So what was this arrangement? I demand, hoping to keep him talking. You already know about the barbarian attacks, and how the Arelian government supplies them with weapons and people. You see, it is not enough to rule over these despicable masses with an iron fist, through a series of harsh punishments for the most minor of infractions. You must keep them in a state of constant anxiety and desperation, while always providing the solution to ending what they fear most. You must keep them agitated and scared. Keep them divided. Keep them fighting amongst themselves. Never give them a moment's peace, because if you do, they might get ideas and talk with one another. So, we made a deal with one of the barbarian clans to attack the city at certain intervals, while allowing us to appear stronger by proving our superiority. They willingly sacrificed their people? Only those who were useless. They sent prisoners captured from other clans or neighboring city-states, promising them riches, undesirables from Arel, and plebeians who were promised their freedom if they killed a few arbiters, which they were more than willing to do. All of them were ones whose usefulness had come to an end and were a drain on resources. It's not difficult to find people willing to die for a lie. Why do you think our detention center always has room for more? But the staged attacks on the wall proved to not be enough in the end. People started asking questions. Some arbiters were too skilled in protecting the city from barbarians, and we realized that we needed another way of keeping the people in a constant state of fear. Hence, the attacks by rebels. I knew I could use my theatrical performances in the council, where I pretended to care about the destitute and impoverished people of Arel to my advantage, and formed a group of people who wanted to free Arel from the tyranny of Tapiwa and her brother, while never realizing that they were puppets in a grander scheme. Attack an educational center, a medical center, and the people quiver in fear, begging their rulers to protect them, to save their children, and we, the benevolent leaders, did. All they had to do was give up more of their freedom. It was so simple. All I had to do to get people to destroy these areas of Arel was convince them that they were symbols of Arelian imperialism and aggression, which didn't take much. It is easy to fuel hatred and animosity. I quell the rage growing within me as I listen to Anshu bragging now that he has an audience. It's quite comical, he continues. The people of Arel, even the plebeians, demanded that we protect them from those trying to kill them, willing to do anything for such protection, never realizing that it was us doing it the whole time. Sheep, easily controlled through fear, easily convinced of a lie, easily convinced to despise one another.
But fear isn't always enough. Certain people in the past realized early on that the best way to control a population is to control the food, the water, the infrastructure, and their beliefs. Every once in a while, you allow them a period of plenty so that they become fat, apathic, and lazy. But after a time, a culling must take place, especially when the masses start to become restless and get dangerous ideas about choosing the course of their own lives. The shortages, I interject.
The periodic shortages. You probably witnessed one or two yourself. Imagine my surprise when people willingly ate insects during this last one, and all because Tapua told them to as a way of saving Arel. You can imagine her amusement at such docility and compliance while she ate a rib roast. Keep people in a constant state of survival, and they will never notice when you enslave them through a slow erosion of their liberties. They will fight one another, even accuse one another of despicable crimes, all while you pretend to be their salvation, playing the part so that they can have the illusion of having been liberated when fear and control of their activities no longer work.
And now, I'll be known as the one who freed them from tyranny, their savior. I outgrew Tapua and Molars, and though I thought they would do me a favor and kill you and all that you stand for in the end, it was you who ridded me of my biggest threats, but your usefulness has come to an end.
What of the council? I am the council. Arel is mine. Its people are mine to do with as I will. Their only function is to serve their better.
Anshu reaches into the sleeve of his robe and pulls out a knife.
And now, my dear, the truth will die with you.
I scoop up the drone, hoping that Renal was able to do as I asked, and gambling that he did, I hold it out to Anshu.
I always found these drones annoying and invasive, always spying on you and showing up unannounced and at the most inopportune moments, but sometimes they have their uses. They never stop recording or broadcasting.
Anshu's eyes widen in fear, before narrowing in anger as his face turns red with rage when he realizes that, for the first time, the people of Arel know who have been ruling over them. 3 people who lusted only for power and ruled through a series of lies and deceptions that cost the lives of many, until one decided that he had to have it all. I smile at him and wink.
Infuriated, Anshu charges me, but I throw the drone at him, and he turns, covering his head, preventing it from hitting him. He charges me, swinging his knife, cutting the air with it, while flinging his other fist at me, forcing me to jump back and hold my arms up in an effort to block each of his attacks. My back presses against the shelves on the wall. Thinking he has me cornered, Anshu stabs at me, but I cross my arms in front of me and push against his knife hand before ducking low and circling around him. He swings his knife backward, but I jump out of the way. He swings again, and again. I jump back, but Anshu is ready, and he dives low, swiping the knife's blade across my calf, causing me to falter. He kicks at me, but I fall to the floor, landing on my back, wrap my feet around his left ankle, and twist, causing him to crash onto the hard surface of the grungy tiles. He rolls onto his stomach and faces me before lunging in my direction, but I kick him in the face. While he lies stunned, I try to get up, but Anshu jumps on my back and pins me to the floor, crushing me, while the tip of his blade strikes the tile with a sickening clink. He goes for the pistol in my waistband, but I throw my head back, ramming him in the face with it, and his blood drips into my hair when his nose breaks. He loosens his grip, and I push myself off the floor. My pistol falls from my waistband and clatters on the tile, rolling onto my back and throwing him off me. While he clutches his nose, I jump for him, but Anshu is ready and kicks me in the chest, knocking me backward. He gets to his feet and kicks me again, sending me flying into the door, and it cracks from the impact. Before I can gather my senses, he rams his foot into my chest again with such force that I crash through the weakened door, and its splintered pieces scatter around me when I slam into the floor and roll onto my side, stunned from the impact. Anshu jumps through the doorway and into the media room, his knife ready. One of the onlookers goes for his weapon, but Joseph grabs his arm, stopping him.
Kill her! Anshu screams. Joseph shakes his head, and for the first time, Anshu notices the view screen within the room and how it is broadcasting what the drone records.
She's betrayed us all, he shouts.
Anshu goes for the weapon of one of the rebels, but the man points it at him, stopping him.
This is your fight, Anshu, says Joseph. We are your pawns no longer.
I rise to my full height, readying my stance, prepared for whatever he brings me. What's the matter, Anshu? Not man enough to kill me yourself?
Anshu faces me, the venom in his eyes willing me to die where I stand as he studies me, eyeing me up and down, gauging how to respond to my taunting.
Fool, he says, his voice nothing more than a growl. I've been trained in the same manner as you arbiters.
Someone else said the same, and she's dead.
Renal and Perce burst into the room with Gwen, but I hold my hand up when Perce goes for his weapon, and Renal stops him while using his other hand to grab Gwen's shoulder. This is my fight, and he understands that. Anshu lunges for me, but I step to the side and swing one of the cameras at him, bashing him in the face with it before it topples over and crashes onto the floor. Still clutching his knife, he races for me, swinging it at me, but I block it and fling a fist at him, but he manages to stop it and kick me in the stomach. I stagger backward but refuse to allow the pain gripping me to show on my face. He charges for me again, but I jump into his attack and elbow him in the chest before ducking underneath his arm and wrenching it behind his back. He manages to twist his foot, catching mine, causing me to fall backward. Seizing his chance, he whirls around and brings his foot down upon me, but I jerk out of the way as it slams into the tile, missing me by a couple of inches. I kick at him, but he blocks it and continues to try and bring his foot down upon me as I roll across the floor, avoiding his wrath until I manage to trip him and he crashes into a tripod. I jump to my feet, standing near the edge of the light, and prepare to face him when he stands. Haya jumps me from behind, wrapping her arms around my throat and squeezes, crushing my windpipe as I struggle to breathe. Anshu grins when he sees my predicament and raises his knife as he approaches and stabs at me, but I turn around, placing Haya between us, and her eyes widen as she gasps for air when his blade goes into her back. She goes limp. I throw her off me and at Anshu, who stares at her still form in disbelief before rage takes over. He jumps for me, swinging like a wild man, determined to make me pay for her death, and I back up, blocking each attack before grabbing his arm and jamming my elbow into it, and he cries in pain as he pulls away. We pace the room, circling, staring at one another, predators determined to destroy our prey. I attack. He dodges, but I expect it and bring my knee up, catching him in the stomach before slamming both my elbows on his back. Enraged, he kicks at me, striking me in the side, and I gasp for air, but before I can retaliate, his fist strikes me in the face, dazing me. I wobble, but refuse to give in, willing my mind to focus as I remind myself of what he has done. The puppet master tugging at people's strings, not caring if they perished. He runs for me and kicks, but I bring my hands up and block before grabbing his leg and using it to stabilize me as I perform a cartwheel and flip him over, pleased by the grunts escaping him as he crashes onto the floor. I spot the knife poking out of Haya's back as Anshu tries to get up. I run for it as Anshu jumps for me, howling in fury at my refusal to die, and I rip the knife from her body, ramming the hilt into his face before rolling between his feet. I plunge it into his thigh, twisting the blade, ignoring his screams as his flesh tears from his bone. Before he can react, I push my foot into the back of his knee, forcing him to the ground, and kick him in the back of the head, sending him flying forward. Struggling to breathe, his fingernails screech as he claws at the tile, trying to lift himself up, while I walk over and pick up my pistol and carry it back to where he is. Anshu pushes against the floor, but I place my foot in the middle of his back and pin him to the floor. "Councilman Anshu," I say, my voice cold and devoid of emotion, except righteous anger, as I think about how his actions cost many innocent people their lives. By your own admission, you are guilty of trying to overthrow the Arelian government, of conspiring with our enemies, of selling weapons to our enemies, of murdering innocent civilians, and of acts of terror within the city of Arel, for which the punishment is death, and I, Arbiter Noni, am charged with its enforcement. I squeeze the trigger and he collapses to the ground with a hole in his head and a pool of his own blood. No one speaks when I turn to Joseph and hold the pistol out to him.
If any of you wish to punish me for killing your leader, I'll not stop you, I say.
Joseph refuses to take the weapon. He is no leader of ours.
Gwen plows into me, squeezing me tight, thrilled that I am not dead, and I return the embrace, not wanting to let go, while Perce, Renal, and Luther gather around me.
Are you all right? I ask Luther, noting the blood-soaked scarf around his leg. I will live, he replies, as unfortunate as that may be. My euphoria at seeing them dissipates the moment an alarm blares throughout the city, one that I've heard before, but not for a long while. The wall is under attack.
It appears, says Luther, that someone else has spotted an opportunity. I bolt to the emergency exit and burst through the door into a world of death and decay, veiled by clouds of lingering smoke, as tendrils of it caress my skin, as though to apologize for its unsuccessful attempt at concealing this tragedy. My fists clench the railing of the balcony as I look out at the bodies in the streets, mourned by those still left. A ball of fire lights up the darkened sky in the distance and sails over the wall, striking the center of the eastern sector, and I envision the suffering that has been wrought on the people there. We can leave, says Perce, appearing by my side.
I face him, unsure of what to do. Arel has always been my home, its people used and abused by their own government, and now wolves are at the gates, salivating at the chance of tearing us all apart, the final trek to the crematoriums.
You do not need to stay here, continues Perce.
The screams of desperate people reach my ears as more balls of fire fly over the wall and crash into the buildings closest to them, covering them in their fiery wrath. The thought of taking Gwen and leaving all this behind fills my mind, beckoning me to accept Perce's proposal, reminding me of what I have suffered at the hands of Arel's rigid rules. But the more it urges me to flee, the more I resist. The people here do not deserve to be left to their fate. They never asked for any of this. I am an arbiter of Arel, I say to Perce. Who will protect these people if I do not? Perce readjusts his weapon over his shoulder, nodding his head in the direction of the eastern sector, saying, I'll go find the high ground. He climbs over the railing and jumps to the stairs below, disappearing behind the clouds of smoke. I need to get a message out to Arel's arbiters, but how? The cameras! I hurry back inside and stop next to the cameras. Do these work? I ask. Yes, replies someone within the room. Are they on now and broadcasting throughout the city? She checks the equipment and replies, Yes, but I do not know if all the view screens will receive the signal. That is a chance worth taking. I stand in front of one and the woman gives me a thumbs up sign, indicating that I may speak.
I am Arbiter Noni. I know what you have suffered. I know that a group pretending to free us from the prison we have allowed ourselves to be forced into have burned our city. This infighting stops now. We are all Arelians, from the highest member of the council to the lowest plebeian. Barbarians have attacked the wall, and they do not care who you are. To them, we are all their enemy. This is our home. I refuse to stand by as they take it from us. Therefore, I ask that every able-bodied person prepare to defend this city and report to the wall in the eastern and southern sectors.
I pause, not sure what else to say except, I know you're afraid. I know you're angry, but right now I'm asking you to set that aside. I will stand against this threat, even if I stand alone. I step out of range of the camera and say to Luther, Is there any place you can go that is safe? I know of a place, he replies. Take Gwen and go there. No, Gwen says, clinging to me, and I bend low so that I can look her in the eye.
Gwen, I need you to go with him.
But I'll be fine. Take care of him for me.
Though reluctant, she lets go and nods in agreement as she struggles to conceal her worry that she may never see me again, but Luther takes her by the shoulder and leads her away.
Joseph, I turn toward him. Take who you can and go to the southern sector. The wall there is not as strong as we have been led to believe.
He salutes me and leaves with his people.
And where are you going? Asks Renal.
To the eastern sector, I reply, to see if anyone has answered my plea. A knowing smile crosses his face, as though he expected no less of me.
I hope Segal and your messengers made it through, I say. We will know soon enough.
I shove my pistol into my waistband and head for the stairwell, unsure if we will survive this latest threat, but determined to meet it regardless. Chapter 32.
Arel's protector. Panic fills the streets of the eastern sector as people dart in every direction, desperate to get away, but pausing long enough to give Renal and me confused and worried glances as we run for the wall. The more people hurry past us, the more dread fills me as I picture us arriving to find that no one bothered to answer my plea for help. Not that it would surprise me. They are not soldiers. The wall looms before us as we rush for it, and the faster I run, the more I focus on getting there, while the distant sounds of mortar shells being launched intensify. Renal and I jump out of the way as a trolley races down the tracks, carrying people away from the center of the eastern sector, avoiding it with the slightest of margins, but I refuse to stop and continue racing for the wall. Another trolley speeds toward us as a ball of fire flies through the air and smashes into one of the tall buildings, obliterating the top 3 floors. Chunks of brick, wood, and metal fall away from it and crash into the trolley, knocking it off the tracks, and sparks form around it, creating a glittering globe of orange and yellow as it crashes on its side and careens down the pavement, carried by its own momentum. Renal thrusts me out of the way as it crashes into another building and turns into an insatiable inferno, killing everyone inside. Infuriated but unable to do anything for them, much less mourn them, I continue on with Renal by my side. The towering wall grows larger the closer we approach, while the battle cries of those on the other side blend with distant explosions and the sounds of metal upon metal, followed by gunfire, fill my ears, but I refuse to stop. Once there, I skid to a stop and look around, disheartened by the lack of people present, finding only the arbiter stationed there, looking out at the barbarian forces beyond with horror. One turns and flees, jumping over the side of the wall and scaling down a supporting post, and as I watch him try to escape, disgust fills me at the sight of such cowardice. Unwilling to let him run away, we are arbiters, and protecting Arel from outside invasion is one of our sworn oaths. I jump in front of him and rip his weapon from his grasp before whacking him in the face with it, cracking the visor of his helmet. He falls back, stunned, while I leer over him, angered by his actions. "Get back to your post!" I yell at him. "There is too many of them," he pleads, but I refuse to back down. "And where are you going to run?" I look up at the other arbiters watching the exchange. "There is nowhere to go. This is our home."
"But we'll die," says the arbiter I knock to the ground.
"Death is certain," I reply, reminded of Molars and how he had tried to teach the same lesson when I was a recruit, making me realize that, despite all the horrible acts he committed in his lifetime, he was correct about this one basic fact. Death is certain for all of us. "Look out there. They intend to kill us all. I will die on my feet before I show them my back. You are an arbiter. Get back to your post or I'll kill you like the coward you are." I point his weapon at him. The fear leaves his face and he stands up, taking his weapon while I keep my eyes fixed on him.
"Go back to your post."
He does. Unable to wait any longer for people to arrive, I go to the armory with Renal, and he opens it by holding his wristband up, and we step inside. I go to the glass doors holding the body armor and yank it out, putting it on, not caring if the fit is not right as it slips over my sweaty skin, clinging to me in places as I reach for a helmet, before pulling my hand back, refusing to grab it. No more hiding. No more anonymity. I move to the cabinet with the automatic rifles and yank it open, grabbing the first one, pleased that no biometric lock has been put on it. Renal knocks something over as he fills 2 belts with magazines and explosives before handing one to me, pleased about my choice in weaponry, and we head back out, ready to do our duty to defend those within Arel. The moment I step outside, I stop, taken aback by the faces greeting me, arbiters, citizens, and plebeians alike, all looking to me for orders. Unable to fathom how they got here, I stare at them, wondering where they came from as they seem to have appeared from nowhere, yet pleased to see them.
Arbiter Noni, one of the arbiters present, salutes me. Your orders? The southern sector, I ask. Many have gone there as ordered, the same arbiter says.
I look out at the crowd before me, wondering if we will be able to defend this city, knowing that we have no choice. There is armor, ammunition, and arms, I say. Grab what you can carry.
Some move into the armory while I continue. You, I point at a group, go to Station 3.
When they leave, I continue pointing at groups and telling them which station to go to while naming an arbiter to lead them until only Renal and me are left. And for a moment, I think I see pride on his face, but it disappears, leaving me to wonder if it ever existed in the first place. Shouts from beyond the wall jerk my attention to the present, and I race to the stairwell leading to the upper level, taking the steps 3 at a time, ignoring the musty darkness that threatens to choke me, remembering the time Commander Vi first made me walk through here, but that is in the past now. I burst through the other end and hurry across a causeway to the outer wall, looking out at the field beyond and the barbarians before it as they prepare another attack, recognizing some of the weapons they have and fuming over the reason why they possess them. They are Arelian. Listen up, I shout to any who can hear me. If you have breath, you fight. Man the black fire cannons, Renal yells, appearing by my side, having chased after me, and arbiters move to them, awaiting his command, while others grip their weapons, ready to defend themselves. A low rumble vibrates through the ground and up the wall, causing my feet to tingle as it touches them and works its way through my legs, and an ominous feeling wafts over me, warning me of a weapon I never considered they would have. I turn in the direction. Barbarians step to the side, forming a wave among a sea of people as they allow a transport with a massive machine gun anchored on it to move through, until it parks in line with the gate. Get down! I shout, and others repeat my warning as I dive for the ground as the barbarians release hell, sending a barrage of bullets at the wall, targeting the gate and weakening it. Chunks of stone rain down upon me, covering me as I cover my head with my hands, trying to protect myself from the onslaught of gunfire, while the intense noise bombards my ears, causing my head to ache while a ball of pressure forms around it, making me think it will explode if no release happens soon. It stops. Moments pass, but curiosity gets the better of me, forcing me to get up and peek over the wall in time to watch the barbarian using the machine gun's sway before falling over and crashing into the dirt. A single shot rings in the air, striking the driver of the transport. Enraged, a barbarian jumps atop the transport, going for the machine gun, but drops to the ground when another single shot echoes around us, followed by a third striking the gas tank, detonating an explosion that consumes it, rendering it useless, while those closest to it catch fire and run in terror, desperate to escape their pain.
Purse.
The barbarians point at where they believe the shot came from and send a ball of fire flying toward it, pleased when it crashes into a tall building, ripping through it as it engulfs it in flames until it no longer exists. My thoughts turn toward Purse, but as shouts among the barbarians rise, morphing into a chant, I refocus my attention on them, knowing that there is nothing I can do for him, other than hope he survives. The barbarians regroup, aiming their weapons at us, while their commanders give instructions, and I know what comes next. Ready! I shout at those around me. Fire! Everyone along the wall aims their weapons where I point and fires, releasing a barrage of bullets, striking any unfortunate enough to be in their path, and I watch as a line of barbarians fall prey to their wrath. Another line of barbarians, carrying shields, rush forward, replacing their fallen comrades, and kneel down with their shields in front of them, providing a line of protection as more gunfire comes their way, while those behind prepare for another assault. Before I realize what is happening, Renal throws me to the ground, screaming at everyone to duck for cover, while massive rounds tear into the wall, chipping at and creating holes big enough to allow light through, while the enraged battle cries of our enemy reach our ears, warning us that they are far from finished. Grappling hooks fly over the wall and embed themselves into it, pulling ladders with them. Cut the lines, Renal yells. People run to undo the grappling hooks, some succeeding while others are struck by gunfire, but there are too many, allowing ladders to smack against the side of the wall, carrying barbarians into our midst. A woman rushes to a grappling hook, trying to undo it before falling dead. Unable to sit by any longer, I burst from my position and run for the grappling hook, forcing the woman's body out of the way, while I yank my knife out and cut the line, pleased when the ladder it holds teeters before falling away, taking barbarians with it. Another grappling hook attaches itself to the wall next to me, but before I can cut its line, a barbarian jumps over the ledge and kicks me in the face, forcing me to fall to the ground. Stunned, I shake my head, trying to refocus my attention, but the barbarian sees me struggle and charges for me, raising his weapon and prepares to fire. Renal pounces on him, knocking him to the side as he grabs the man's weapon and wrings it from his hands before ramming his shoulder into the man, causing him to stagger backwards, and turns the barbarian's weapon on him and fires. More appear on the wall. With quick reflexes, Renal rounds on them, unleashing a hailstorm of gunfire as he yells at me to get up, while my mind struggles to focus on what I need to do. I grip the edge of the wall and haul myself to my unsteady feet, swaying to the side as I take a few steps until I'm able to walk a straight line. A barbarian appears beside me, and I dodge out of the way, avoiding his blow. He kicks at me, and I cross my arms, blocking it, but he counters with a second kick, striking me in the abdomen, sending me staggering back. He charges me, and I run toward him. Surprised by my aggressive reaction, he pauses, allowing me to bring up my weapon and fire it in his face. More come over the wall. Refusing to allow them entrance into Arel, I lean over the side, taking aim at those below me, and empty my magazine, pleased as barbarians fall underneath my spray of bullets. It stops. I check the magazine, realizing it's empty, and toss it at a barbarian climbing one of the ladders before replacing it. Again, I lean over the wall and release a hailstorm of bullets. Others follow suit, emptying their weapons as they take out as many of the enemy as possible, crying out in triumph whenever a barbarian falls from a ladder and crashes onto the ones below. A flurry of movement catches my attention, and I notice Renal struggling against a barbarian twice his size. Unwilling to lose another, I pull someone over, ordering him to continue firing upon the attackers before sprinting over to where Renal is. The barbarian has him in a chokehold. I push harder, refusing to fail, holding my rifle out like a club and bashing the barbarian in the face with it, causing him to loosen his hold, giving Renal the advantage. He pulls free and kicks the man's foot out from under him, forcing him to fall over. Before he can regain his feet, both Renal and I put rounds into his chest. More barbarians swarm around us, and Renal and I stand back to back, each of us firing as we create a circle until our ammunition runs out. I go for another magazine, but as I unhook it from my belt, a barbarian knocks it from my hands and it skitters across the stone, over the side, and into the space where the wild dogs are kept. The barbarian lunges for me, but I duck and roll underneath her arm as she swings at me, before twisting around, rolling onto my back, wrapping my legs around her right calf, and yanking it out from under her. She crashes face first into the stone. For a moment she seems dazed, and I pounce on her, but she recovers and jumps for me, reaching for my arm, but I jerk it away from her, delivering a blow to her face. Before she can counterattack my movement, I latch onto her and flip her to the ground, scrambling to straddle her and ram my fists into her throat until she gasps, unable to breathe. Her fearful eyes look into mine, aware that she is about to die, forcing me to provide the only mercy I can, while ensuring she is unable to harm another. I place my hand over her nose and mouth and cut off her air supply until her hands go limp. A force plows into my back as I reach for my weapon, propelling me forward until I hit the stone with my face, losing my grip on it and grimacing as a stinging burn overwhelms my left cheek, while the stone scrapes the skin away. Ignoring the pain engulfing my cheek, I roll onto my back in time to jerk to the side as a boot comes for me. Enraged, the barbarian kicks at me, and I roll to the side again, avoiding the blow while reaching for my rifle. He kicks at me again, and I swing my weapon in front of me, blocking it, but the force of the impact forces it out of my hands. I dive for it. Predicting my actions, the barbarian kicks it away, far from my reach before ramming his fist into my face, striking the wound on my cheek, causing my eyes to water from the impact, and as the pain overwhelms me, I slump to the ground. I hear Renal call my name, but as I peer in his direction, two barbarians impede his efforts to get to me. I try to get up, but my opponent leers over me, relishing the fact that he is much taller and stronger than me, and kicks me in the back, forcing me onto my stomach as he leans into me, putting all of his weight onto me. The pressure lessens. Again, I try to get up, and my arms shake as I force them to lift me off the ground. But before I can get to my knees, the barbarian wraps his arms around my middle, lifts me off the ground, and tosses me aside with ease. Pain grips my right shoulder as I crash into the ground, and I flop onto my back, trying to get my bearings as my mind threatens to black out. But the frenzied sounds of battle as people struggle to survive, only to fall silent, force me to get up. The man stalks toward me, confident in his victory as I shake my head, commanding myself to stay conscious, while pretending to have given up. He reaches for me, but I rip my knife free of its hold and plunge it into his left calf, and he howls in pain while throwing a fist in my direction. I tear the knife out of his leg and block his punch with it, allowing the blade to go through his palm until it sticks out the other side. Infuriated, he swings his other fist at me and punches me in the side, causing me to double over from the force of his impact. But I refuse to allow the pain to cripple me and use it as a way to fuel my efforts to survive as I yank my knife free of his hand. Once again, I hear Renal call my name, but I refuse to take my eyes off my opponent, knowing that such an act will mean my end. Hatred fills his eyes as he glowers at me, and I brace myself for another attack, noting the bulging muscles beneath his clothing. Fear rises within me when a sneer crosses his lips and he pulls out a machete, clenching it in his hand while blood drips from his wound and forms crimson spots on the gray stone, warning me of what is to come. I sneak a quick glance in Renal's direction, and worry fills me when I notice him facing 4 opponents after having dispatched the previous 2, but that glance almost proves to be my undoing. The barbarian uses my distraction to his advantage and charges me, swiping the air with his machete as he closes the distance between us. I jump back, doing my best to not let his blade touch me. He pushes forward, forcing me to back up as he swings his weapon at me until my bottom presses against the edge of the wall, and I lean backward, avoiding a final blow. He swings at me again, and I duck underneath his blade, cringing as the air from its momentum causes strands of my hair to dance. He whirls around and lunges for me, but I twist to the side, slashing his upper arm with my knife, forcing him to pause as he places his hand over it before looking at the blood and fixing his venomous eyes on me. He lunges to my right, and I dodge it, only to realize that he faked the move when he jumps to my left and slams the hilt of his machete into my face, causing me to stumble backward, dazed. Using my confusion to his advantage, he stabs at me with his machete, but I trip over my own feet and fall backward, avoiding his fatal blow. He howls in anger as he charges me, bringing his weapon down upon me, and I roll from side to side, avoiding the sharp edge of his blade as it clinks against the stone, creating sparks with each strike. I try dodging around him, but he predicts my movement and brings his knee into my face, causing me to fly backwards as he swipes his machete across my side, cutting into my body armor, but not deep enough to pierce my flesh. I get on my hands and knees, gripping my knife, awaiting his next move, noting that his grip on his machete falters as more blood pours from the hole in his hand and down the edge of his blade. Hoping to end this, he lunges for me, but I jump to my feet and swing my leg at him, kicking the machete from his hand, pleased when it flies over the edge of the wall, and before he can recover, I dive for him and plunge my knife into the side of his torso 3 times before jumping out of reach. He gasps, telling me that I punctured a lung, but his determination to end me wins out. Releasing a furious battle cry, he rushes for me. I try to dodge out of the way, but he is too quick and rams his shoulder into my ribcage, knocking the air out of me as I fall backwards, and before I can get up, he places a heavy foot on my chest, bends low, and jerks my knife free of my grasp, tossing it over the wall. I struggle to break free, but his weight pins me down, and the barbarian laughs at my futile efforts. He notices a boulder-sized piece of rubble and picks it up, holding it high above his head as he prepares to throw it at me and finish me. For a 3rd time, Renal screams my name as he attempts to push his way through a crowd of barbarians, kicking and punching as he goes, not caring whose limbs he breaks or whom he throws over the side of the wall, but more crowd in on him, and his desperation turns to fear. I turn my head back to the barbarian standing on my chest as he revels in my efforts to free myself from him, knowing I cannot defeat him. Before he releases his hold on the massive stone, shock covers his face while blood pours from a single spot in his chest. Purse. Excitement fills me with its warmth when I realize that he did not die after all. And as that knowledge comforts me, the barbarian's body twitches again when another sniper's bullet strikes him, and he falls backward, tumbling over the wall.
I jerk my head in Renal's direction in time to see two of the people blocking him fall, each a victim of Perce's skills as a sniper. Shouts attract my attention as people pause, and all look to one area. I rush to the edge of the wall, leaning over to see what has mesmerized them, only for all hope to fall the moment I see barbarian after barbarian push their way through the black fire aimed at them and place block after block of explosives at the base of the wall.
"Stop them!" I shout, pointing at them, as more arrive, while another transport with a machine gun mounted atop it rolls through the horde of barbarians and takes aim. "Stop them!" I scream again, knowing what is coming.
I search for a rifle I can use to put them down, but before I can find one, the machine gun fires, detonating the explosives as Renal appears behind me and wraps his arms around my stomach, jerking me away from the wall, using himself as a shield between me and certain death. Parts of the wall crumble beneath our feet, and my stomach lurches into my throat as we start to fall, while the fear of being buried alive takes hold before the force of the explosion stops our descent and propels us away, until the side of a tower stops us and we drop downward. Air shoots out of my lungs the moment I slam into the hard surface of the wall, while chunks crash around us and shimmering dust buries us. Pressure imprisons my head, causing it to spin, while the feeling of clamps tightening on my temple grows until I believe my skull will burst, unable to contain it anymore. I close my eyes while I wait for the pressure to dissipate, and muffled sounds surround me, but my fogged mind refuses to process it.
A menacing growl, followed by warm vapor coating my cheek, forces its way through my fogged mind as my ears clear, though some noises further away remain difficult to make out, and I open my eyes, disbelieving what I see. The growl continues as I focus on a wild dog bearing down upon me, warning me not to move, while looking at me with ravenous hunger. I stretch out my fingers, careful to keep my movements slow, noting the rock my fingernails scrape, while keeping my gaze fixed on the dog's barred teeth as drool pours from the corners of its mouth, pooling before me. Something shifts nearby. The wild dog jerks its head in the direction of the movement, barking with ferocity, and I grab the rock and smash it into the dog's head. It turns on me. I push myself off the ground and strike the dog in the head again, while clumps of dust fall from my body and form a choking cloud of ash. The dog yelps and runs off, while I lean against what remains of the ledge on the wall, using it to support me as my legs threaten to give out and I stumble to the side. As the edges of stone press into my body, I force my legs to support me, while panicked cries draw my attention to a gaping hole in what remains of the outer and inner walls as the wild dogs that had been contained there spring from it, going in every direction, attacking Aurelian and barbarian alike. Shouts of triumph rise from the barbarians beyond the wall as they charge for the hole, weapons raised, but before they get far, 4 mortar shells detonate among them, stopping them. Curious, I look out at the open field and past the tendrils of thick gray smoke hovering over the grass, and my eyes widen the moment I make out shapes coming out of the tree line. And after a minute, I realize they are people walking next to armed transports, followed by horses with riders. Seagal made it through after all. Perce's people have arrived. One of them issues a command, and the armed transports fire upon the barbarians. Some run for the hole in the wall only to be stopped by their commander as he forces them to face this new threat, while hope builds within me. Perhaps we will survive this day. I turn toward the hole, taking note of the people gathered there. "No one gets through!" I scream, while those at the black fire cannons fire upon any fool enough to try and breach it, but judging by the strength of the flames, their fuel reserves are running low. "Noni," a weak voice calls to me.
Renal!
Scolding myself for having forgotten about him, I run to the mound of rubble and dig into it, brushing the dust away, revealing Renal's limp form. He reaches for me, and I grasp his arm, yanking him free of the debris before leaning him against the side of the tower, concerned about the shallowness of his breathing.
Report on the situation, he says.
You're hurt, I say, worried about his labored breathing. I press my fingers on his side below the breastbone, and he jerks away, doing his best to not scream in pain. You might have a broken rib.
Report, he says again, followed by a gurgled cough as a few bloody bubbles form on his lips.
And possibly a punctured lung.
Report!
I pull my fingers away from his side and drop them by my own, somewhat hurt by the harsh tone of his voice, but more worried about the paleness of his face as his dark skin turns ashen, making me fear that he has internal bleeding as well, and without immediate medical care, I'll lose him.
Noni, you are an arbiter. Now report the situation.
Swallowing back the lumps building in my throat, I look him in the eyes and tell him what he wants to know.
The barbarians have breached the wall, but the majority of their numbers still remain outside, distracted by our reinforcements.
He gives me a confused look.
Seagal made it through.
A smile crosses his face. We need to close that breach.
How? We don't...
I stop, allowing my voice to trail off as I look at the watchtower towering over us, which Renal leans against, and an idea forms in my mind. I sprint over to the ledge and study the distance to the hole in the wall before looking at the tower once more. It is a gamble, but it could work.
How many explosives do you have? I ask him, while remembering the number I had with me.
Renal follows my gaze, reading my mind. Enough! A single bullet strikes the stone near my feet, forcing me to look in the direction it might have come from. Purse. Hoping he understands me, I point at the watchtower and the hole in the wall, trying to show him my intention through various arm signals. Please understand my message, Purse, please. Desperate to make sure he realizes my intention, I lean over the ledge, screaming at any who can hear me. Fall back! Get away from that hole! More explosions beyond the city echo around us, and a quick glance tells me that the barbarians are distracted by Purse's people, and I hope it gives us enough time. Having no way of knowing if Purse comprehended my message, I hurry back to Renal as he pulls the last explosive from his bandolier, and I place the ones I have in the pile. Take this wire, Renal says to me. Place one here, here, and here. He points where each explosive should be placed.
I'll work on these, he finishes.
I do as instructed and place an explosive on each side of the tower before placing a third in the back, attaching the wires to them and stretching them back around to the front where Renal arranges the rest. He takes the wire from me, his hands shaking as he struggles to not show the agony that grips him, and finishes rigging our makeshift bomb. I'll be fine, he says, feeling my worried eyes on him.
Maybe I should...
It's finished.
What about the detonator?
Right here, he says, holding it in his fist, but he refuses to allow me to have it.
I start to help him up, but Renal stops me. Get me to the tower's control room.
What? I say, taken aback.
We need to abandon this place before more barbarians flood through the opening their explosion caused. For a moment, we both stare at one another, willing the other to understand our unique viewpoint and to be persuaded to our bidding, while bits of sunlight break through the swirling smoke surrounding us, warning us of our predicament and that our time has drawn to a close. There is something I must do. Lieutenant?
Noni, Renal says in a gentle voice as he tucks a loose strand of my black hair behind my ear in much the same way a father would. I need you to trust me. It is the only way to end this.
For a moment, the feeling that I will never see him again grips me, paralyzing me and forbidding me to move. But the more I look upon Renal's pleading expression, I know that I must abide by his request. Relenting, I place his arm over my shoulder and haul him to his feet, almost stopping the moment a strangled cry of pain escapes him against his will, but he urges me to keep going. He places all his weight on me, and though I almost cave underneath it, I refuse to falter, to deny him this request, or to show weakness when he needs my strength the most. Renal has always been my anchor when I needed it. Now it is my turn to be his. I lead him to the narrow steps carved into the stones of the watchtower, and when he places his left foot on the first step, it slips and falls back to the bottom, causing him to lean to the right, but I retain my hold on him and pull him back until he is balanced once more.
Take your time, I tell him. I won't let you fall.
He smiles, remembering a time when he told me the same, and he places his left foot on the first step again while I join him, and together we haul ourselves upward. With one hand, I cling to the side of the stairs, while with the other, I cling to him, steadying him as we climb upward, taking one step at a time. The cacophonous sounds of gunfire, mortar shells, metal clinking against metal, and the agonized cries of those suffering unspeakable injuries surround us, enveloping us in a prison of chaos that attacks our senses, mocking our efforts to climb the narrow stairs to the control room within the tower, while its edges cast a dark shadow over us, forbidding the sun to shine its light upon our path and guide us. Reynolds' foot slips again. My arms and fingers ache as I grip him, refusing to let go as I yank him back before he falls to the bottom.
We're almost there, I tell him, encouraging him.
He places his hand on the side of the stairwell, trying his best to stabilize himself and push himself upward as we continue the almost vertical climb. I go higher and lift him as he pushes with his legs, struggling with each step, while his breaths become shorter and shorter. An unspeakable worry nudges the edge of my mind, but I shove it aside, refusing to allow it any attention, fearing that it may be true. He looks up. Only 3 more steps left. Again, I go to the next step. The wind whips my loose bits of hair, pelting me in the face as a way of trying to convince me to quit. But if it believes this will deter me, then it is mistaken, and heave him upward while he tries to push with his legs. My muscles burn and threaten to give out on me because of the exertion, but I command them to remain strong, telling them that today is not the day for weakness or failure, but a day for extraordinary strength, where one's will overpowers the body. One more step. I haul Renal to it, and he latches his hand around what can be construed as a makeshift rail, while I reach up, open the hatch, and crawl inside before reaching down for him. He clasps my arm, and I yank him into the control tower, and we both roll onto the floor, heaving from the exertion. Silence. Where's the guard? Though exhausted, I force myself to my feet and look around, spotting the answer to my question. Outside, leaning on the railing, is the guard with his limp arms swaying in the wind, while blood drips from a wound in his neck where a piece of shrapnel had struck him. Pitying him, but knowing there is nothing I can do for him, I grab Renal's arm and lift him up, half carrying, half dragging him to the console, where the transparent screen flashes to life the moment we approach. I release his arm when he motions for me to, and watch as he types, leaning further and further over the console as his weakened state proves unable to support him. But before I can do anything, a woman's face appears on the view screen, and judging by the pins on the collar of her uniform, she is a pilot for the Arelian fleet. "Lieutenant," she says, "I told you that I cannot—"
"Captain Soren, listen," Renal says, struggling to get the words out as his breathing becomes more labored, while sweat drenches his face and drips from the point of his chin.
Renal, her tone full of worry. "What's wrong?"
"I need you to heed my request.
If the council or Tapiwa learn..."
Tapiwa is dead.
I try to melt into the background, not wanting to interrupt Renal's plea for help, while I wonder who this woman is, knowing that she is another part of a mysterious past I will never know, and wishing we had the time for him to tell me.
"What?" the woman says, surprised.
"Captain," Renal's labored words force her to listen. "Arel has been attacked by barbarians." "These attacks have always been..." "Not this time. This time they mean to annihilate us all. We will not survive the day unless your fleet abandon your orders and help us." The captain purses her lips, unsure of what to say or do. "Please, Captain. You swore an oath to protect the people of Arel, to protect the innocent. Will you abandon them now?" "Renal..."
"Your oath supersedes your orders."
Unable to stand by any longer, I step forward, uttering the only words I can think of. "Please, Captain, help us." The woman looks at me before returning her gaze to Renal's weakened form, and whatever reservations she had about his request dissipate. "Your orders?" she says to him.
Execute Operation Niner.
Understood.
The moment the screen goes blank, Renal collapses to the floor, unable to stand any longer, and I rush to him, wrapping his arm around my shoulders as I try to lift him up.
Noni, he says, stopping me. Leave me.
I can carry you, I say, trying to lift him up again, but his weight proves too much for me, and he flops back down to the floor, taking me with him.
You need to go, he says in a whisper and pulls out the detonator.
You never planned on leaving the tower. My voice cracks as I realize the finality of the situation and Raynol's decision.
Go.
Shaking my head, protests escape my mouth as my refusal to leave him sets in. I won't leave you! You can't! I can't leave another!
I'm already dead.
Tears fill my eyes as my arbiter facade vanishes, and I crumble before him in an emotional mess of denial.
There's a cable over there. Take this, he says, pulling off his belt and handing it to me. Get to the black fire cannon and hold out until Captain Soren arrives.
Fear etches itself on my face as I remember the last time I used a black fire cannon and the images of my stony face as I murdered any who got in my way.
You are not that person anymore, says Renal, reading my thoughts.
Please, I whisper as a tear falls from the corner of my jaw and dots my arm. Some of us are called to protect those who will guide others and preserve our civilization. You have a chance to rebuild Arel for the better. Use it.
I shake my head, unable to accept the inevitability of the situation. I know he is dying, but I refuse to accept it. I don't want to.
Life isn't always about we want. Sometimes you have to learn to live with your choices and the outcomes given to you. This I can live with, if you survive.
More tears fill my eyes.
Gwen needs you, he says, using the one thing that will make me see reason.
Still unwilling to leave him, but realizing I have no choice as the cries of battle draw closer and a mortar shell detonates near the tower, shaking it, telling me that its foundation is weakened, I push myself to my feet, taking his belt and wiping my tears. As a final act of respect, I salute him.
Go, he says.
I head to the door leading to the walkway circling around the control room. It slides open the moment I step in front of it, and wind rushes in, drying the tears on my face as strands of my hair form a wild dance around my head. Wasting no time, I go to the cable Renal spoke of and study it, noting how it stretches down to the far side of the wall, near where a black cannon sits. The arbiter using it falls over after taking a round in the chest, and I climb on the ledge surrounding the walkway and place the belt over the cable. My heart aches at the thought of leaving another behind. Doubt creeps in, causing me to pause and think of myself as incapable. And when I believe I will be unable to do what I must, I think of Gwen and my promise to her. Stealing one last glance at Renal as he watches, I jump off the ledge. Wind whips around my body, causing goosebumps to form along my arms, while I careen down the line, and my knuckles turn white from clinging to the belt as I refuse to let go, unsure if I will be able to stop. The far side of the wall approaches faster than anticipated. As I brace myself for the impending impact, the explosives Renal and I placed around the base of the watchtower detonate, causing a massive explosion that rattles my body as I speed away from it as pieces of brick sail past me, while clouds of a fiery inferno illuminate my silhouette. The cable slackens. I jerk my head in time to see the tower lean toward the hole in the wall as it starts to topple over. Almost there. Just a few more seconds. The cable slackens even more, and I focus on my goal, refusing to give in to the rising fear within me that this could be my end, determined to survive for Gwen's sake. The top of the wall rushes for me, and as the line goes limp, I let go of the belt and drop the remaining 4 feet, crashing into the top of the wall, unable to stop as the momentum causes me to roll onward until I go over the inner edge. I throw my hands out and grip the edge of the wall, refusing to fall over the side. My body jerks to a stop, and I cry out as my shoulders are almost torn from their sockets. Mustering what strength I have left, I heave myself over the edge and onto a flat surface, but I have no time to rest. Barbarians approach. I force myself to my feet and stumble over to the black fire cannon, where its original user remains slumped over it, and shove him off, allowing him to drop to the side as I take charge of the weapon. A group of barbarians break away from the rest and head for the breach in the wall. Once they are close enough, I release a fury of black fire on them, and they turn in every direction as their skin melts from their bodies, warning others to stay away. Before I can see if more come my way, the sounds of Aurelian aircraft approach, soft at first, but growing stronger with each passing second. "Get down!" I yell at any who can hear me. Aurelian aircraft appear from the mountain, flying over the city and to the field beyond the wall where the barbarians are. And before they can react, bombs fall from the sky, striking the earth. A fiery wall bursts from the ground, covering the field and engulfing any who get in its way, as a hellish inferno consumes the area, producing an intense heat that singes my skin. Unable to look away, I watch as the barbarians disappear beneath the fury of the bombs as more aircraft fly overhead. One misses his mark and drops his explosive too close to the city. I dive for cover, hoping to avoid its wrath, but when I hit the ground, debris crashes around me, burying me as it attempts to erase my existence, and the world becomes a blur. Shouts, cheers, and explosions meld together as I remain underneath the rubble, unable to free myself and unsure of how long I have been confined here. A muffled voice calls my name, but I do not respond, unsure if I am dreaming or not. Hands remove pieces of stone from me, but my mind remains dazed and confused. Is my name still being called? I cannot tell as all sounds blend together, forming a chaotic mess in my mind, until hands pull me free of the debris.
"Noni," says a familiar voice.
I should know that voice.
"Noni!"
The same hands give me a gentle shake before smacking me in the face, not hard, but soft, in an attempt to get me to wake up. A part of me does not want to wake. It would be easier to remain as I am, detached from the world, until eternal slumber takes hold. But memories of why I am here flood my mind as Raynol's last words about Gwen take root, and I open my eyes to find Perce's relieved face above mine.
"Perce," I say as he sits me up, "how did you find me?"
"I gave you a tracker, remember?"
That's right, he did.
I grin at him, pleased that he found me, and rub my face, aching all over. The barbarians, are they? "Gone," he answers, those still alive scattered when your aircraft came back for another pass.
"And your people?"
"Fine." "And the others?" "They're all fine. Your city still stands, as do her people. It's you I'm worried about." "I'll be all right," I say. "I'll believe that after you've seen a doctor." Perce helps me to my feet and leads me across one of the walkways leading to a stairwell. When we reach the bottom, I almost gasp from amazement as plebeians, arbiters, and citizens embrace one another, thrilled at having survived this ordeal while welcoming Perce's people. "How long?" I start to ask.
"It took me a while to get to you."
Perce leads me away from the opening within the wall, making certain that I do not collapse from any injuries I may have sustained, while my mind jumps in and out of a fog, desiring rest, but I must know what has happened to the others. Perce must have read my mind because he pushes his way through the sea of people with me in tow, refusing to let go of my arm, leading me to a lone bench. How it escaped destruction is a mystery, where Segal, Luther, and Gwen are. Gwen sees me first and rushes for me, grasping me around the waist as she hugs me, refusing to let go. Perce reminds her that they should get me to a doctor, but I wrap my arms around her, thrilled that she and the others are okay.
"Where's Renal?" Perce asks, and I shake my head, causing him to frown in response.
Some surrounding us recognize me and salute me, signifying their respect, and I return the gesture. It is the least I can do.
"Where is she?" demands a woman as she pushes her way through the crowd with two others behind her until she finds me. "I need to speak with Arbiter Noni." The moment the woman appears, I recognize her from the view screen in the watchtower. She is the one Renal referred to as Captain Soren.
"What do you want with me?" I demand, doing my best to appear strong.
"Arbiter Noni?" she asks.
"Yes," I reply. "The barbarians have abandoned their attack and fled for the jungle. What are your orders?"
"What?" The word is out of my mouth before I have a chance to stop it.
Lieutenant Renal was very specific. If Operation Niner was ever executed, we were to follow your orders, and only your orders. As I think back to his call to her, I realize that he must have set this up a long time ago in case something like this happened. Did he suspect Anshu and his men would commit a coup? Did he suspect the complete collapse of Arel would happen? The more I think about it, the more I wonder how much Renal knew and how much he had been privy to. The suspicion that he was a marshal fills my mind one last time, and I allow myself to believe that he was, even though I will never know for certain, because it is the only thing that makes sense.
Joseph appears from the crowd, pleased to see me, but upon noticing Captain Soren, he backs away, choosing anonymity.
Arbiter Noni, the captain says with impatience. Should we pursue the barbarians?
Let them be, I reply. They know we are strong. Let them also know our mercy. Convene the Arelian Council. They will need to elect a new president. See to it that all the wounded receive medical attention and begin repairs on the wall.
The captain starts to walk away, but my curiosity stops her.
How do you know Renal? Why risk everything for him? I ask.
Captain Soren purses her lips as she considers answering me. He saved my life once. Perhaps I'll tell you about it someday.
I'd like that.
Captain Soren salutes me and hurries off to carry out my instructions, disappearing into the crowd as she picks out volunteers to assist her.
I teeter on my feet and Perce catches me. You need a doctor! I try to wave him off, but his insistence wins the argument, and I allow him to sit me down. While he runs off to seek help, Gwen nestles into my arms as the others keep an eye on me.
What do we do now? She asks.
We rebuild, I tell her.
Rebuild what?
I look at all the people clapping each other on the back or helping one another get the care they need, unconcerned about their station, but seeing another human being instead. The more I watch them, the more that little spark of hope grows, until it consumes me with its optimism that we can and will build a better future for all.
Chapter 33. A final farewell.
The pointed tips of the blades of grass brush my elbows as I stand in the meadow outside the wall, the one portion untouched by the battle, looking out at the field beyond with Arel behind me, tucked away in the mountain and watching my final farewell to those I loved and will never see again, while Gwen, Luther, Segal, and Perce stand nearby, respecting my wishes. 7 stones, each matching the length of my arm in width, stare up at me as they lay in a bed of flattened grass, while the dawn's sun shines upon them, exposing the names carved on each of them, one for each of those I've lost. Chase, Sheila, Faya, Commander Vi, Renal, Trevors, and Grelin. Though Trevors, Grelin, and I may have had our differences, they chose to sacrifice themselves in the end so Gwen and I could survive and deserve to be remembered for their final act. The wind caresses my long hair, convincing it to dance around me as my hand grips 7 distinct flowers: a purple orchid, 2 gladiolas, a white lily, an alstroemeria, and 2 pink carnations. I glance at Luther as he stands next to the others, respecting my need to say a final farewell. It was his idea to perform this sort of ritual, and I had asked him how he knew any of this. He said he had read it in a book, in one of the many forbidden volumes he possessed. He gives me a weak smile, encouraging me to do what I must, but my feet remain frozen, unable to carry out this task as my heart remains unwilling to admit that the time has come to move forward. A gentle hand places itself on mine, forcing me to glance at its owner, and Gwen looks up at me with her gray eyes, encouraging me at a time when I should be comforting her. Taking a deep breath, I step toward the stones and, one by one, I place the flowers before them, allowing their vibrant colors to contrast against the green blades of grass and the muted neutral tones of the stones themselves. Before each of the stones with Grelin's and Trevor's names, I place a pink carnation in remembrance of their sacrifice. In front of Faya's, I set the alstroemeria, memorializing our deep-rooted friendship. Before Commander Vi's and Raynol's stones, I place a gladioli in remembrance of their strength of character. A tear escapes my eye when I step in front of Sheila's, wishing that she had not suffered the fate molars dealt her, and I set a white lily in front of it, signifying her innocence.
only one stone left. Lumps form in my throat as it seizes from my efforts to stop myself from weeping, wishing that I could feel his comforting arms around me once more as he tries to shield me from the world's cruelty, and I kneel before his stone, allowing the grass to dig into my knees, leaving chaotic impressions in my skin as I place the purple orchid before it, vowing to never forget him.
I love you, I whisper, hoping the wind carries my message to him. Moments pass, but the others remain silent, giving me the time I need to say goodbye. But I know I cannot remain here. The world is for the living, and the time for mourning has passed. I rise to my feet and face Arel, noting all the new construction as dark and fair-skinned alike work together to rebuild our home, and I hope make it better.
Let's go, I say, and Gwen hurries to my side, placing her hand in mine as we walk back to the city, leaving the past where it belongs because we have the future to consider. I hope it is far better than what we left behind.
Chapter 34. Noni's Peace. The unified shouts of new recruits responding to my instructions reach my ears as I pace before the latest batch of individuals hoping to become arbiters, never thinking I would see the day when individuals from every background chose to work together. I spot Gwen's form among them as she stands at attention in her new uniform, with her blonde hair pulled into a bun, ready to do what is asked of her for the good of Arel, amazed at how fast she has matured in the last 12 years. I avoid smiling at her, not wanting to show favoritism, while deep down, my heart bursts with pride. 12 years. The events of the past seem like a lifetime ago. By unanimous vote by the people and the council, I was made Arel's president following Tapiwa's death, Anshu's coup, and the final attack of the barbarians. I didn't want it, but Luther convinced me to accept the honor bestowed upon me, fearing what would happen if I didn't, and reminding me that I was the one thing uniting all of Arel. I accepted on one condition, that he serve as my advisor in addition to his other duties. Luther frowned but gave in, and we shook hands as a symbol of our agreement. After a long, hard battle, certain changes have been made. The caste system is ended. There are no more plebeians because we are all citizens. The breeding centers have been destroyed. Infants are no longer ripped from the arms of their mothers. There are no more sterilization chemicals in the water supply or forced hysterectomies and vasectomies. People are allowed to decide their own fate instead of having their position within Arel chosen for them. The gate to the wall, though still there for our protection from the outside world, is open to any who wish to come here, so long as they respect our laws, and to my surprise, many barbarians have chosen to become Arelian citizens, bringing with them their knowledge of certain trades. For the ones who have not, a peace treaty has been negotiated, and they are no longer given our arms and ammunition. Other cities have been found, and we have sent ambassadors to them, hoping to trade with them.
Dr. Sahir runs a school of medicine with Natalie by his side, open to all. Sigal and his family returned to Arel, and he now owns 3 CAFCs, which my stomach is most happy about. And Luther? Through his knowledge of architecture, Arel's infrastructure has been rebuilt, and he has taken on apprentices. Sometimes, I have caught him acting as though it is an imposition to train them, but I do not believe he would have it any other way. I make sure to visit him from time to time. He still hides treats for Gwen, despite the fact she has grown. And he always acts annoyed, but behind that stern expression lies a grin. Yes, some good changes have been made. And though the echoes of the past sometimes try to undo it, so far, it has been ignored, and I believe that with time, those echoes will fade and disappear, so long as we remember who we are and remember that we are one people.
After 8 years as Arel's president, I resigned. 8 years is enough, and if Tapiwa's example is any indication, no one person should hold power for too long. Heeding my plea, the council agreed and issued an edict declaring that 8 years is a sufficient term for serving as president, and that no individual may serve more than one term in their lifetime, adding that one must be a minimum of 30 years of age, at my insistence because I always felt too young and inexperienced, and members of the council must follow the same law, serving one term in a single lifetime, spanning 8 years, after which they retire, and a new individual,
who is a minimum of 30 years of age, fills their seat, chosen by those living in their district. I return to my life as an arbiter, and it is my job to prepare the next generation of arbiters to become the protectors of Arel, a task I embrace with enthusiasm, having forbidden many of the methods used to train me. "Listen up!" I shout over the recruits. "You have chosen to become arbiters of Arel. You have sworn an oath to protect the people and to protect their rights. You are not above the law, and you will not exert your authority to terrorize them. The oath you swear today is not an oath to be taken lightly. It requires sacrifice, diligence, and fortitude. Any who feel unable to fulfill this obligation may leave at any time. But for those of you who stay, I expect you to give 110%, and you will be held to the highest of standards. The job of an arbiter is a sacred duty, a calling, and it will have its challenges. But let me assure you, it also has its rewards. Understood?" "Yes, Commander," a multitude of voices reply, and my eyes settle upon Gwen as she stands in formation. A slight smile crosses my face as amusement takes hold. Commander Vi got her wish after all. I am the commander of the Eastern Sector. "Commander?" An arbiter approaches me. "The ambassador of Croatia is here." I glance in the direction he points and Perse waves at me. "Take over," I say. "Yes, Commander," the arbiter replies, saluting me as I walk in Perse's direction. Whenever he visits on official business, Perse always makes certain to stop by. I have come to look forward to such occasions, and as I approach him, a warm grin fills my face, causing Perse to return the gesture. On cold nights, I still feel sorrow for Chase and the others, but I have come to terms with it. Renal once told me that life isn't always about getting what we want, but being able to live with the choices we have made and the outcome that is given us. And as I take one last look at Gwen embarking on a new future, her future, I turn back toward Perse, knowing the time has come for me to do the same.
Some of you may wonder why I have chosen to stay in Arel. The answer is simple. I am Noni, an arbiter of Arel and a protector of my people.
This has been Entombed,
Written by Janet McNulty.
narrated by Katie Martin. Copyright 2023 by Janet McNulty. Production copyright 2025.